Morning, both. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming.
Morning. No, thank you. Good to see you. Thanks for having us in.
I declare open this public hearing of the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee inquiry into the MRH-90 Taipan helicopter incident. I would like to commence today's proceedings by acknowledging the courage, dedication and the ultimate sacrifice made by Captain Daniel Leon, Lieutenant Maxwell Nugent, is that right, Nugent, Warrant Officer Class 2 Joseph Laycock and Corporal Alexander Nags. On behalf of the committee, I extend my sincere condolences to the families, friends and fellow service men and women of these young men for their tragic loss. The committee's proceedings today will follow the program as circulated. There are public proceedings being broadcast live in Parliament House and via the web. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to the committee. The committee prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in camera. If you are a witness today and intend to request to give evidence in camera, please bring this to the attention of the Secretariat as soon as possible. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. A witness speaking for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard with recording the proceedings. Mobile phones and other electronic devices should be switched off or turned to silent mode. It is now my pleasure to welcome retired Major Ian Wilson and retired Major David Lamb. Thank you both for taking the time to come and speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, could I please get you both to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Retired Major Ian Wilson, former MRH-90 test pilot.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the privilege of presenting today. Major David Lamb, in the capacity for the period in question, the Executive Officer of the Army Aviation Test and Evaluation Section, an MRH-90 test pilot and the Supervisor to these tasks which we're reviewing.
Fantastic. Thank you both. Would either of you like to make a brief opening statement?
I will. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, certainly.
So I think I've provided the Secretariat a full opening statement. I'll take the first page as read by the committee. Firstly, ma'am, I'd like to acknowledge the families of the servicemen of Bushman 83 who tragically lost their lives in July of 2023. Some of that family are here today. It's an immeasurable loss I can't begin to imagine or understand. This hearing, I understand, has 6 terms of reference, but in my view also provides an opportunity for these families to have testimonies of truth tabled for public hearing and consideration. Subject matter experts hold the information, but when a risk is realised, as has occurred in this accident, I've always stated that the families then own the information. Providing witness today for both of us is testament to that. I'm mindful the IGADF report into this accident has not yet been released, and so remain hopeful the findings from that inquiry will fully articulate the accident causation and broader issues surrounding the event. I've not made a submission to this inquiry as it would largely replicate the same technical content submitted by Major Ian Wilson's report. The committee should note that my representation today and at the IGADF inquiry is not as an individual, rather in the capacity of the Executive Officer of the Flight Test Organisation and Supervisory Test Pilot to Major Ian Wilson, who was the senior MRH-90 test pilot for which Plan Palisade was established. Plan Palisade, for the committee, if you're not aware, was the project to implement the MRH-90 into the Special Operations role at the 6th Aviation Regiment. For this hearing, my expertise relates to terms of reference A and B, which specifically is the MRH-90 airworthiness and the Defence Aviation Safety Regulations. As the Executive Officer, I was responsible for the technical accuracy and assurance in the AITS test reports and governance, compliance and standards in planning, conduct and test reporting. This is an important part to our testimony today because it's the quality assurance function which is delegated only to the Flight Test Organisation. I was not interviewed by Comcare, so cannot make comment on terms of reference C, nor is within my remit to provide comment on terms of reference E. With respect to terms of reference D, I highlighted at the AGF inquiry that the DFSB engaging an individual to provide advice on the accident aircraft type as opposed to the Flight Test Organisation to be very unusual and inconsistent to previous ADF accident investigations. Engaging the relevant Flight Test Organisation under the DASAR organisational construct and framework as distinct to an individual assures rigour and objectivity, engendering authority, accuracy and confidence in reporting advice. DFSB did interview the AITS commanding officer, but with his permission, he attests that this was only to determine what testing had been undertaken by the Flight Test Organisation and did not in any way consider any information from the accident sequence itself. In a way to summarise that, it was administrative in nature. It's very important to note that the Defence Aviation Safety Regulations policy governance regulations that provide the framework and oversight to ADF flight test is rigorous, robust and fit for purpose. When followed, the policy regulations have served the ADF's 3 flight test organisations and services and government capability very well in its current and previous formats. But these protections are quickly eroded when the procedures and business practices that underpin the DASAR policies are not followed. I'm also on public record in the IGADF hearings that I have witnessed Army Aviation Command drift into routinely challenging AITS as the Flight Test Organisation professional advice as the DASAR designated organisation. This began to occur a few years after the Army Flight Test Organisation was placed under Army's direct chain of command. In contrast, this did not occur when the Army Flight Test Organisation sat independently within Air Force. It is important to note this was an Army Aviation only issue. It has not occurred with the Air Force or Navy flight test organisations. At the completion of my statement, I note for record, for your awareness, ma'am, that I'm not related or know Mr Andrew Lamb, who I know and understand may be presenting to this committee or other committees in parliamentary inquiries. I just provide that for record because of our commonality in surname. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I will just note that in accordance with Senate Resolution 3, the committee authorises media to be present to record the proceedings subject to the following conditions: that the committee or a witness can object to being recorded at any time, and the committee can require that recording cease at any time. Computer screens and documents belonging to senators must not be recorded, and I remind media to follow the direction of the Secretariat. Thank you very much for your opening statement. Mr Wilson, we will go into questions now, and we might start with, we're going to Senator Shoebridge first?
Yes, but I mean, I know, Ms Wilson, you've provided us with a detailed confidential submission, which we're very grateful for. Is in light of Major Lamb's opening statement, is there any elements you wanted to sort of touch upon or expand upon before we go into questions?
I'd be keen to answer your questions, Senator.
Right. Can I ask you, this has been described, the process where this Plan Palisade went through, which basically put the Taipans into service, was described as highly unusual. Can you describe from your perspective, first of all, how long you'd been in AITS and what the usual process was?
So The aircraft was in service at the commencement of Plan Palisade. Plan Palisade was the introduction of the MRH to the Special Forces role. The processes we're talking about here is the airworthiness process. So in what we would normally expect to see for a new piece of software like the HMSD version 5.1 is the artefact supporting airworthiness assessment would go to the DASA, the authority. They would provide an initial release of that system to the flight test organisation to conduct testing. That testing represents the trust but verify kind of concept in that we would then go and verify that the system performs or is compliant with airworthiness code requirements, that it was fit for purpose, and identify any hazards that require further risk mitigation strategies before it's cleared for use by a user unit. That would be the role of the formal flight testing. From there, it would be approved for release into a unit, and that's when you would start seeing lower level activities such as operational evaluations going on. An operational evaluation would generally look at things like developing unit operating procedures.
And when we're talking about putting the Taipans into Special Forces use, we're talking about putting them into what are incredibly dangerous situations, very low-level flying, rapid insertions, maybe operating in very limited visibility, operating at night. That's the kind of service that was contemplated for the Taipan within Special Services. Is that right?
I think the Special Forces role implies a greater degree of risk because you're talking about action against an organisation, direct action against an organisation. That means that procedures have to be put in place to guarantee the success of that outcome. The environment changes as well, where you're talking about conducting operations in an urban area to CBD type environments as well, which means that you have to have absolute surety that the aircraft and the crews can perform in that environment. So it's unique to that Special Forces role. The environmental constraints like bad weather or low level, that's across the full Army spectrum of operations.
But the nature of the deployment within that risk envelope does create a greater intensity and greater risk, and
Absolutely.
That's part of what you're testing for.
If I may, Senator, the distinction is that it's a no-fail mission.
Yep.
So the equipment has a tighter rigour of compliance and conformity and operation and reliability because of that no-fail aspect. That's what required by the team that's undertaking the task. So in terms of recommending to Aviation Command and Higher, as all the three flight test organisations are very mindful of the role in the environment and the boundaries around that and the protections are required so that they can undertake their task without any liability. And that's a really important part about Plan Palisade and the flight testing we were doing in the aircraft type and all the subsystems to support those outcomes.
Yeah. Could I then ask you just to talk us through the HMSD 5 and TOPAL and how those relate to each other and how you were testing them?
So the TOPAL helmet has a number of components to it. So it's a crash protection helmet with a visor system that goes around the front of it. Onto that visor screen, you can project a number of images. The first one in question would be the IIT, or the night vision imagery. So that takes a sensor on the side of the helmet, which amplifies the available light, which then gives an image of the world presented onto the HMSD visor.
And those are the images we're probably familiar with from TV series, which is the kind of greeny, heightened night vision. Is that right?
Yes, it's an amplification of available light. that image can be overlaid by the HMSD 5.10 symbology set, which is a HUD, which you would see on most computer game type things, but it's presented on the visor in front of the pilot's field of view, so it's available for reference at all times.
Yeah. So the HMSD5 is projecting critical information about the orientation of the aircraft, it's where the horizon is, perhaps speed of movement. Is that what the HMSD5 is projecting?
That's absolutely correct. And you're taking critical information that is available in the cockpit, and the concept is it's replicated in the visor, so the pilot doesn't have to have the workload of shifting their eyes into the cockpit to find that information, then coming back to the task at hand. Yeah,
and obviously making sure that's accurate. If you're doing low-level flying, if you're doing flying with no or limited visibility, making sure the information that's been fed through in real time to the pilot through the visor is accurate is a life or death matter, I assume.
Absolutely critical.
What did you find when you tested it?
We found that the attitude information presented in the HMSD was disorienting. We normally present attitude information by convention, oriented with the aircraft axis, so that when we see the aircraft nose pitching up, it would be represented as pitching up in the attitude display. If I look to the side, well, I still want to see the attitude as pitching up, not banking as I look to the side. So what we saw in the HMSD 5.1 symbology set is that when we looked to the front, it indicated correctly, consistently with the cockpit displays. When I looked to the side, pitch and roll were reversed. And can you tell me what the effect of that is for a pilot? If pitch and roll are reversed, and then you follow what's happening through the helmet and the HMSD5, what would be the effect of that? The point here, and it goes to the rigour applied with the DFSB investigation, is that if I'm operating in good conditions, and this was reflected in our test report findings as well, you can look past that false information and use the real horizon or the real world imagery to overcome the false information. As you get into the more challenging operating environments where you may not have a full visual horizon, you now become more reliant on the HMSD symbology. So in the case as of the night of the loss of Bushman 83, there was no visual horizon available to the pilot. So he was totally reliant on and susceptible to becoming disoriented by... Was flying in a storm cell, effectively, with almost no visibility. So the problem with operating over water with low cloud and rain is the NVD image gives you a green scale image. So water giving you a low return will appear a green haze. Then when you start looking at the clouds, which will be near to the water, there'll be no discernible horizon line, it'll be the same green haze. And then when you put rain over the top of that, you'll get scintillation or like static coming through the image. So instead of having a clear horizon line, he now just has a green haze in front of him with no discernible horizon. And could I just ask one more question, and then I'm happy to hand it. And if you're in a situation like that, you've got no visual horizon, incredibly limited visibility, and you're looking to the side, and the error that you detected repeated, what could be the result? You would become disoriented.
What was that?
You would become disoriented. And if you became disoriented, then you simply don't know which direction to point your aircraft in. Exactly. As we included in our flight test report, we warned that if you relied on that system in the very conditions that were present at the time of the crash of Bushman 83, it would likely result in controlled flight into terrain, the exact type of crash that we had. Controlled flight into terrain is a technical way of just simply saying the aircraft would crash into the ground. The aircraft was functioning, but it was the pilot had become disoriented and inadvertently flown the aircraft on the ground. There's probably more I'd like to go to about what happened after your report, but I'll hand over, Chair. Yep.
Senator Chair, if I could I further answer that inquiry? So I think what's really important to your point is that we highlighted in the IG-ADF that NASA, in the evolutionary nature of this type of symbology, NASA in the late 90s did a quite detailed research activity into what's described conformal and non-conformal displays. That research paper highlights that of the 20 pilots or subjects that they had, which came from their most elite squadrons, their fighter aggressor squadrons, 80% of their pilots departed safe flight. And that is quite profound and legitimises certainly the technical findings that AITS provided Army and higher in this equipment. What came out of that? Well, that assessment was conducted in a simulator and at 20,000 feet, and 80% of those pilots departed safe flight. They had height beneath them to recover the aircraft, but from a personal risk perspective were protected because it was in a simulated environment. When you transpose those results to 200 feet over water at night in an aircraft, the accident results.
And NASA pilots, almost by definition, are some of the world's finest and best trained pilots.
So NASA conducted the research, and the subjects were United States Air Force F-16 fighter pilots, which at that day were their elite, arguably. Yeah.
Can I just follow up on it just before we go there? That's a very interesting point. 80% of NASA, these pilots, F-16 test pilots, went in. You've talked about the certainty or near certainty of spatial awareness, spatial disorientation.
Yes.
Under the circumstances. So to put it in perspective, under the operational circumstances, would the best pilot in the world be likely to have avoided a controlled flight crash in the circumstances?
I think that's an astonishing gap in the DFSB analysis of that accident sequence. They remained silent on the critical moments before the pilot put forward the control input, which ultimately sent the aircraft on a trajectory that was unrecoverable. I can go into that now if you like, or we...
I'm just saying, literally for the families who are hearing that, you know, potentially there was pole error or something like this, these are Special Force pilots, they are good, you know, to be there. But when you're saying 80% of F-16 pilots in a far more recoverable situation weren't able to do it, what is the likelihood of a pilot being able to recover in the actual situation?
Specific to the accident sequence involving the loss of Bushman 83, the environment that he was operating in would challenge any human to be able to maintain orientation in that environment. I think it's a very high likelihood that there would be that any pilot would perform the same way as he did on that night.
Thank you.
And with your permission, Senator, I'd like to affirm Major Wilson's testimony. In the IGADF, our boss, Lieutenant Colonel Brennan Reinhardt, who is a highly experienced experimental test pilot, operated in the Air Force, operated in the Army. His words were to the effect he would challenge the best pilot on the planet if they were put in the same circumstance to recover, and I would fully agree with his testimony.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing today, and thank you for your service to the country, your exemplary service. And do we call you Major or Mr?
Mrs. Fine.
Mr, okay. Mr. Lamb, I'll take it that you affirm whatever Mr. Wilson says, unless you speak up otherwise.
So certainly with the technical content, absolutely.
Thank you. And thank you for your submission. Parts of it were in confidence, Mr. Wilson, but magnificent submission. And your answers, both of you, are crisp, clear, and Mr. Wilson's testimony a minute ago, Mr. Lamb, would be particularly important because in your opening statement you talked about this is important, this aircraft is important for a no-failure mission. So when the crunch comes, this is not successful. We also have images created by Hollywood of test pilots being a bit crazy, a bit loose up top, a bit undisciplined, just being sheer bravery, no fear. That's the reverse of the reality, isn't it? Test pilots have to be methodical, data-driven, and very, very objective, isn't it?
The antithesis. It's a very conservative profession.
Yeah.
The profession has moved on from those days. The losses were unsustainable, and it's now very much a scientific process of gathering data to substantiate compliance with a design specification or performance specification.
So you're methodical, you're disciplined.
Absolutely.
In thinking and in action, because if you weren't, you wouldn't be here now.
Exactly. That approach is reflected as to why our test organisation terminated our testing of HNSD 5.1 during the day sorties, the way we would manage the risks associated with a flight test activity is that we have to demonstrate a proper understanding of the system under test so that we understand the risks and we can put proper risk mitigation strategies in place. Once we expose that the system wasn't performing consistent with our knowledge, then it would be appropriate for us to terminate our testing, re-establish a baseline and then proceed. I know that during the IGADF testimonies that decision was criticised, but it is absolutely consistent with the safe conduct of flight test.
So it wasn't safe enough to even test?
Our knowledge of the system meant that we couldn't put risk mitigators in place to safely continue.
Thank
So,
you.
Senator, if I could provide, as the supervisor to the task and the authority that provided the permission to go fly, and we put protections in proactively in the test plan that should prohibitive risk be realised by day, a risk be realised by day, it'd be prohibitive to move to night. So that is that's preserving our capability, but also it's a sensible approach. And that has oversight externally from the Air Force Air Warfare Centre that I was responding to when I terminated that testing as the authority on site. It was unreasonable, and as Major Wilson or Ian's testified to you, it's the antithesis of the Hollywood image.
Yes, thank you. Now, your submission, Mr Wilson, must have involved one hell of a lot of work and one hell of a lot of diligence. Why? Is it because you want justice and it's not present? We're not having justice at the moment. Is it because your integrity is really important to you? Is it because you want to prevent future repetitions of these incidents? Is it because of the families? Is it because you want to honour the bravery? Why did you make... You've gone to a hell of a lot of effort.
I think that there is a sense of, in some ways, guilt. This accident was completely foreseeable. It was formally reported in our test activity. As I said, I'd exercised every internal and external avenue available to try and prevent this, and now that it has materialised, the conversation Dave and I had when we were in the unit was that, well, our loyalty when we're in the organisation was to the organisation. Once this accident has materialised, our loyalty now is only to the families.
Well, can I just say for the record, I've seen your submission and I've seen the work both of you did to draw attention to the safety risks, to do everything in your professional capacity, and the conclusions in your reports. And no guilt attaches to either of you. You did everything possible. And I think our job here is to look at the organisation that ignored your advice and let this thing go in the air regardless. But I've looked at it in detail, and I just want to respect the work both of you have done.
Thank you.
I put it to you that you're actually still very loyal to the Defence Forces. Otherwise you wouldn't be doing this, because your criticism is sound, it appears to me, logical, and it'll help improve the Australian Defence Forces if it's followed.
Thank you.
So actually you're being loyal to your former employers.
I would agree with that, Senator, if I may talk to that. This is organisational, absolutely. One of the family members mentioned to me after one of my testimonies at the IGADF, this just cannot happen again. It can't happen again on a personal level, it can't happen again on an organisational level, and it cannot happen again from an ADF capability to government. The rejection of the expert advice from the ordained flight test organisation, it's not personal, it's organisational. And that's unsustainable and has to be addressed because the Royal Us must have a confidence in the capability in this highly specialised environment that we operate in.
The other thing that I want to explore is you were critical, Mr Wilson, in your submission of the senior defence brass. And I've been very critical of that because I think the senior defence brass is destroying, some of their actions and behaviours are destroying, underpinning, white-anting the Australian Defence Forces. And that affects the security of of 28 million people. Would you agree?
Chair, do you mind if we... I think I understand what Senator Roberts is doing. I share many of the concerns. But perhaps we might allow the witnesses to draw out the bits of their submission that they feel comfortable with rather than us front-ending them in propositions. And I know what you're doing, Malcolm, and I respect it, but I think we've got to respect the confidentiality. No, I'm really not being critical of you personally. I just think the process of a confidential submission is we allow the witnesses to draw out the elements that they feel comfortable with themselves, Malcolm. But Malcolm's asked the question, and I think it should remain, and Mr Wilson and Mr Lamb should have an answer to respond.
I think I understand where you're going. I can only speak to my specific experience. I think that my experience is unique to Army Aviation senior leadership, so I'll constrain it to there. I don't want to speak to the wider Defence Force. I know that the wider Defence Force has some very good leaders who act with integrity and courage, and I fully support them. This is specific to the handling of this incident that I can testify to. What we see here is a group of senior leaders who've put in place a marketing campaign, I suppose, for the capability that MRH could deliver to Army. When they were presented with unpalatable information based on fact from the flight test organisation, rather than dealing with that information, it was basically papered over.
Thank you. I've one more general question before getting on to this specifics. In the Defence Forces, mateship and trust is paramount, because if you can't rely upon the person next to you or the people above you, then it's lost. Is that correct?
Absolutely, and I think this goes to a Defence Force is based on, as you say, based on trust. If the Defence Force starts to lose faith in the integrity of its senior leadership, then the Defence Force is lost.
Thank you. Okay, let's get on to specifics. I want you to tell me what you see as the key points that you want to get on record and you want people to be aware of.
I think the key point for the committee's consideration today is the integrity of the DFSB investigation. I think that investigation has been corrupted. There was an obvious and well-known conflict of interest within the investigation team. We then looked to the findings of the DFSB investigation, and those findings are either not supported by material evidence, in some places contradicted by material evidence, or based on evidence that's been fabricated.
Do you mind if I ask just one question to take us back a little bit to sort of understand perhaps that conclusion?
How about we let... It's up to you, Senator Roberts. You have the call. I'm happy to continue to let you, or if you're happy to...
I'm happy for...
if you're happy to do that.
So long as Mr Wilson gets the opportunity to...
Yeah.
You delivered your report and you didn't sign off on the air safety. You said this is not safe.
Yes.
That's your report. But then what did Defence do? What did Army Aviation do in order to actually find a pathway through so that this equipment can be put and used on the Taipan? What did they do?
Thank you, Senator. So I'll provide a very quick synopsis to that. The detailed explanation has been provided at the IGADF inquiry. There was a real need that Plan Palisade needed to continue, and they had an equipment option of one to develop that capability as pilots and air crew and all the supporting elements transitioned from the legacy Black Hawk into the MRH-90. Mm-hmm. So by stopping that was not organisational success. So what AITS, as the ordained flight test organisation, did with the Airworthiness Authority through DASA is we provided an intermediate but very limited scope pathway so that in a very contained and controlled environment they could fly north-south at Holsworthy to build their experience and competence. But it was very clear in the report that was not an enduring approval. I'm on public record to say that the flight conditions to which they could operate that system, I applied 24 flight conditions to bound them what they could do. Normally, when persons without my delegation do that, it's 5 to 6 by order of magnitude. It allowed them to proceed. What subsequently happened to that was construed at a higher level to then merge into an enduring capability. That was in complete contradiction to the controls that were put in place. So my understanding is that that DG Dasser presented to your committee earlier in the week, and he's correct in saying that from a certification perspective, the system was compliant, but it was not fit for purpose for the role and environment of Plan Palisade.
Compliant subject to an incredibly tight set of restrictions that recognised how unsafe it was.
Correct.
And was intended only to allow the most minimal but basic ongoing training operations.
If I can place a finer point on that, the limitations that Dave put in place were to avoid avoid the conditions, less than favourable conditions, which we outlined in our test report would likely result in a control flight in terrain. So that test activity, so what Army did, avoided those conditions. We then see the system was released into service without any of those restrictions on, and then the loss of Bushman 83 occurred in exactly the conditions that we said it would.
But they also brought in some additional advice outside of the normal chain of command and the normal process. They sought some additional guidance in relation to it. What else did they do other than simply put it into service?
So the criticism of AITS was that the flight test report we prepared was an outlier. That was brought forward multiple times during the IGADF hearings. The outlier comment was referred to 3 other test activities. The first one they referenced is German testing. It was widely referenced as being an authoritative document, and that the existence of that report could be used to dismiss the AITS report at face value. The problem is that it came out under cross-examination that everyone who was referencing that report had not seen the report. It was a NATO classified report. No one had any idea what it was actually the contents were.
Senator Schubert, can we get back to Mr Wilson's answers to my question?
By all means.
What are the key... I appreciate your intercession there. What are the key points that you want to raise? You've mentioned, one, the corruption of the Defence Flight Safety Bureau investigation.
Okay, so I think the...
Just rattle them off, because I'd like to get them all on the record.
So I think that becomes then fruit from the poison tree. So the DFSB investigation was then put forward as a source of truth to the IGADF inquiry. The IGADF didn't allow cross-examination of the DFSB findings, yet it's fundamentally flawed. The DFSB report also, I understand, was tendered to the criminal investigation conducted by Comcare and may have affected the decision by the DPP not to prosecute, which brings back to the significance of the handling of evidence or manipulation of evidence within the DFSB report. I think that is the key point that I would like the committee to consider.
So the aircraft was faulty and the investigation of the incident was corrupt?
Corrupted, yes.
Thank you. You also speak in your submission about the fear of retribution. On you.
Yeah. After the IGADF...
Yeah.
Sorry?
No.
After the IGADF hearing, there was a smear campaign launched against me by Defence Legal Services.
And are you at all afraid of retribution because of you?
I'm somewhat numb to it now. I don't think they could say anything worse about me than what they already have. So.
And you believe that was a deliberate smear campaign?
Yes.
Shoot the messenger.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
What about one of the things that strikes me about this, and it's hard to avoid, but the Defence Force is riddled with acronyms. You've got so many different groups who have been involved in this. Is it possible that the Defence Force is lacking accountability because everyone thinks everyone else is responsible?
My take on that is that in the study of organisations, the concept of normalised deviant behaviour is pretty well documented. I think that there's an element of that within the organisation I worked with, and I think that behaviour won't change. I think when you look at physics, if a body's in motion, it won't change path until it's acted upon by an external force. And I think that individual accountability is what's required to change the path of that organisation.
It's fundamental to any organisation, isn't it? But it seems in the Defence Forces right now, there's plenty of opportunity for someone to hide, especially someone who's got something serious to hide about their own behaviour.
I think particularly in this case, and I've observed some of the responses at Senate estimates, that because this is a technical and nuanced field, that it's easy to give an answer which obfuscates the truth.
I've got 2 questions left before I hand over the call. You also mentioned breaches of acts. Breaches of acts legislation?
The WHS Act.
Yeah, correct. So you've nominated breaches of the Act?
That's correct.
Yes. What can I do, what can we do to further this case so it's not dropped?
To my mind, I think the first matter that needs to be addressed is addressing the integrity of the DFSB investigation. I think that that should be reviewed by a qualified body. I would be willing to provide input to that, but I think, as Dave and I have agreed all along, is that we couldn't be part of that investigation because we too would have a conflict of interest in the outcomes. But I think we would be able to provide support to that, but not take part in it.
Thank you very much for your responses. They've been crisp and clear. No wonder you didn't crash.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cadell.
Thank you. If I can go back some steps. We talk about the DFSB investigation, the strange use of using an individual versus using AITS itself or the organisation. There are some defences to that, so clear. Did AITS have someone independent of your prior testing that could have looked at it organisationally, all the incidents that occurred, without causing a conflict of interest?
Yes, thank you, Senator, for the question. Yes is the answer to that. That individual is now actually the commanding officer of AITS. Additional to that, DFSB had the option to go to the Navy Flight Test Organisation, which also operated the MRH-90. They wouldn't have had the role relation necessarily, but they would have had the professional mindset and comprehension to understand where its limitation in advice was. This goes to the very strength and rigour of the DASAR construct for, in these circumstances, that we have these organisations.
So, from a non-military person looking at it, they specifically chose someone that had a known conflict of interest over other potential sources which could have been more independent and more critical.
Senator, my confidence is certain that there were options available to DFSB and Aviation Command's recommendation that certainly did not have a conflict of interest.
Okay. Now, as AITS was the only FTO available in the Army Air Wing, was it? You were the only person meant to sign off and certify and ensure compliance with roles.
That's correct, Senator. There's 3 flight test organisations for each service, Army, Navy, Air Force. On a rare occasion, Navy may partner with Army to do flight testing. Army might partner with Navy. That's only in the circumstance that we have common use equipment, and MRH-90 is one such example. And
there was no other pathway within Army itself to certify or set aside those certifications or to sign off on procedures. Is that correct?
That is correct, Senator. And to a finer point, the Operational Airworthiness Management Plan, to whom the Director-General himself, the one-star of Army Aviation, signed off on paragraph 4.8.4, strictly states that AITS is the only Army flight test organisation and other subject matter experts for all things flight test.
Right. So, from the outside again, it appears that the body responsible for ensuring the safety and the certification, the only body responsible for this, has been circumvented for an outcome that is less safe, I won't say unsafe, less safe than it should have been. What visibility do you have? Would have been internally in the army to raise this without getting concerns? Was there a chain of command where this could be reported as happening that was not hostile?
In my opinion, Senator, because of the nature of the flight test organisation being directly in the chain of command, that created significant hurdles for appeal. As distinct to being separate, then you could go through, in my time in the Air Force, we would go through the Air Force chain of command.
And that's the cultural difference that I'm seeing. You raised in your opening statement. There was none of this workaround, none of this obfuscation when you weren't in the chain of command. When you were under Air Force, it was absolute.
That's correct. And I would say, in my opinion as well, interestingly, the Navy Flight Test Organisation is in the direct chain of command of Navy, but because of that integrated nature in which they operate an aircraft off a ship, it is retained, certainly in my 20 years as a test pilot, and from what I understand beforehand, they've revered and respected the responsibilities and delegations of that flight test organisation, so it can occur in the right culture.
Have you seen instances in other military forces around the world, UK for instance, where FTOs or similar bodies are grouped to remove that that in chain of command problems? I think UK is doing something. Are you seeing anything? Does that work?
Look, thank you, Senator. It's a broad question when we consider our allied nations, but principally, like the DFSB in our own construct, is kept separate. Yep. That's what good looks like, and it prevents circumstance like this.
Okay. So, from an outsider view again, this looks like a cultural problem. Culture leads to poor safety, leads to poor outcomes. If it was a corporate thing, you would say too big to fail. Now let's get it right. The helicopter as it was, for other uses outside of Palisade, was doing a decent job, was fit for purpose for prior to Palisade, is that correct?
I think we might both answer that. Yep. What I'd point out is that the New Zealand Air Force is successfully operating the MRH-90 without major accident or incident. They're not using it in the role that we were looking to implement it in Plan Palisade directly. Yep.
I think it largely comes down to the concept of expectations versus reality. The test reports we put forward identified clear bounds to what the aircraft was capable of doing. Within those reasonable limitations, the aircraft was quite safe to operate.
Right. So when we go to Palisade and we're looking at the zero failure options, there were capability holes if we didn't sign this off. Was that fair to say?
There would be the capability would be there. There would be limitations to the capability. It would not be a true all-weather capability. There would have to be illumination limitations or similar.
Right. Were there fixes? Were there other items on the market? You mentioned top hour at the beginning of this. Were there other things in the market that could have made the pathway to certification easier, better operational conditions that we ignored?
Well, I think you could follow the Kiwis' lead on this one. They didn't buy Top Owl. They didn't fit the FLIR to the helicopter. They used a direct view night vision system, which is available freely from the States. We took that direct view system and installed it in Top Owl and incurred a 50% loss in performance. So one of the recommendations we put forward in one of our reports was that maybe you'd be better off just switching to a cheaper, more reliable system that gave you double the performance in low light environment.
So Army was aware of a cheaper option that gave a 100% better performance that
Yes.
we said no to?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I just to follow up, Senator Cadell's question, were the pilots aware of the faults in the system? So I guess, were they getting into the helicopters knowing the faults?
This was a source of conflict within the flight test organisation and how far we could push.
Yeah.
If I went out to an operational unit and disclosed them everything I knew, that would be it wouldn't be insubordination, or it would be insubordination. It wouldn't be orchestrating a mutiny, because that would be in the front of enemy, but it would be undermining the chain of command. I would be liable for disciplinary action to do that.
So and that's, I guess, just get that picture, is the pilots weren't aware, it's fair to say. So this was all happening at a much higher level.
So, Chair, thank you. The gravity of it, I would suggest no. In the substitution test, when we go back to our youthful days and we're in the squadron, you would have in terms of your competence level, the knowledge behind it, you would have a level of knowledge that would allow you to operate in the environment. But the full depth and science behind it is held to the flight, is why we have these organisations to do the deep dive. It's not reasonable. They've got their priority is the mission. So this goes back to trust in the flight test organisation to only put through to the fleet equipment that they can rely upon. It's not their job to carry the liability. The point of responsibility in that from test to implementation is held with the accountable manager, and they have to have, the role of the flight test organisation is to represent the operator and be in their mind.
Further to that, that's looking down, but looking up, the Army as a military air operator is subject to external scrutiny through an airworthiness board process. Now, that airworthiness, the Army is supposed to maintain a register of accepted risks and how it's managing those risks for disclosure to the board. The risk we identified in our flight test reports were not consistently recorded on that risk register. So risks that we identified were either not acknowledged or not managed, simply papered over, or obfuscated from discovery by the independent oversight from the Airworthiness Board.
Can I ask, from a cultural perspective, what that has done for the trust? And I say that as the wife of a former Air Force serviceman who, people that are going out to put their lives on the line for our country. What has that done to the trust? Because I guess if you liken it to race car drivers, they're not responsible for the engineering, they're just going out there to drive them. I sort of think the same thing about the pilots. That's not their responsibility. They're just jumping in and they're fulfilling the mission.
I think this goes to you need to be reliant on the integrity of the people who are making those decisions for you.
Yeah. Has that culturally had a shift? And I'm thinking Defence Force is struggling to recruit enough people to sign up to serve our nation. Have you seen that shift just in your time of... Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I can't provide a reliable opinion to that. I've been outside of Defence for 18 months myself.
Okay.
I'm also, because I was in a highly specialised area within Air Force, I wasn't inside the circle, inside the tent, what that looks like to the squadron staff at the moment. But your point is salient, is that they do need to be able to have that trust. And if that's been eroded, that dismantles our capability and confidence for people to go over the hill and do the task that's required of them by government.
Yeah, excellent. Senator Shoebridge, did you have some...
I did. The way in which your advice was just dismissed by senior members in Army Aviation astounds me. But what I find equally astounding is the way they have persisted in this, even when questioned. And I'll just give you a short exchange that I had with Major General Jobson in October of 2023. I put to him that Army Aviation had been in receipt of a series of reports identifying systemic problems with the helmet-mounted sight display, the top-owl image intensifier and the forward-looking infrared system for the Taipan helicopters, a series of concerns raised in reports from 2020 onwards. That's right, isn't it, Major General Jobson? And then he said to me, "Thank you for your question. In relation to the release into service of equipment operated by our air crews, that is an extensive process with a range of organisations across our enterprise to bring that to fruition. I then said, if you could answer my question, General Jobson. And he said, there are many reports and there are many processes in place in the Army aviation enterprise consisting of a range of organisations to bring into service equipment to be operated in our aircraft.
I think that's typical of the obfuscation tactics employed to avoid answering a question. The direct question that needs to be posed is the DASA regulatory framework places a positive burden on Army as a military air operator to demonstrate compliance with an airworthiness standard. Produce a document showing that that piece of equipment is compliant with an airworthiness standard. If the question was focused in there, it removes the opportunity to sidestep with like what we saw there.
Well, I then pressed him and I said, of course there are a range of reports, but when you get a formal report from the Army Aviation Test and Evaluation section that says the helmet-mounted sight display for the Taipan helicopter was a substantial risk of multiple deaths due to controlled flight into terrain, and that the display of ambiguous aircraft attitude in the helmet-mounted sight display was an unacceptable risk to flight safety, I would have thought that would stick in your mind, and that's a report you received. And then he said this next word salad. Senator Shoebridge, to answer your first question, yes, we're specifically aware of that particular matter. It was taken seriously and acted upon through an operational evaluation, which was then assured by the Defence Flight Safety Bureau and Comcare. We take very seriously any indications of matters that impact on the safety of our operations, with a particular view to the safety of our people. Through things like airworthiness boards, there's the opportunity, indeed we seek, for any concerns to be raised in those areas. The test and evaluation concern was taken seriously, as I said, was acknowledged, subject to an operational evaluation was acted upon. Advice from that part of the system is but one part of a full range of measures that, as part of the Defence Aviation Safety Framework, are taken into consideration to ensure the airworthiness and ultimately the safety of our flying operations. What do you say to that evidence?
We're fighting over the microphone, Senator. Please. Yep. Okay. Right second.
So the first thing I'd like to highlight there is the use of the term assurance versus insurance. So and I think it's been used deliberately there to sidestep your question. To say that it was assured by another agency means that Army holds all the information. A lot of it's hidden behind classification, security classification status. Army gives an attestation to that external body. We have done our due diligence. We assure you that we have ensured compliance with our with your requirements. The external body then says, well, thank you very much. I accept your statement that you've insured them, and I offer you my assurance that we've all done a very good job here, and let's move along. It is an obfuscation of what's actually occurred. To go down to how the OPERVAL was put forward, I briefly touched on it earlier. A flight test activity, a formal flight test activity, is a high-level activity which is employed to ensure compliance with airworthiness code standards, safety standards, assess fitment for purpose, identify risks which require mitigation before a lower-level unit can conduct an operational evaluation. And it is not permitted under our regulatory framework for an operational evaluation to assess the airworthiness compliance of an attitude presentation system. And that's what is being alluded to here, is that they use that lower level activity. To put a finer point on it, the flight test activity assessed compliance with airworthiness code requirements laid down by a recognised statutory body. The OPERVAL gathered a collection of pilot opinion that was formulated under favourable conditions under in a local training area. That's just subjective opinion. It's not an evidence-based analysis. So the testing was conducted in violation of the regulatory framework. The findings were just subjective findings compiled in favourable conditions. Your turn.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator. So what I alluded to earlier around that operational evaluation task was for a specific and very narrow and limited purpose. Under the DASA regulations, there was no authority or competence within that activity to test the efficacy and the veracity of the flight test report. That stood stood on its own, and it stood with organisational standing. But that changed within Army Aviation Command. They read that to be a comparative report, which has no DASA or regulatory basis to do that. The flight test organisation's findings and assessment of that stood and stands today. The evidence to the accuracy and the concerns in that operational environment was realised in the accident itself. Yep. So that's really the end, where it comes to a stop.
And I'm sorry, just for the record, that second answer, the first answer was given by General Jobson, but that second longer answer was given by Lieutenant General Stewart. Okay. If Army Aviation had taken your tests and evaluations concerns seriously and adhered to the 24 conditions that you put on, according to the terms of those conditions, would this Taipan aircraft have been in the air performing the operation that it was doing at the time that it had the tragic accident?
No, it wouldn't, Senator. Specifically, 3 of those flight conditions was that the aircraft must be operated in an environment with a visible horizon. The evidence at the IGADF in the DFSB report states that there was no visible horizon. The lighting illumination area must be above 2 millilux, was a second flight condition, and that's just a measure of ambient energy in the atmosphere to excite the MVD system. We note from the Defence Science and Technology Group that in that high humidity rain environment that further erodes MVD performance. The third control was that when operating below 500 feet, and my understanding is the formation was operating nominally at around 200 feet, that a significant use of the autopilot system protections should be engaged unless for an intermediary reason, and that might be descending or correcting formation position. There are only three of the 24 conditions. The significant one captured in that was the location. It must be that when operating that equipment, it must be in an environment that is very familiar to the aircrew. You think yourself when you drive from home to Coles, you can do it almost unconsciously. Mm-hmm. What that creates and transfers is cognitive capacity for judgment and decision making. I'll probably stop there for time of brevity.
So I would like, for once, senior positions, those who make these incredibly consequential decisions in the Defence Force, to be actually held to account. You point to 3 conditions that you put down that were ignored or run over, which permitted this aircraft to be where it was at the time. Where do we look for responsibility for that, for overriding your report, for overriding those conditions? Where should we be looking to hold someone or an organisation or something responsible?
I think the terminology in the DASA construct is the accountable manager. The definition under the DASA construct of the accountable manager is the person accountable under the WHS Act. That would be the first port call.
All right.
Just going back to, for non-military person, not being specific, but explaining the operational versus the sign-off testing. So operational testing is, I blindfold myself, go to Goulburn at 3 o'clock in the morning and cross the road once, and I say it's operationally safe because I did it and didn't die, versus going to Bankstown at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and doing the same thing, looking at all the variables. So you're saying Defence basically did operational under certain circumstances that may not be exactly the same as yours and said, operationally tested fine, now applies elsewhere. That's the guideline.
So if I could put a little bit finer point, so the op eval is not operational testing.
Operation value. But it's not Goulburn at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's Bankstown. Totally different circumstances, different people, different things. It's not going to work.
So when we conduct a formal flight test activity, our conclusions and recommendations have to be based on the full configuration, role, and most importantly, the operating environment. So that is the operational assessment. So I can't do testing in a local area under good conditions and try to extrapolate those results out into bad conditions in it with a junior pilot in an unfamiliar area. That's the remit of a formal flight test activity. An operational evaluation in the context of what's being presented to by Army is a lower level activity which is very tightly constrained to low level
in their local
procedures.
training zone, pop around and do a circuit, landed, I lived, that therefore it works.
Yeah,
You know where the hazards are. You know, to your example, to help you in that crossing the road, I've closed the roads either side.
Yep.
I've got people looking out for you. It's in dry weather only, so you don't trip up on a slippery footpath. I think important just for context as well. So in terms of the implementation of those flight controls, that was significant enough that in the DASAR construct, I elevated that approval to the Air Force, who provide the oversight for Army and Air Force, so that the Air Warfare Centre. So ultimately, the flight conditions that I placed are recommended but endorsed by the group captain, who is often chosen as one of the most experienced flight testers, either a test pilot or a flight test engineer in the Army and Air Force. And so both those activities had what is called the Director of Safety, the DOSA FT, or the Director of Safety Authority flight test, a group captain oversight, which was independent. That's the significance that I had. That's what I took as a protection mechanism and quality assurance and objective oversight and outside the organisation to govern that activity. So from a messaging perspective, that should have carried through in the reporting and the decision making, that there were an inordinate amount of controls, was very contained, and oh, by the way, this had external scrutiny at a two ranks higher, to ensure that this was done properly for the protection of servicemen and capability.
So can I just ask one clarifying one? So in terms of that, so you've made recommendations, you've put conditions on where you see it safe to be able to operate the helicopters. And forgive me for my ignorance on this. Did you still get test pilots? Were you still running tests against those recommendations, or did you stop testing the aircraft when you made the, findings that it was unsafe in XYZ conditions? Yeah. Is that the end of it for you guys, or are you still sending test pilots up to test the systems? Sorry.
So it would come into my remit in some way, because as the lead test pilot, it's a very limited and very expensive resource activity to do. So my workload and the activities I'm permitted to undertake are managed at a relatively high level.
Okay.
So I can't make a decision to go and continue testing with that device. Once my report's done, I'm assigned onto another task. So I don't just keep flying it. It's done, move on.
Well, and I ask that because if you're aware of deficiencies and you're asked to go and do something that you know is going to be dangerous and potentially life-threatening, that's a very different. You're aware of.
I think if I can make one, and then So we don't just complete the report and put it on the table. I have to mention that our CO, Colonel Reinhardt, steadfastly stood with that report throughout this whole process and maintained his position in objection to the path that was being undertaken.
You spoke about a conflict of interest in terms of the experts relied upon as it went through the review process. Obviously, whoever or whatever part of Army Aviation undertook the operational evaluation that basically green-lighted the operation of, despite your conditions, shouldn't have ever been relied upon as a kind of independent expert in a review of what happened. How did that play out?
So, Senator, I could answer that question, but not in a public forum.
All right. Well, we might consider, but Mr. Wilson, do you have any broad observations?
To that. It was an astonishing departure from professional standards for preparing a flight test report to present a report essentially saying that the system was safe to use without providing context to those findings, which were that the testing was only undertaken in a very limited or constrained operating environment. That was omitted from that report, and that's how the report could be used to substantiate release into service.
Which, to Ian's point, Senator, for public record, was outside the template construct for a report, because a template for any op-eval flight test report articulates very clearly the limitations to scope.
Yeah.
And the smart, lazy author would cut and paste the flight conditions from the test plan into the test report, and that was silent.
And had you ever seen that before?
Never.
Yeah. We might explore a little of this in confidential session. Sure.
Can I just, one last question, and it's my closing one. We've spoken about the report you wrote about the system and how it works. Was, in your view, this incident exactly the incident you feared because of the problems you saw in testing?
It's almost to the word.
Okay.
Pathetic.
Thank you.
Prophetic or pathetic?
Pathetic.
But also deeply distressing when you see all the information Army had, you see all the integrity of your reports, you see the expertise that you brought, and the fact that they were searching for a way around because they just wanted this up and running. They had one answer, and if you didn't meet, they had one solution that they were going to press through regardless. That seems to me what happened here.
Yeah, I think too the organisational culture in how it responded to flight test reports is the wider issue here. This was not just a one-off. There were multiple lines, which I can go into later, where we had grave concerns.
Thanks both for all your help.
Senator Roberts just has a couple of closing questions as well.
Just three brief questions. The term cabal has been used to describe the people opposed to you. Would you agree?
Yes.
What do you mean by a cabal?
I'd like to highlight that in using that term, that Defence's airworthiness construct and its processes are fundamentally sound. If you look at the history of Defence accidents over time since the 80s, they've trended downwards in response to those due to those processes. The concept of a cabal is you have an organisation or a body that has stated values and processes and expectations. A cabal is a subset of that group who have their own agenda or own motivations.
So this was just following on that. If Defence had followed its own rules, this wouldn't have happened.
Yes.
Correct, Senator, as per my opening statement. Yep. It's the procedures in the application to the policy that was broken, not the policy itself. Very sound.
If I can go further to that, one of the concerns is I've seen often with investigations is we tend to try and look at a procedural error. I don't think there is a procedural error. The procedures are sound. It's the individuals who applied those procedures that is at fault here.
So it's a matter of integrity, not system.
I believe so.
Enforcement of the system with integrity.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Lamb, could you comment, please, specifically on Mr. Wilson's qualifications, where you rank him as a test pilot and as a human?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So, Major Wilson's qualifications and experience stand alone. There's no one that's in a comparison. If you look in the history of the Australian Defence Force, you can count on two hands aircrew that hold 3 postgraduate qualifications: qualified test pilot, qualified flying instructor, qualified helicopter instructor. The 2 witnesses in front of you hold those 3 qualifications. It's very rare. But the difference between Ian and myself is he's far more experienced. He was not just successful in Army Aviation as a Category A helicopter instructor with over 1,000 hours on the MRH-90. He helped implement that into service. He was a very successful qualified flying instructor in the Australian Air Force. He was a roulette. And so their job is quality assurance and flight standards for the whole of the ADF, Army, Navy, Air Force. One of his responsibilities working in that central flying school environment at RAF Base East Sale is to go out to all the squadrons and ensure the standards of the standards officer are correct and right and upheld. To be bestowed with that responsibility requires, it's not just someone who has exemplary hands and feet to be able to fly at an air show, but someone who has the utmost integrity and can be ordained with that trust, which is for capability. I could go on.
What about as a human being, integrity? He sounds practical, qualified, very, very, very experienced.
So, you know, we spoke about the values of the Australian Defence Force. The in-flight tests, truth and integrity are above all. And so having the mind and the responsibility for the squadron pilot is in foremost of certainly every test pilot, but particularly with Major Ian Wilson. The point, to that point, you know, the personal cost this has had on Ian, I know, as a friend through this period has been extraordinary, but the truth matters and it must be upheld. And so that's the reason that Ian has put such a comprehensive technical report into your committee for consideration. He's done that because of a conscience, but also, as you allude to, his pragmatic understanding of what right looks like. There is a great degree of professional judgment that's required in making recommendations. It's balanced against the outcomes that are required by the service, but ultimately it's the conscience which is the moral compass for Ian.
And he has the courage to follow that compass regardless.
Well, today's evidential, and also the IGADF and that advocacy is evidential of that.
This is not driven by personalities, this is driven by facts.
That's exactly right. This is evidence-based. Like I know for the both of us, there are many other things we'd be rather doing, but with the privilege of qualification, and that's been afforded to both of us, and in your question of Ian, comes the responsibility to stand up for truth and right.
Thank you. I've got one final question. Are you both aware of the Challenger Space Shuttle explosion in 1986?
Yes.
I was studying at the University of Chicago Graduate School of Business in 1988, and one of the professors that were teaching us had access to the data, and he was a statistician, and he said that the Challenger conditions of launch were not below freezing point, not below 32 degrees Fahrenheit, 0 degrees centigrade. They had themselves in a position where it was a frost and it was below freezing, and the manufacturer of the shuttle recommended to abort the shuttle, abort the launch, delay it, and the people in charge of the flight said, no, go ahead, because they were too worried about being embarrassed. Pride got in the way, and 7 people died.
To your point, Senator, the laws of physics are constant.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. Thank you both for having the courage to give evidence to us today. The committee will now suspend until 11:30 a.m. So we will cut. Fantastic. I now welcome representatives from the Office of the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. I remind senators and witnesses that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. For the Hansard record, can I please get you each to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Thank you, Senator. Raylene Sharp, KC, Director of Public Prosecutions for the Commonwealth.
And Andrew Doyle, I'm the Acting National Practice Leader for Fraud and Specialist Agencies at the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions.
Fantastic, thank you. Do you have an opening statement?
I do, Senator. It's very short.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to make an opening statement. Joining me, as you've heard, is Mr Andrew Doyle, the Acting National Practice Leader of the Fraud and Specialist Agencies Practice Group. That group has the responsibility for the prosecution of cases referred to my office by Comcare. Both I and my office recognise the importance of the Senate's work and this committee's work in relation to this inquiry. I would like to take this opportunity to again acknowledge the loss of lives in this incident, the loss of Captain Daniel Lyon, Corporal Alexander Naggs, Lieutenant Maxwell Nugent and Warrant Officer Class 2 Joseph Laycock, known as Philip Laycock. I also recognise the grief of their families, friends and communities. The CDPP's March 2026 submission to the inquiry provided information to address the inquiry's terms of reference to the extent that it does not, in our view, create a risk of prejudice to any further investigation and potential prosecution or disclose any legal advice that is a subject of legal professional privilege. We know the committee appreciates the answers we can give in relation to matters that may be heard before the court require prudence. As we set out in our submission, we have concerns that disclosing further information, particularly in relation to paragraph C and E of the terms of reference, would in our view be detrimental to the prospects of further investigation and potential prosecution in relation to the incident. In our view, this outcome is not in the public interest and not conducive to the administration of justice, and also, on one view, is inconsistent with Minister Rishworth's public interest immunity claim. The CDPP, my office, is currently prosecuting a number of matters that are of significant public interest. Recognising that a key aspect of our criminal justice system is the principle of open justice, we are conscious that prosecutions are rightly the subject of public discussion. That said, public discussion of potential or ongoing proceedings must be approached carefully. The CDPP's work continues to be multifaceted and complex, and I want to acknowledge the work that all the staff of the CDPP do to support the criminal prosecution work of the Commonwealth. In doing that work, the standard we hold ourselves to as a prosecuting agency and as public servants is one in which the public can have confidence. I thank the committee for allowing me to make this opening statement, and we look forward to assisting the committee with these questions to the extent that we're able within the rules.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. We will move into questions. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your statement. Thank you for being here. We certainly don't want to potentially disrupt or throw into jeopardy any future things. It's very important from a government perspective or from a parliamentary perspective, government, that we have confidence that a DPP won't change its mind but will make new decisions with new information. It's a very good process to go. You talk about there's two ongoing, I think the IG, ADF, and also is the Queensland Coroner's Court also looking at this currently?
I understand there's a Queensland Coroner's Court inquiry as well, yes.
One of the concerns of people we've spoken to is the ability to take action due to time period of flowing of things. What are the windows open for you to look at new information and reconsider your current opinion?
Thank you, Senator. The Work Health and Safety Act, which contains the offence provisions under consideration, provides for a 2-year time limit to bring the standard time limit is a 2-year limitation period. But there is a different limitation period in certain circumstances. So that's section 232 of the Work Health and Safety Act. Subsection 1 says proceedings for an offence against the Act may be brought within the latest of the following periods. So this is the latest of these dates. The first is within 2 years after the offence first comes to the notice of the regulator. That date has already passed in relation to this incident. Or within 1 year after a coronial report was made, or a coronial inquiry or inquest ended, or an official inquiry ended, if it appeared from the report or the proceedings at the inquiry or inquest that an offence had been committed against this Act. And so the concept of an official inquiry is defined in subsection 3, and an official inquiry means a Royal Commission within the meaning of the Royal Commissions Act, a Royal Commission of a state or territory, relevantly a Commission of Inquiry of the Commonwealth or of a state or territory, or a court, board or commission of inquiry conducted under regulations made under the Defence Act of 1903. Okay. And so the IGADF inquiry appears on its face to fall within that definition, and on that basis, the limitation period is 12 months after the conclusion of that inquiry or the provision of the report of that inquiry.
Not familiar with how the organisational structure works. Would the people who originally assessed the likelihood of a successful prosecution be on the lookout for these things to come and reassess, or is it a different team? Like, you have turnover, but are there different teams that look, what is the the coronial inquest finishes tomorrow? What happens from your perspective on that?
The preference for my office, and certainly the process that we engage in when we can, subject to staff turnover, is that a person who's had involvement with a case would remain in that case. And so, assuming the staff members who were involved in the original assessment of the brief were still within the office, then they would be assigned to assessing any further information that might arise or might come into the office.
Choosing words carefully because of where we are and what we're doing. If that's under the WHS Act, and that's those things specifically around fatigue and signing off of duties. If there are other potential crimes brought to bear by inquiries or new evidence comes to light on anything, is that assessed by a similar team, or is that a different body again? If we're looking at some sort of procedural errors that cause death of others, yeah.
Thank you, Senator. I think, like a good lawyer, the answer to that question is it depends.
Yep.
I can understand, Senator, why you would ask the question. It would depend on the nature of the brief that we received in relation to any other offences.
Right.
But if there is evidence that was similar or related to a similar incident, then we would certainly look to leverage off existing knowledge and understanding of relevant documents and evidence to have the same team prepare it. We organise the office by sort of loosely by crime type.
Yep.
Mr Doyle's practice area includes referrals from Comcare, and so we have crime types considered together, but we do consider each brief on its merits, and if it's more appropriate that a particular brief is considered by a particular team, then we absolutely have that flexibility.
And I desperately don't want to get into things that are contentious or can bring problems. When you get the Comcare referral and you look through, and obviously you don't want to spend resources prosecuting something you can't be successful in because that works for no one. Do you look at the DFSB report, you look at all these other things, everything comes into a pile of information as it currently is before you make that, what things do you look at before you make that assessment?
Senator, thank you for the question. I'll speak generally. Each brief is assessed on its merits by reference to the test in the prosecution policy of the Commonwealth. Resourcing is an issue, but the test requires us to consider three things. First, is there a prima facie case? Has an offence been committed? Secondly, an in-depth look at the evidence that's been provided to us, the information on a brief, and that's a consideration of an entire brief, all of the things that have been referred to us. And the test by which we decide whether to proceed is whether there are reasonable prospects. And so, Senator, you mentioned that it's in nobody's interest to run a case that we might lose. The test is reasonable prospects, not absolute prospects. Right. At times there will be cases that we run where there's an acquittal, and that is the system working because... and then the third aspect of the test is whether it's in the public interest. And I've given previous evidence about that. In this case, had there been reasonable prospects, it would absolutely have been in the public interest to run the prosecution. And so we do consider all of the evidence that's provided to us by our investigative partners on a brief of evidence. But the CDPP is not an investigative agency. We don't have the capacity to bring in more evidence. We can only do that through and with the assistance of our partner agencies, the referring agencies.
And expecting I may not get the answer that I want on this one, was the DFSB report considered as part of the brief of evidence?
Can I just, if you just excuse me one moment, I'll just confirm from a factual perspective. It was available to us and part of the materials we had, yes.
Okay, so that's good. So, I keep saying our, but I'm speaking in the plural when I mean my concern is the relevance of that report going forward. So should errors be found of that would offer a chance to reconsider.
Senator, we've got the opportunity to consider any brief that our partners provide to us.
Okay.
And Comcare is conducting an ongoing investigation, and we will review any evidence that Comcare provides to us.
Thank you, Chair. That's all I have.
Can I?
I think it's important also to note that a report in and of itself is not evidence.
Yeah.
Obviously, you need a witness to provide the foundation of opinions that are expressed in reports.
Yeah.
And certainly when you're calling expert witnesses with specialised knowledge, you need the foundation from which that knowledge comes from. You need to consider conflicts of interest and the ability to call witnesses.
We're doing that.
So there's a whole range of considerations that we do in our role as prosecutors to determine whether or not evidence is admissible or not. And we rely upon investigators to gather that evidence in order for us to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah, thanks for your attendance today. So on the 22nd and 22nd of July last year, you made two separate decisions, one in relation to the brief of evidence about fatigue and one in relation to the brief of evidence about we'll call it the top owl system. And in both cases, you decided there were no reasonable prospects of conviction and to not proceed with the prosecution. Is that right?
That's right.
And then, Ms Sharp, you reviewed, on request, you reviewed those
Yes.
and affirmed the position?
Yes.
And that was on the basis of the two separate briefs of evidence that Comcare had provided to you, is that right?
That's correct.
Yep. Mr Doyle, you will know that nodding turns up really badly on the transcript. but
Leave it to the
if you're
director
happy to rely
respond,
upon Ms Sharp's response, that's fine. Of course, you're dependent upon the information provided to you by, in this case, the investigative agency, Comcare. Yes. But you can make requisitions of them to request them to undertake further studies, to bring further evidence forward. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's kind of standard part of your work. If you see a gap in the evidence or a potential conflict of interest where a witness may not be credible, you might ask them to bring an alternate witness or provide some evidentiary material to fill a gap. Is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
Did you look at the witnesses that provided critical evidence about the top owl and the management of the top owl to the I keep mucking up that acronym.
Which one?
Defence Flight Safety Bureau. Senator, I'm loath to get into detail about individual considerations about individual witnesses simply because Comcare has an ongoing investigation and the discussion about those matters might prejudice. I can say at a level of process, if that assists, one of the things we do consider is the nature of witnesses, their credibility and reliability and the evidence they give in the context of the entire brief.
I might ask you to take this on notice and you can answer as best as you see fit.
Thank you, Senator.
There were multiple reports produced in 2020 by the Army Aviation's key safety bureau, AITS, raising a series of very real concerns about the operation of the top owl and the instrumentation that's provided to the top owl. Those concerns were dealt with inside Army Aviation by getting an operational evaluation done, which then, from the point of view of Army Aviation, permitted the Taipan to be used in the circumstances that led to this tragic deaths. One of the real concerns that's been raised, if you look at all the material before this inquiry, is that in assessing the reasonableness or otherwise of those responses and whether or not what Army Aviation did was correct or not correct, in the proceedings before the Defence Flight Safety Bureau and then ultimately which fed into the IGADF report, there are substantial concerns that critical witnesses who were providing evidence about the reasonableness had a deep and acknowledged conflict of interest, insofar as they were giving evidence to the inquiry about what was or wasn't reasonable, but yet their decisions and their actions had been at the core of providing the operational evaluation. Did you look at that in the course of your review of the material? Was that apparent to you when you were reviewing the material? And did you consider requisitions in light of those concerns?
Thank you, Senator. I will take that on notice. And so that we can provide the detail we can provide that doesn't impact on the ongoing investigation. Can I say, just in terms of the requisitions in this matter, given the timeframes that were involved, the capacity to ask for significant requisitions was curtailed by
I am going to come to the timeframes,
Okay,
Ms. Sharp.
thank you, Senator.
You only got the briefs in March of 2025, which gave you barely, not even 3 months, really, to get your head around very complex material. Was an explanation given to you about why the briefs only arrived in March?
At a high level, I'm not aware whether there was a specific explanation. However, I can say in terms of the investigation of WH&S matters, which is a very complex area, at a very high level, speaking about all investigations of these matters, they're generally very document heavy and require policies and procedures from within the particular person conducting the business or undertaking. And so the first part of an investigation, in addition to liaising with family members of deceased, which is an important part of the role, and Comcare I'm sure can explain these steps, is to obtain all of those various documents. That is a process that can take time. It might be that there are a large number of documents. And then the next part of that process is to engage an expert. The process of identifying an expert in certain areas can be particularly challenging, in particular in the defence space, when a number of the experts come from within defence, and so they themselves may not be in a position to provide independent expert evidence about that. And so the process of collating all of those documents is one that takes a significant amount of time, and then an expert has to be briefed and given time themselves to absorb those materials, consider those materials and provide a report. And so we see consistently that the 2-year time frame provides significant challenges across the board in this context.
Who was the expert in this case?
I don't know the name off the top of my head, I'm sorry, Senator, but I can certainly take that on notice. You know? Yeah, can I take that on notice? Because
if you could also provide on, I know you've given a general response about this is document heavy, etc. But can you provide on notice if an explanation was given to you about why it only arrived in March, barely 3 months before the statute of limitations, at least the first statute of limitations, and if you sought some clarity about that?
I can take those
and
on
if so,
notice,
what was the advice and what was the clarity?
I'll take those on notice, Senator, thank you.
You make it clear in your submission that although the first statute of limitation has expired, the 2 years, there's a potential to revisit this if it appears from the report or the proceedings of the IGADF inquiry that an offence, it says had been committed. The legislation, do we read that as may have been committed?
So Senator, you're speaking about the provision in the WH&S Act?
Yeah, page 3 of your submission, paragraph 11, about point 7 on the page.
Yeah. Just excuse me a moment, I'll make sure I'm looking at precisely the same. And I'll just double check the provision. Yeah, had been committed.
Yep. Now, are you permitted under 2321B to form a view based upon the report or the proceedings, which I assume includes the evidence? Proceedings includes all the evidence and material before the committee. Are you entitled to form a view in light of other evidence? So if you have other evidence that would put a particular light or put a particular, understanding of that material, are you able to use that to form a view?
I currently do not read section 2321B as limiting any brief to only the evidence that comes from a particular inquiry.
All right.
The function, as I read it, of 2321B is to simply set the statute of limitations, the outer time period for the prosecution of a matter for one of those offences.
All right. And so if you had other testimony or another expert's report that said, actually, I've looked at the proceedings, I've looked at the material, and in light of that, I think X, Y, or Z, you'd be permitted to rely upon that, even if that was created after the
yes,
inquiry.
Senator. I see that as a function of the 1 year time gap. It's not that we have to make a decision based on that outcome. There is 1 year in which to consider, as I understand the intention of the provision, it provides investigators with the opportunity to consider the outcome of an inquiry if that's where an offence has been identified.
And that would permit Comcare to get another expert report if they chose, or you. But at this stage, I suppose you're functus, aren't you?
Yes.
You can't, until some more documents are given to you another brief is given to you by Comcare, it's really in the ballpark of Comcare to determine whether they get further information.
Rather than, language of functus not being a court, but I don't have a brief to consider currently, and not being an investigative agency, it's not my role to conduct an investigation or necessarily bring that in. That's a matter for Comcare.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Chair, and apologies, I've had a couple of IT issues, so if this has already been answered, apologies again. But I just want to ask, with respect to the submission before the committee, it indicates that a prosecution still remains a possibility following the completion of the IG-ADF inquiry. I was hoping you could outline for the committee the process that would follow the receipt of that report from the IG-ADF and the steps that would be required before any decision to prosecute could be made.
Thank you, Senator. We've discussed at a high level some aspects of your question. In terms of the process, it's a matter for Comcare what investigative steps they take at the conclusion of the inquiry. The CDPP's role commences when a brief of evidence is referred, and so the question for my office is, what do we do once we get a brief? So anything that happens at the end of the inquiry is really a matter for Comcare. They will conduct an investigation. They will then might then refer a brief to our office, which we would consider in the normal course by reference to the prosecution policy to determine whether there's been an offence, whether there are reasonable prospects of conviction on the evidence that's been provided, and whether the prosecution is in the public interest.
Okay, so there's still a chance of reconsideration of prosecution once the IG-ADF report's released.
We would consider any brief that we receive from Comcare in relation to this matter, and the statute of limitation, the limitation period, as we've discussed, extends for 1 year beyond the completion of that inquiry as we read it currently.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I just wanted to ask that to clarify. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing. Did you, by any chance, watch the testimony of Mr. Wilson and Mr. Lamb? At least their public testimony?
I saw some portions of it, but I didn't watch it in toto from start to finish. I'm sorry, Senator, no.
Thank you. If this inquiry wrote to you with significant new evidence, would you be able to reconsider?
If the Senate wrote to me with evidence, Senator, I would refer that evidence to Comcare for investigation and to compile a brief to refer to the office.
Thank you. Last question, Chair. The other senators have asked the questions I've had. Has anyone put any pressure on you in any way?
No, Senator.
Thank you. That's it.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Senator Roberts, and thank you both for appearing. If there are any questions taken on notice.
We've taken a couple on notice and my team has noted
10th
those.
of July, we would be very grateful, but thank you and sorry for the delay in the programming. We appreciate. We'll just suspend for a couple of minutes. I now welcome representatives from Comcare. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I please get you each to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Colin Radford. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Comcare.
Justin Napier, General Manager of Regulatory Operations Group, Comcare.
Thank you, Chair. Louise Close, General Manager of Comcare's Legal Group.
And Michael Duke, Deputy CEO of Comcare.
Fantastic, thank you. And do you have an opening statement?
I do, Chair.
Fantastic, please proceed.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Senators. As I mentioned, my name is Colin Radford. I'm the CEO and Accountable Authority of Comcare. At the outset, I would like to acknowledge and extend my sincere condolences to the loved ones of Captain Daniel Lyon, Lieutenant Maxwell Nugent, Warrant Officer Class 2 Joseph Philip Laycock and Corporal Alexander Nags, who tragically lost their lives on the 28th of July 2023. I also acknowledge the impact this incident has had on members of 6th Aviation Regiment and other members of the Australian Defence Force. On 1 August 2023, Comcare commenced an investigation into Defence's compliance with the Commonwealth Work Health and Safety Act in relation to this incident. The investigation examined several lines of inquiry, including the management of fatigue risks, the use of the top hour navigation system, and potential mechanical or structural issues associated with the aircraft. During that investigation, Comcare formed the view that there were known risks to the health and safety of workers in respect of fatigue and the top hour system, and that Defence failed to implement available control measures so far as was reasonably practical. At that time, Comcare considered there was evidence to support a view that Defence may have committed one or more offences under the WHS Act. As a result, Comcare referred 2 briefs of evidence to the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions in respect of fatigue management and the top hour system. On 22 July 2025, the CDPP advised that it would not commence a prosecution as it did not consider there were reasonable prospects of obtaining a conviction. I would like to stress to the committee and the senators that Comcare's investigation into this incident remains open, and we continue to focus on safety issues associated with the incident. Whilst the 2-year limitation period has expired, the WHS Act allows for proceedings to be brought outside that period in specific circumstances. Comcare is aware that the Inspector-General of the Australian Defence Force and the Queensland Coroner are both conducting inquiries. In Comcare's view, these processes and any findings may potentially extend that limitation period by a further 12 months. If that occurs, Comcare may consider referring a subsequent brief of evidence to the CDPP. Comcare is committed to fully assisting this inquiry wherever possible, whilst we must also maintain an appropriate balance between transparency and protecting the integrity of our ongoing investigation. Importantly, Comcare is concerned to preserve the potential for any future regulatory or prosecutorial action under the WHS Act. Maintaining this balance means that there are necessarily limitations on the information that we may be able to provide today, because disclosing certain material, such as legal advice or detailed evidence, could jeopardise any future prosecution. Comcare is especially conscious of taking an approach that respects and protects the interests of the loved ones of the Defence members who lost their lives. We appreciate that the committee also shares this objective, and we welcome the opportunity to assist you today.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I will give the call to Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks all for your attendance today. Your evidence about the potential extension of the time limits is consistent with what we've heard from the CDPP, potentially 12 months from the time at which the IGADF report is delivered. Is it your position that potentially 12 months from the time of the coroner's report being delivered as well?
I'm just going to confer with Ms. Close. Yes, that is correct, Senator.
Right. Do you have any timeline given to you by the Queensland coroner?
We do not. We don't have knowledge of when either of those inquiries or reports will be delivered, Senator.
I know you presented 2 briefs to the CDPP, yes. But if I might just ask you, my questions will be primarily about that brief involving the top owl. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, yeah. Yes, Senator.
Did you obtain independent expert advice to review the decisions by Army Aviation to allow the top owl to be used in the circumstances that led to these 4 tragic deaths?
I would defer to Mr Napier on that question,
I might
Senator.
defer to Ms Close as well, because I think we're, in disclosing information of that nature, we might be in a position where potentially we can jeopardise ongoing inquiries.
Telling us whether or not you obtained independent expert advice, I don't see how that would jeopardise an investigation.
It's commonplace for us to obtain expert witness advice in relation to matters.
My question, though, wasn't just expert witness advice. My question was about independent expert witness advice outside of Army Aviation.
I think, Senator, if I could, the question you're asking would cause us to go into the brief of evidence that was prepared and the witnesses that we spoke to in developing that brief of evidence, which we're not in a position to do, because in doing so we could jeopardise any future prosecution.
This is a critical matter. So what I'd ask you to do is take it on notice, and if you feel you can only provide the answer as a confidential submission because you think doing otherwise might prejudice a future investigation, I'm sure we would understand the need for confidentiality. But I'm going to press my question and ask you to take it on notice.
No, we'd be pleased to take that on notice.
And invite you, if you think it's necessary to maintain the confidence for the integrity of the investigation, to provide it to us as a confidential response.
Thank you, Senator.
Of course, ensuring that expert testimony is free of conflicts of interest would be kind of bread and butter, wouldn't it, for your organisation?
Yes, Senator.
And particularly where you have such a large organisation as Defence, which is, in some regards, operates in a very bespoke environment, there might be a temptation to rely upon the expert evidence that comes from within that organisation because it's hard to find external advice. How do you go about dealing with that in a matter like this?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. And you're correct, that can be a challenging aspect of work health and safety investigations, particularly in highly specialised industries. It is often the case that the people with the expertise work in that industry and therefore, to some extent, may have conflicts. For that reason, that is one reason why work health and safety investigations can take some time, because it can take time to source relevant experts who have sufficient expertise, which is the other necessary prerequisite. They must have the expertise that is required for the particular investigation. So we do that, Senator.
Well, in this case, though, one of the good features of how the ADF constructs its air safety management is there is a separate air safety regulator inside the Navy and another one, a larger one, inside the Air Force. I'm going to ask you again to take on notice whether or not you reached out to get at least that degree of independence from either the Navy or the Air Force, and expert advice from either of those parts to assess the reasonableness or otherwise, the legality or otherwise, of Army Aviation's decision to put Top Owl into use. Could I ask you to take that on notice?
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
And my final question is about the delay. I don't know if you heard the CDPP's evidence.
Yes, Senator.
Assume I'm asking you the same questions. Who's best to respond?
I'll ask Mr Napier to respond as the head of our regulatory operations group. But I might just, on a preliminary basis, these are very complex investigations, Senator, and I think I'm not going to refer it to the evidence of someone that went before, but it is fair to say that Comcare is constrained by that 2-year limitation period, there's there's a large number of documents, but there is also, as you have rightly pointed out, the ability to find independent advice, validation, verification in a very highly specialised arena can be challenging. Often that involves engaging with experts from overseas. Locating those experts in the first instance is challenging, and the timeframes do present significant hurdles.
The one additional question I'd ask, because Comcare weren't dealing directly with Army Aviation, did you get at all points full and timely cooperation from Army Aviation with the provision of evidence in timeframes you requested, the open access to records? Did you get that from Army Aviation?
I wasn't at Comcare at the time, Senator, so I'll ask Mr Napier to respond.
Yes, Senator, at all times we receive full cooperation.
Timely?
Timely.
So the delay, if there was any, is in Comcare in assessing the complexity of the documents and the expert reports? Is that where the delay rests? And I'm not necessarily being critical, you've explained it. The delay is within Comcare's offices, not within Army Aviation providing material?
That's right. It's the complexity of the material. We had to review a lot of documents, a lot of which were very technical in nature. We needed to seek, as we've discussed earlier, expert opinion to assist us to understand those documents and how they relate to the safety system of defence.
I think, Senator, it goes to the thoroughness rather than perhaps a delay. It was the required thoroughness that we needed to undertake.
Yeah, I mean, I'm using the word
No,
delay,
I appreciate that.
And I put it in that context.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Senator Cadell?
Quickly, because I think we're going there. Is this the only incident regarding the MH90 that Comcare has got a brief of evidence for?
Excuse me. Brief of evidence, yes.
Right. So you looked at the other downing in the aircraft where the people were on the ladder? Jarvis Bay.
I believe so, Senator, but can I take that on notice for clarity?
The evidence to this date shows that Army Aviation were aware of a number of failings regarding Planned Paladin in its compliance and still operated outside of that. Do we ever go out outside of looking at an individual act and look at a pattern of behaviour?
We can do. The majority of the matters that come to our attention do so because they're notified to the regulator, and they're very prescriptive requirements on the employer, the PCBU, as to when that needs to happen. Notwithstanding that, there are from time to time matters that we might become aware of, and we may initiate an inquiry in relation to those. But predominantly it's in response to an incident notification. Clearly people passed away both Jarvis Bay and this. What is the threshold for normally there are referrals for notifications? Well, at the simplest level, a fatality in the workplace requires notification.
Requires?
Yes.
Is Defence known for giving ones that are below that level? Incidents, near misses, breaches or anything like that?
If it meets the requirements to notify the regulator, they have a legal obligation to do so.
For a death must be, what are the serious injury? What's the hurdle there?
Senator, the incident notification provisions are contained in Part 3 of the Work Health and Safety Act. So in short, a notifiable incident means the death of a person, a serious injury or illness of a person, or a dangerous incident. The Act goes on to describe what a serious injury or illness is. And
but dangerous incident?
Dangerous incident, yes.
Okay. So I'm going back. So without creating a brief of evidence, how many, if you can answer, incidents have been referred to regarding the MH90?
I'd need to take that on notice.
Okay. Without that incident, and choosing words quite, sorry, being that. It's, we're concerned, I won't think of the raw plural, I am concerned about a pattern of behaviour that led ultimately to this one, but also going historically. Have you looked at a pattern of behaviour of Army Aviation as part of this?
Senator, again, I don't want to go into the detail of the brief of evidence and what evidence formed the brief, but I will restate that in the course of our investigation, we did form the view that there were known risks associated with fatigue and with the top owl system, and that Defence failed to implement available control measures. I can say that.
Okay. You talk about available control measures. One of the potential lines that is coming through is that there was departure from procedures required for operation going through that. So the risk mitigation wasn't actually there for some things that they were putting in their actions. There was a scope between unacceptable to satisfactory on their areas, and some of their activities were in the unacceptable area and were scoped down without the proper procedure. Where would that fall? If it's not the act itself that caused the incident, how does Comcare, when there are close incidents, there's been near misses that haven't caused this, you've been referred to, how does using, if I pick up a jackhammer and I use it to, try and change a wheel, clearly that's using something out of scope, and I don't have procedures for that. How does that fall if Defence is doing that?
So, Senator, I think in work health and safety terms, it's often referred to as risk-based legislation.
Yep.
And what that means is that you can still commit an offence if you fail to, so far as reasonably practicable, mitigate a known risk.
Right.
So you don't need the risk to be realised.
Yep.
You don't need a consequence. Obviously and unfortunately in this incident there was a very tragic consequence and outcome, but under our risk-based framework, the failure to properly manage a risk is in and of itself an offence.
Okay. So if there are incidents that come out of hypotheticals that I'm not allowed to ask, if there are incidents that come out of IGADF or the Queensland Coroner's report that highlight poor risk management procedures, that could be a thing in itself, even if it's not regarding to this incident.
We will examine those reports, and if we form a view that there is evidence that supports a contravention of the legislation, it would normally, we would then consider whether we would need to prepare a brief for the CDPP for a potential prosecution.
Has there been prosecution of Defence Force successfully carried away?
Yes.
How recently? Sorry about that.
No. We do have that information to hand. While Mr Napier finds that, most recently, Senator, there was a matter where Defence was fined $180,000, where unfortunately a serviceman took his own life in circumstances where Defence failed to appropriately manage the risks to that serviceman's psychological wellbeing.
Senator, I can perhaps elaborate on that as well. Since the commencement of the Work Health and Safety Act, there have been 9 criminal prosecutions of the Department of Defence, and there are 2 current prosecutions.
How long is that? Over what period? I don't know where to start.
I think it's the commencement of the Act. The Act commenced in 2012.
So 2012, so almost 1 a year, not quite that. Okay. Has there been any, you say criminal prosecutions, has there been any individuals found personally liable for anything there?
No, Senator.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me, and thank you for appearing. How many breaches of acts have you identified in this case?
We formed the view in this case, Senator, that there were two matters that warranted a brief of evidence to the CDPP.
And did you identify any individuals responsible, or was it systemic?
No, Senator.
You haven't?
No.
Did you hear the testimony, at least the public component this morning, of Mr Wilson and Mr Lamb?
I heard it in part, Senator, and then we were travelling to Parliament, so we didn't hear the whole testimony. But in terms of the public elements of it, from this morning, we heard a substantial section of it, yes.
Are you aware of any conflicts of interest or potential conflicts of interest in this case?
Of whom? Sorry, Senator?
Just of witnesses?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
What about the, what's it called? The Defence Flight Safety Bureau investigation. Did you assess that?
That was part of the material assessed by the investigator, yes.
Any potential for conflicts of interest there?
None that I'm aware of, Senator.
What about corruption of process?
Again, not that I'm aware of.
What about evidence being fabricated?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Has any pressure been put on you? You were actually recommending prosecution, weren't you?
Yes, we in fact did recommend prosecution, Senator, and that remains our position.
What are the, this may have been asked in part by one of the other senators, what is the avenue for reopening the case?
The avenue, and I might defer to Ms Close, but the avenue is that if the IGADF or the Queensland Coroner's reports or findings give rise to a view that there has been a contravention of the Act, that, as I understand it, that may re-enliven the statutory period for a further 12 months.
Is there any other avenue apart from those two investigations?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator, but I will.
No, Senator, I'm not aware of one of the limitations of the Work Health and Safety Act is there is a 2-year limitation period which cannot be extended other than in very specific circumstances which have been described by the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions, which in this case specifically relate potentially to the findings of other inquiries.
So what about this Senate inquiry?
I am unsure of the position of that, Senator. We would need to take that on notice.
Especially with regard to the 3 items I mentioned, conflict of interest, corruption and evidence fabrication. So you'd consider that? You'd take it on notice?
I'm sorry, Senator, I didn't quite hear the question.
You'd consider those, or you'd have to take it on notice as to whether or not you could consider them?
We would consider any material that came to light if we were to... sorry, I'll go back a step. Our investigation is ongoing, and we would consider any matters that came to light in the event that there was an opportunity to progress another brief of evidence to the CDPP, Senator.
Thank you very much. Excuse my voice.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for appearing. If there were any questions on notice, if you could have those to us by the 10th of July, we would be most grateful.
We will.
But thank you, and apologies for the delay. I think we've managed to catch up. We will now suspend until 1:30, where we will be back with the Department of Defence. Fantastic. Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the Department of Defence and the Defence Flight Safety Bureau. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, could I please get you each to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Thank you, Senator, and good afternoon. My name is Air Vice Marshal Tim Innes, and I'm representing the Defence Aviation Authority. Air Marshal Chaplain.
Senator, my name is Major General Dave Hafner. I am the Commander of Army's Aviation Command.
Afternoon, Senators. Group Captain David Smith. I'm the Director of the Defence Flight Safety Bureau and also the Officer in Charge of the Aviation Safety Investigation.
Fantastic, thank you. Now, does either Defence or the DFSB have opening statements?
Yes, we do, Senator.
You do? Please proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the tragic loss of Captain Daniel Lyon, Lieutenant Maxwell Nugent, Warrant Officer Class 2 Joseph Philip Laycock and Corporal Alexander Nags in the MRH-90 Taipan helicopter accident on the 28th of July 2023. Our thoughts remain with their families, friends, the unit and all those across the Army and broader Defence community affected by this devastating event. The well-being of our people and their families remain Defence's highest priority. Defence welcomes the opportunity to assist the committee in its examination of this accident. We are committed to supporting thorough, independent and transparent processes that seek to understand what occurred and to identify lessons that continue to strengthen aviation safety. The accident is subject of multiple independent investigations and inquiries, including by the Defence Flight Safety Bureau, the Inspector General of the ADF, Comcare and the Queensland Coroner. We acknowledge the impacts that these ongoing investigations are having on all individuals involved. The Defence Flight Safety Bureau Aviation Safety investigation has been completed. Defence understands that all other inquiries remain ongoing. Defence continues to cooperate fully with each of these processes. As they are independent statutory processes, it would be inappropriate for Defence to provide commentary on matters within their respective scope while they remain ongoing, consistent with the need to support the integrity of those processes. As per our submission, Defence may assist the committee by providing context on aviation safety, including airworthiness within Defence, the role of Army aviation, and the findings of the Defence Flight Safety Bureau investigation. Defence aviation operates within a comprehensive safety framework underpinned by independent policy, regulation, assurance and investigation functions. The framework is designed to enable Command to manage risk, promote compliance with aviation safety requirements and encourage continuous improvement across all aviation activities. The Chief of the Air Force is appointed as the Defence Aviation Authority, with the Defence Aviation Safety Framework applicable to Army, Navy and Air Force. The Defence Flight Safety Bureau's Aviation Safety Investigation Report, publicly released in May 2025, was the most comprehensive aviation safety investigation undertaken by Defence in 2 decades. It concluded that the accident was caused by an unrecognised loss of spatial orientation. The report provides safety actions and recommendations. The report does not seek to apportion blame or determine liability and does not recommend disciplinary or administrative action against organisations or individuals. This approach is consistent with international aviation practice and standards for aviation safety investigations. Defence has accepted all 46 recommendations from that report and has prioritised their implementation through a robust governance and assurance framework with independent oversight. Progress is well advanced, with 19 recommendations completed. Military aviation operates in a uniquely demanding environment. Our aviators are trained to operate in complex, high-risk conditions, including at night, at low altitude and from austere locations. This training is essential to ensure our forces are prepared for war, but also humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. Defence remains committed to learning from this tragedy, strengthening aviation safety and honouring those we lost through meaningful and enduring improvements. We thank the committee for the opportunity to appear today and stand ready to assist with your questions. And Senator, if it may help in directing your questions, I'll attempt to answer or take on notice questions regarding the overall Defence Aviation Safety Policy and the way it's applied broadly. General Hafner will answer questions regarding Army aviation and how that policy is applied in that context. And Group Captain Smith, who was heavily involved and in fact responsible for the DFSB incident report, will be able to give details on contents of the actual investigation report and the recommendations and findings from that report.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that opening statement. What we will do now is move into questions, and we might start with Senator Cadell.
Thank you very much. I'm somewhat concerned by the opening statement. We may not be able to get to the questions that are important because we're talking about DFSB findings. I want to talk about process. My concern is perceived conflicts of interest, real or otherwise. And I'll not give as much detail as I might because we're in public, but I'll go there. Why was it appropriate to seek technical advice from an individual rather than from Service Flight Test Organisation, particularly when Army and Navy FTOs both had people who were experienced with MH90 that weren't part of Plan Palisade?
We're talking about the investigation report? Sure.
Thank you very much for your question. I think the first part of your question was related to process.
Yep.
If you'd be happy if I could explain process,
yep.
Would be good. The Defence Flight Safety Bureau is an independent accident investigation organisation. The investigators are all trained at Cranfield University at the Accident Investigation course, which is an internationally recognised aviation accident investigation course. We have a very structured and robust investigation framework, and you will see the outcomes of that investigation framework in the Aviation Safety Investigation Report, how it's laid out, which really is there to determine the accident sequence of events, understand the individual actions, local conditions, moving into organisational risk controls and organisational influences. From a process perspective, each phase of that investigation undergoes a significant peer review of each phase. And importantly, that peer review is to ensure objectivity and to ensure freedom of bias. The conduct of DFSB investigations is not influenced or directed by the Defence Chain of Command or Defence Aviation Organisations. My authority is derived from a joint directive which is issued by the CDF and the Secretary, which requires the Defence Aviation Authority to establish an independent accident investigation organisation. And with those, as Director, I'm accorded independent powers to investigate an accident investigation. So therefore, from a process, I would also offer that our processes, our policy, procedures and practices are aligned with or consistent with the provisions specified by ICAO in Annex 13. So for the conduct of independent accident investigations. They're also consistent with the ICAO manual for the conduct of those investigations. Similarly, our investigation safety analysis model is consistent with that used by the Australian Transport Safety Bureau. We also have a memorandum of understanding with the Australian Transport Safety Bureau to ensure that we can consult and collaborate, and also, where required, provide technical or other assistance for the conduct of transport safety matters. So, Senator, I hope that I've answered your question regarding process, and I know that you had some other questions related to conflict of interest and SME.
Yeah, and that's the real thing. I get it. Strangely enough, process and procedure of Defence Force has been held up by almost every witness as being solid. We're talking about potential departure from that. This is where our concern comes in. So again, how do we come to appoint an individual rather than an FTO or an ATES or the Navy's equivalent, or an over? How do we come to appoint an individual with technical expertise on MH90 over going through the bodies that are here for it?
Thank you, Senator. In answer to your question, DFSB has used a range of subject matter experts throughout the course of the investigation, be they test pilots, qualified flying instructors at the School of Army Aviation, qualified flying instructors in Fleet Air Arm, standardisation officers at School of Army Aviation, Fleet Air Arm, test pilots from the Australian from Fleet Air Arm. During the course of the investigation, we did rely on a range of subject matter experts, and in particular one subject matter expert who I assessed clearly had extreme expertise of aircraft systems knowledge, the handling characteristics of the aircraft, how the automated flight control systems worked.
Excuse me.
They were not the only subject matter expert that we used.
Are you able to name that person?
That person that did provide a majority of systems knowledge was Lieutenant Colonel Norton.
Thank you.
Was that person the person that signed off on a minute downgrading the risks of some of the top hour systems from unacceptable to undesirable?
Senator, what I can say is
that... Could we have the question answered?
Thank you, Senator. Lieutenant Colonel Norton specifically provided advice as an SME to the Aviation Safety Investigation Team on aircraft systems, power plants, flight control systems, so the operating of the aircraft. His role as an SME, as per the minute, was to provide that subject matter expertise. His role was not to conduct investigation activities, nor was his role to do analysis of any evidence or information presented to the Aviation Safety Investigation Team.
Did he sign the minute that reduced the risk classification from unacceptable to undesirable? That was a question you've been asked. You've now been asked it 2 times, and it'd be good if we got an answer.
Senator, I have to take that on notice. I don't have that in front of me right now. I'm sorry.
When you say subject matter experts, you talk about flight handling, talk characteristics, you talk this. Did his subject matter expert go to Top Hat and the upgrades on that?
Yes, he did provide advice in terms of how does... he provided advice in terms of how does the HMSD symbology operate. He facilitated simulator events, which included my aviation safety investigators, so they could understand how the display symbology worked.
But a simulator event goes nowhere near addressing the real-world events that would have happened on the night of the dreadful incident, because the simulator doesn't have the lateral pressures, the lateral stresses, doesn't have any of that, does it?
Senator, what I would offer, the simulator events we did, we very much understood that you could not replicate visual, vestibular or sensory inputs to a pilot. That wasn't the role. The role I would offer, sir, was we very much had to understand, again, the DFSB Aviation Safety Investigation Team does not have current and qualified experts on every single aviation platform in the ADF, which is why we do need to leverage off expertise to provide the investigators a very detailed understanding of how the systems work. The simulator events involved a range of formation missions, replicating exactly the...
Okay, so we'll get there. This person who signed off was the person that recategorised the HMSD risk findings from unacceptable to undesirable. Under what authority, under DASR, was that able to be done?
Senator, I'd have to take that question on notice. I'm Accident Investigation Authority, not the regulator of aviation safety.
Air Vice Marshal Innes could answer that.
I think to explain that I need to give some background about the process of certification and assessment of those.
My understanding of the procedures are clear. It has to get under DASR, it has to be an FTO. Is that not black and white?
FTOs are involved in the process of recertifying an aircraft. This has been a change, correct?
Right. So how do we?
But they are not the end authority. The end authority is the DG DASA.
But that's yes. But that's the difference between ensuring things are compliant and assuring. There is a very difference between those two words. And assurance was given to do that, but it was never ensured that it was compliant. It was unacceptable. Ensured is unacceptable.
As I say, we're coming at the middle of the process. If I can just give a little bit of background about how we get to that process to start with. So when the aircraft was delivered, it was delivered under a certification basis that was met design standards by a credible organisation that had been recognised under international frameworks as a credible organisation. That arrived, it was in operation. Then when a change eventuates, which in this case came from NHI Industries, NATO Helicopter Industries, and we're talking about the top L in particular, and there are some components of that, the software load 5.10 if we want to be specific. When that change came through, DASA gets notification of that, and they then make an assessment from an engineering point of view. Has the software been compiled properly? Has it been presented? Has it been through the right processes? And they determine then whether it's a minor or major change. In this case, they said this is a major change, so it will require an amendment to the type certificate for the aircraft. That then triggers a process of test and evaluation, which then means that the military air operator, in this case General Hafner, well, it wasn't him, it was his predecessor, then gets past those parameters and said, okay, we need you to work out, we've assessed engineering-wise and technically, and because we have an agreement with the NH Industries that this is okay, they've been using it, it meets the certification process, we want you now to apply your test process. We acknowledge from the authority perspective that you'll be operating outside your authorised envelope of operations because it is a new amendment. So, in that case, it gets handed over to Army Aviation and they go through a process then which involves, and I'll let General Hafner explain how that went, but at the end of that process, it's not the sign-off of one test pilot, but a process then that they go through that starts with the test pilot, and then that evidence is presented back to the DG DASA, who then either assesses it and amends the type certificate and said, yes, you've met the requirements, or we're going to say that you operate in a different environment, or there are some restrictions, or there are some modifications to the publication so that it is safe to operate. But in any case, they reissue the airworthiness certificate. So I might, if you have any questions on that process, then I'll hand over to General Hafner.
No, I think we're getting a if you want to give more, I mean, more information matters here, because my reading is that when you have a AITS finding that specifically says a controlled ground impact can occur under these circumstances, almost exactly what happened is what the AITS finding was. How can a minute be done by an operational evaluation that sets that aside? I don't understand how that happens.
I think General Hafner needs to expand on that process.
So, Sandra, if I can look at and I know the test reports have been an area of focus and they are within the Inspector General of the ADF's inquiry as well. There is a range of test reports that looked at this system. You're correct in that the Army Aviation Test and Evaluation section conducted an initial test which identified those characteristics that I understand were described this morning in terms of how you could get ambiguous information under certain flight conditions that's there. This system was subsequently under further test by our Royal Australian Navy's Flight Test Organisation. They particularly tested the system with regards to maritime environment and ship operations. And that test identified the system as satisfactory. It did identify Say again?
Under the same conditions, with no restrictions?
So obviously different, in each of the tests you're looking at different elements, but generally looking at the system. And one of the aspects that they flagged in their report was that this, knowing it was an upgrade to the software, the increased situational awareness that the symbology gained to the crew over the previous software version was actually of benefit that was there. But they also highlighted that there needed to be further operational test and evaluation regarding the pitch scale information. And so that's what then drove a pathway to an operational test and evaluation which involved a number of aircrew from across all operating units. It was both Army and Navy personnel. It was operational aircrew, it was other qualified test pilots, and it was qualified flying instructors, so they could truly appreciate the functioning of this system across each unit's operating environment. And that's where all the information comes together. And I believe Lieutenant Colonel Norton was one of the contributors to that operational test and evaluation. But as we've indicated, we'll take on those whether he was the signatory.
I don't know signatory author is what I'm told. I won't know signatory of a minute.
Okay. But I suppose when you look at the test regime, you've got to look at all of those test reports in aggregate. It's not a matter of a tension between them. It's a matter of building the picture, and that's effectively what that test sequence did.
And I accept that. My point is this, though. If this person is the author of a minute taking something down from unacceptable to undesirable, and if they are in charge of the training or a significant part of the training for the MH90 implementation as well, surely there is a massive conflict of interest on relying for them in an investigation on matters of fact. Because two things you would look at is equipment failure and or training failure. And if the person is being a technical expert when others exist, even if it's not a real conflict, there is a perceived conflict of interest there every day of the week. Is that not true?
Senator, I'll answer that in terms of I absolutely knew Lieutenant Colonel Norton's role that he has had through the flight test organisations as a senior standardisation officer, as a qualified flying instructor, to the work that he's been doing for Army Aviation Command. Absolutely.
No. It's not that. You're misstating the question, Group Captain. The question is about the conflict of interest because of his deep fundamental role in the operation evaluation report, which is the reason why this aircraft was in the air at this time, because without that operation evaluation report,
it doesn't get there.
The AIT's findings and the conditions imposed upon it would have meant it wasn't in the air. That's the conflict you're being asked to respond to, not some generic statement. It's that conflict. Were you aware of it, and how did you manage it? It's to you, Group Captain Smith.
I don't think Group Captain Smith can answer that because it's within the Army Operation Test regime.
We're asking about you said who answers the questions. You indicated that Lieutenant Colonel Norton had this central role in the report that you were responsible for, and I put the question to you in that capacity, and I would like you to answer it.
Thanks, Senator. I might just have to, could I please clarify, you said he was central to the DFSB investigation report?
The operation evaluation report, without which this aircraft wouldn't have been in the air in these circumstances.
If it flied under the guidelines...
No. That's the point. Without his report, or the report which he was a key author of or a key participant in, the aircraft wouldn't have been in the air in these circumstances. How did you address that conflict of interest? How did you deal with that conflict of interest? And do you recognise the conflict of interest?
So,
No.
Thanks, Senator. I think what I'm after is some clarification around conflict of interest. I can really respond to conflict of interest related to the conduct of the investigation in terms of a conflict of interest within the Army Aviation Test and Evaluation section and the Army Aviation Branch standardisation, that conflict of interest was not a subject of our report, sir.
Well, perhaps it should have been before you relied upon Lieutenant Colonel Norton and his evidence. You see, without his operational evaluation report, which was a workaround for Army Aviation to put this aircraft in the air in circumstances in which it found itself and then the crash occurred, without his operational evaluation report, it wouldn't have been in the air. Because the AITS review, and we had this evidence clearly earlier today, the conditions on the AITS review would have prohibited it from being in the air at that time. 3 of their conditions would have said it was grounded. And then you go to this same person, and that's the core expert you rely upon to assess whether or not Army Aviation complied with the law, breached the law. I am astounded that you're not able to address this conflict of interest here, and you keep looking to your left. I would ask you to look at us and answer the question.
Senator, what I can answer you is the specific role that Lieutenant Colonel Norton assumed to support the DFSB investigation. DFSB had full access to the H report, had full access to Lieutenant Colonel Norton's or the group standardisation's OT&E reports, and had full access to what Commander Avon Command had approved. We had full visibility of those. I had full visibility of the role that any of the test pilots or Lieutenant Colonel Norton had through those.
But if I wrote a report that let people be in the air in circumstances where there were 4 fatalities, and absent my report they wouldn't have been in the air, I would expect to be nowhere near an independent investigation of this. And I would expect whoever was undertaking the investigation to recognise the conflict of interest. But you see, you don't even seem to recognise the conflict of interest. That's what I find surprising.
Thanks, Senator. If I could perhaps take you back to our analysis of the sequence of events and the contribution or otherwise of the HMSD symbology. This had nothing to do with Lieutenant Colonel Norton. The extensive analysis that we conducted concluded that all known hazards related to the HMSD symbology during that accident sequence of events did not contribute to the pilot's loss of spatial orientation.
You're very specific on symbology, but we're talking about the NVG and everything on night owl as well. The underperformance of NVG, the lack of horizon awareness, all of this, all of which was part of the night owl certification to undesirable rather than all of this fits. So you can be very answer specific about symbology, but it's more than that. And when we have a history of AITS talking about the release of ladders under load for Jarvis Bay that was proven, of exit of aircraft that happened for Dutch pilots to pass away when they couldn't get out of the MH90 that ditched, proven. When we have a history of proven findings of AITS that cause problems historically, they've signed this off. We want to be very certain that it isn't just symbology, it's the low NVG, it's the outcomes of using new IITs that are 50% less effective using night owl. It is everything. And you can't just go symbology wasn't a factor, night owl was a factor, it had to be.
And Senator, I will correct that by saying the top owl as a system, the image intensifier, the display, the night vision imagery that was provided to the pilots, there is no evidence to say that it was not functioning correctly. Similarly, the HMSD symbology was functioning correctly at the time of the accident. They were within authorised limits for weather, visibility and illumination. And I could only come back to after an extensive investigation of which Lieutenant Colonel Norton did not analyse. He was not part of that analysis. Okay. After an extensive investigation, the investigation concluded, and in particular the pitch scale attitude, was not contributory to the pilot's loss of spatial orientation.
You have a very qualified conclusion in paragraph 34 of your report. You say, regardless, the investigation determined it was very unlikely the known hazards relating to the HMSD 5.10 contributed to the loss of spatial orientation. The conclusion was based on the line of sight of the BSME 83 pilots, which was slightly offset from the aircraft's longitudinal axis, and that the pilots were likely looking through the HMSD symbology to maintain attentional focus on BSMN 82. Likely looking through. Who did you rely upon to come to the conclusion that they were likely looking through? And can I say, likely is a long way short of the assurance you gave to us in your earlier answer. But who did you rely upon to form that conclusion? And if not Lieutenant Colonel Norton, who you said was central, who?
Senator, Lieutenant Colonel Norton was not central to the investigation. He provided systems expertise to us. The investigation concluded at the time of the accident, Bushman 83 was almost directly in the stern of Bushman 82. All known hazards related to off-axis pitch scale attitude were not relevant at the time.
Did you hear Mr Lamb and Mr Wilson's evidence earlier about the likely sequence of events of looking left and looking right immediately prior to the decision to push forward on the controls? Did you hear that evidence?
I'm sorry, Senator, I'm not privy to the evidence that Mr Lamb presented.
It was given in public.
Sorry,
So
Senator.
you didn't listen to it?
I was aware that they were in session this morning, sir.
Well, their evidence, having reviewed all the material, is that the pilot likely looked left and right. Indeed, the evidence compels them to the conclusion. The very circumstances in which the error, the mixing up of the axes, appears on the HMSD 5.1. Their evidence was quite compelling, and although you didn't hear it, which I think is unfortunate, how are we meant to discount their evidence given their expertise and their deep knowledge of the systems?
Senator, I can't vouch for the views or opinions of Mr Lamb. What I can offer, if I have to go into a very detailed explanation of the accident sequence of events, I could help walk you through the fact that by the time the aircraft captain was in the final left-hand turn as they were exiting the final left-hand turn, they were in a position almost directly behind Bushman 82, and the assessment is more than likely they were flying and their attentional focus was on Bushman 82. At a certain point of time, the aircraft captain initiated an accelerating and climbing manoeuvre to change position. If you follow this logic, the altitude increase was not recognised. The airspeed increase was not recognised. Their attentional focus remained on Bushman 82. The priority scan, or the technique at this point in time, is a blend of visual assessment of this aircraft ahead, using cues where this aircraft is on the horizon, the position in the windscreen that sets a height, it sets a line. The aircraft captain will need to adjust their position in formation by adjusting their position by either speeding up, moving to a new line. Throughout this accident sequence of events, the aircraft captain had disengaged the radar height hold. So when we're referring to looking through this symbology, it is the ACIT's assessment they were very focused on their station keeping to the aircraft ahead. They have not recognised the airspeed increase. They have not recognised their altitude increase. They assumed that they were at 3 rotor diameters behind Bushman 82. They were in fact, through extensive analysis with DSTG, more than likely in the around of 6 rotor diameter. So the change that the aircraft captain made, they did not see. And at a similar time through that sequence of events, they more than likely transitioned in an area where the visual horizon was no longer discernible. Their attention focus was more than likely on the aircraft ahead. So when we're saying they were looking through the symbology, from a pure technique and understanding where did their scan break down, they were at a much further distance. Their scan broke down because they did not recognise that their large control inputs had initiated a climb, had now started accelerating, and they were no longer at 200 feet, they're no longer at 80 knots. And by the time they probably started to realise things weren't abnormal was when the first time that the co-pilot mentioned to the captain, "Have you still got them?" It is at that point where the captain responded, "Yes, still got them, mate." Very shortly thereafter, through extensive analysis and using DSTG and field of regard analysis, and again our extensive work that we did in the simulator, highlights that that aircraft ahead more than likely disappeared underneath the nose of the aircraft, which is why the aircraft captain then, through an instinctive flying, initiated a left and right roll. You also need to include the fact that through this sequence of events, through lack of recognition of the aircraft climbing, accelerating, and then the perception of where they were, their perception of reality had changed as that aircraft ahead disappeared underneath their nose. So throughout the sequence of events, it is highly unlikely that a pilot will refer to a pitch scale attitude at all, and that has been confirmed by almost every single qualified MRH pilot that we've discussed. The pitch scale, that very specific pitch attitude in the HMSD, is not referred to, not referenced to, is not used for attitude.
Can I? Something you raised very important there is about the picture, the horizon thing, the horizon attitude to the aircraft. We're hearing under the conditions of the low visibility where water and low cloud and rain that there would have been no visible horizon. So there was nothing to compare to because of the top hour system, specifically because of the top hour system and the low NVG outcomes, there was no horizon worth seeing.
Senator, if I go back to the weather conditions that were briefed and authorised, they were actually quite good illumination conditions on the day.
What we're hearing is is it point 2 or under that, which was outside the scope of the initial sign-off, is that there was rain causing static, that there was low overhanging cloud, and there was water that gives off no heat signature whatsoever. So what is there? There can't be a horizon under those conditions.
So throughout the accident sequence of events, Senator, they fly through a range of varying illumination conditions. They fly through a range of varying visibility and also a range of cultural lighting. For the majority of the flight where they are flying, there's illumination from landfall, there's illumination from Lindeman Island, but our assessment is perhaps, our assessment was the perfect storm at that particular time was more than likely they had just experienced where the horizon had more than likely degraded. However, at that time, they are still using their technique and scan to have that aircraft positioned on the horizon line, which is conformal with the horizon, that aircraft positioned on the horizon line to briefly go through that period is not abnormal.
Sorry.
So what I can say is that in response to the looking through the symbology, for that very brief period of time is more than likely the visibility had degraded in front, where so you would need to still come back to very much that aircraft will sit in the recognised position on the horizon line in the HMSD. I'm monitoring my airspeed, I'm monitoring my altitude, and I'm setting that aircraft in a stable position left and right. That is my technique and scan.
I understand, but in loss of control, I'm paraphrasing what you're saying is a layman's term, is the incident after happened because of an earlier inputs that got it out of position. So we lost that horizon, we lost the aircraft in the line, right? And then we hear the move left bank right. That is when we're assuming that there is a look to the right through the head HODs, and we're still hearing nothing that there is blurry imaging because we're projecting a flat image onto a curved screen on top owl. And then when you go in the looking right where you get your reversed symbology, and we're hearing at that point where we're looking for Bushman 82 through the window, that is when spatial thing. That was all a reaction, all the stuff leading up to what you say, increasing speed, airspeed, getting above, getting behind. The reaction is to when we look right. We're still in control, we've still got spatial control, we're still in control of the aircraft. The inputs are matching, it's not anything else. Until we get that look right, the bank left, look right, then we have a reaction, and that's when top owl is at its worst because it's out of focus when we're outside centre thing and it's got reverse symbology. That is when the problem happens.
I understand, Senator, and I can understand you could take that view. And again, being very technical, I'm sorry.
Yep.
At the point of time of the inadvertent climb and accelerating, and not recognising that we were, instead of 3, we're at 7, that period of climb is where the unrecognised loss of spatial orientation commences.
But surely that's recovered by the bank left and the move left in the bank to actually try and restore that because they've recognised they're out of position.
Well, the other option, and it's the evidence we got earlier today. You say at paragraph 15 of your report, at 22:36, the AEC rolled the aircraft quickly to the right to 31 degrees angle of bank before rolling back quickly to 8 degrees left angle of bank. The investigation found the rolling manoeuvres were likely an attempt by the AEC to regain visual sight of BSM 82. Now, I've never flown a helicopter, but my assumption is, and it's the evidence we got earlier, is that if you roll to the right, it's almost certainly to get a field of vision off to the right to see if you can see where the other helicopter that you're meant to be following has gone, if you've lost sight of it. And then having done that, they then come back on and look forward. You say that they're always looking forward, that they've always got their visual forward, and therefore the error that shows on their heads-up display wouldn't have occurred because they're always looking forward. What are they doing, banking to the right, having that 30-degree angle? What are they doing there if they're always looking forward?
Thanks, Senator. If I could take you one step back, because I think there's an important step that I haven't explained. In the inadvertent climb, our understanding is that the aircraft captain, because they have not recognised that they have climbed, there has been a very slow change in the pitch of the helicopter. Apologies to use hands. Yep. But as they are climbing and accelerating, the pitch of the helicopter subtly changes. Throughout this period, while there's a subtle change in pitch, you also need to understand that the aircraft that they are their attention is directed towards, which is directly in front of them, is maintaining a very stable position in the windscreen. They have not recognised they've climbed. They have not recognised they've accelerated. And because the pitch of the aircraft is slowly pitching
forward or back?
Forward.
Yep.
So the aircraft ahead is staying in a very stable position because they're a long way back. It's not until, so again, their attentional focus is out the front. Their attentional focus is, I'm flying visual formation off the aircraft ahead. When we're saying you could not then refer to pitch scale or others, is because they were obviously not monitoring airspeed. They were not monitoring altitude. So therefore, it was extremely uncertain that any other symbology within the HMSD they would specifically refer to. The pitch scale is not used as a reference to set attitude.
Your evidence was they were always looking forward and therefore the error wouldn't have shown up. I'm reading from your own report that just before it all went terribly wrong, they rolled to the right 31 degrees. And in your report, you indicate it's likely at the time they lost visual sight of the helicopter in front of them. And I'm asking you, is it really your view that a highly trained helicopter pilot rolls 31 degrees to the right and doesn't look to the right, doesn't look sharply to the right to work out where the bloody hell they're going? You're saying they would have always kept their eyes straight in front. I'm having trouble understanding it. Maybe it's because you have some additional evidence to give.
Thank you, Senator. And again, to be quite technical, as a F-18 pilot who has lost visual with an aircraft ahead of me, one of your instinctive reactions is to place the position of the aircraft in a position where you can maximise your visibility. The MRH-90 is a visibility-constrained cockpit environment. It would not be abnormal noting where the line of sight of the aircraft ahead was. Again, I'm sorry to be quite technical, at that point in time to have a subtle, the aircraft ahead is actually, last seen slightly moving left or right. All pilots, and again an F-18 cockpit, if I know where I expect this aircraft to be because it's disappeared underneath the nose, I will roll because the windshield in front of me provides greater visibility down to the side. So more than likely just rolling left or rolling right was an attempt to regain visual quickly.
Are you seriously saying the incredibly natural human reaction that if you're tipping the aircraft into the right, that they wouldn't look to the right? That incredibly natural human reaction in a moment like that, you're saying that you just discount that didn't happen, even though looking to the right would seem to me to be even if you thought it might be in front of you, I'd want to bloody hell check if it was to the right as well. If I'd lost visibility in a rainstorm, even if I thought it was in front, I'd sure as hell bloody check it was whether or not it was to the right where my aircraft was going. Are you saying that just didn't happen?
Senator, I think we're talking about a very technical aspect, and I'll absolutely answer your very question, but it's really important to understand from the spatial disorientation aspects. It's really important to understand that the aircraft's rate of body change is below your inherent vestibular ability to perceive that body angle change. So the ASETs...
So you don't think it was a control roll?
The ASETs... I'll answer that, sorry. So the ASETs... analysis is that the aircraft's captain's controlling of the aircraft is not related to they know they are above and accelerating. The aircraft captain more than likely considers they are still on plane at 200 feet. So therefore, the perception, as I said, the body angle had changed. They had not recognised the climb or the acceleration. So the actions of the aircraft captain are as a result of their perceived reality. Their perceived reality more than likely was they were level on plane at 200 feet. They have not recognised their closure. And at the point in time where the co-pilot says, "Have you still got them?" and the aircraft captain responds, "Still got them, mate," almost instantaneously, based on our analysis of the DSTG field of view from the cockpit, is where obviously the aircraft captain has that dilemma. The aircraft has now disappeared, but if I bring myself back to 200 feet and the aircraft ahead of me has disappeared, I'm instinctively going to roll the aircraft left and right to try and find where that aircraft is.
I've got to run. Two quick questions. What was the briefing on No Joy getting out of there when we lost sight of a friendly? What was the briefing for that? If we've lost sight, what was the mechanism for calling it off? No Joy, I'm out of here.
So, Sandra, the normal procedures, be that loss of contact with other aircraft or be that loss of visual reference, if, for example, if a formation was to fly in the cloud, are briefed as part of every formation mission that you would undertake. And what those procedures do is they give each aircraft a altitude to climb towards and a heading to turn towards, which effectively gets every aircraft to separate both laterally and vertically, until you can then, re-establish either contact with other aircraft or contact with obstacles, which might be the hazard that's there. But that is a standard procedure.
Is there high tolerance for special operations for...
Yeah, Sand, I would say that the mission that was occurring on the evening, whilst in support of special operations, was not a special operations mission. It was a night low-level formation mission, which is conducted by all of our aircraft types and all of our units that's there.
And I'm sorry I have to run off to another hearing here, but my last question is this. With the the change in service envelope, service restrictions and guidelines between 8s to the operation evaluations, is ADF confident all were done by the right procedures and policies that exist within Defence? Every single one?
From a Defence Aviation Authority perspective, yes, Senator.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Excuse my voice. Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for appearing, and thank you for your service to the country and our Defence Forces. You've already said, Group Captain Smith, that you didn't watch Wilson and Lamb this morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that your statements are littered with the words probably, likely, could be? They were very, very definite because they had they'd actually come to definite conclusions as to what would happen under the circumstances in this helicopter using Top Owl if they engaged that in flight. Are you aware?
Senator, you're referring to the verbal probability expressions the investigators use?
I'm referring to you not being concrete, whereas Wilson and Lamb were concrete in saying, under these circumstances, this will happen.
Senator, I can't comment on the views or opinions of Mr Lamb or Mr Wilson.
Have you consulted Mr Lamb or Mr Wilson?
No, I have not.
Not at all. The most experienced and qualified test pilot in Australian Defence Force history?
Senator, I'm not aware of the comparison of their qualifications compared to other ADF pilots.
Okay, my questions go to airworthiness and approval, not just of the Top Owl, but also the aircraft itself, training and the approved training schemes, and the processes in the Army. Do you consider that the advice and the roles played by Fenwick, Norton and Lynch are independent? Yes or no?
Sorry, Sandra, if you can just clarify, when you say the roles were independent...
What roles did they play? If you could perhaps describe the roles of Fenwick, Norton and Lynch, and then whether or not you consider that to be independent.
Yeah. So, Sandra, in terms of the process that's applied here and in this circumstance of introducing the helmet-mounted sighting device, so the HMSD, it's referred to the Top Owl. I believe we heard this morning, you have the pilot's helmet, you have a visor system, which is the helmet-mounted sighting device, which is referred to as the Top Owl because it actually has a couple of big circular areas on the front, which is where the image is projected. But really...
Do you consider them to be... Can you tell us their roles and whether or not you consider them to be independent?
Well, Sandra, their role is within the Army Military Air Operator Organisation, which then conducts a sequence in accordance with the Defence Aviation Safety Regulations.
What did John Fenwick do?
So his role, Sandra, was as the Director General Army Aviation, and so he
David Lynch
participated. So Colonel David Lynch at the time was the Director of Operational Airworthiness.
And Norton?
Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Norton was one of our experienced qualified test pilots and qualified flying instructors.
Do you consider them to be independent in regard to the assessment after the crash?
Sandra, I would say that they didn't conduct an assessment after the crash. What I would say is they were involved in the process to introduce the helmet-mounted sighting device software version 5.10, so an upgraded version of the software, which brought a number of enhancements above the previous software version, which actually, through some of the test reports, is reflected as improving the situational awareness for our pilots. So they were involved in the introduction process, which then was independently assured by the Defence Aviation Safety Authority before that item was released into service.
Thank you. Let's focus on Director of Operational Airworthiness, David Lynch. And if you can't answer the question, just take it on notice, please, and maybe consult with him. At the time, he recommended approval of the HMSD version 5.10. That's top hour, right?
So that is the software version that enables the system, Sandra.
Thank you. At the time, did he have a working knowledge of the DASRs?
Sandra, as the Director of Operational Airworthiness, that awareness and functioning within the Defence Aviation Safety Regulations is a normal part of the duties of that appointment.
Thank you. As part of the DASR approval process, the manufacturer provided documentation showing the HMSD version 5.10 software could be loaded into the MRH-90 and function without causing interference. So it's accepted that the system was, from a technical engineering perspective, safe to install. But what evidence did Lynch consider to determine that the software was safe for use by Australian crews in the MRH-90 role and operating environment?
So, Sandra, there's a range of inputs to the introduction to service of an item. There are obviously technical aspects, but then there are operational tests and there are operational procedures as well. So you need to look at it all holistically. In this case, once the technical certification is done by our chief engineer for that aircraft, then you consider the varying test reports that you have on this system in terms of its operational usage. In this case, like I said, each of the test reports from the Army Aviation Test and Evaluation section, from our Navy's Flight Test Organisation, and then through that further test and evaluation by a range of very experienced test pilots and instructors, all of that really helped to characterise what AITS had initially identified in this pitch issue, which then resulted in procedures being applied within our publications so that the aircrew have an understanding of what the limitations of this system are for safe employment. It also resulted in the development of training, which all of the pilots were required to undertake before they were permitted to operate with this system. And that's all designed so that you understand what bounds within which this system is used to enable safe flight operations. That would have all been considered within that passageway through those individuals.
So let's work through some evidence in chronological order that I've been told is or should have been considered. Did Lynch consider the German report as evidence supporting that the software was safe for use by Australian crews in the Australian role and environment?
Sandra, I'm unaware if to what degree the contents of that report were considered. I am aware that the knowledge of that report was available at the time.
At the time, did he actually read the report?
Sandra, I can't comment on that.
Can you take that on notice and ask him?
We can take that on notice, Sandra.
Thank you.
Well, perhaps in that, can you confirm it was a NATO report and a classified NATO report and not available to non-NATO members?
My understanding is that no one in Australia had access to it.
Sandra, look, if I can take that on notice, then we'll be able to confirm.
Thank you. He then supposedly considered the Navy test report. Would that be correct?
That's correct, Sandra.
At the time, had he read that report in full?
Sandra, I couldn't answer on behalf of Colonel Lynch.
Should you take that
I'd need to take that on notice.
Thank you. Now, it's agreed that in general terms the Navy said top hour software was safe to use when operating to a ship, correct?
So, Sandra, the report deemed the helmet-mounted software device software version 5.10 as satisfactory, but as I said, recommended further operational test and evaluation in a land low-level environment, particularly with reference to the pitch scale information.
So was he aware that the Navy report actually recommended AITS conduct an assessment to see if the software was safe to use in roles and environments other than operating to a ship?
Again, Sandra, I wouldn't be in a position to speak on behalf of what Colonel Lynch knew or did not know, or read or did not read.
Could you take it on notice?
We can.
Thank you. He then considered the AITS report. At that time, had he read the report?
Sandra, again, the line of questioning is very much asking what an individual did. Knowing that I wasn't that individual, I'd be reticent to answer on his behalf.
We do a lot of preparation in my office, as I think Senator Shoebridge does and Senator Cadell, and we were hoping Colonel Lynch would be here, but he's not, so you're the man responsible. Was he aware that AITS assessed the software version represented an unacceptable risk to flight safety, implying a very high risk of multiple deaths?
Sandra, as I've indicated, through that introduction process, the test reports from the Army Aviation Test and Evaluation section, from our Navy's Flight Test Organisation, and then through the subsequent operational test and evaluation, were all considered as part of the test and evaluation. As part of the introduction to service sequence.
I'd like a specific answer. Was Colonel Lynch aware?
Sandra, I'll take that on notice.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll give you some context, and you probably already know this, but for others in the room, the Defence Aircraft Safety Design Requirements Manual apparently states that compliance with the recognised airworthiness code underpins safe flight. It outlines that airworthiness code compliance contributes to Defence meeting its legal obligations under the Workplace Health and Safety Act. It specifically requires that major changes such as software in version 510 be airworthiness code compliant. Was Colonel Lynch aware that the Federal Aviation Regulations are DASR approved airworthiness codes?
Again, Sandra, I wouldn't be in a position to answer what another individual knew or didn't know at that time. I can take that on notice.
Thank you. Was Lynch aware that AITS report included the formal assessment that HMSD version 510 was non-compliant with FAR, Federal Aviation Regulations airworthiness codes?
Sandra, again,
yep.
Any of the commentary regarding what Colonel Lynch knew or didn't know, I think they're questions I'd need to take on notice that we could take back to Colonel Lynch. I wouldn't like to speak on the individual's behalf. What I can say to you is all of those elements were considered as part of the introduction into service process.
So at the time, if you take this on notice, please, did he have any evidence to show version 510 was compliant with any DASR recognised airworthiness code?
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. On notice, did he then consider the Langley-Norton operating evaluation, which in broad terms said version 510 was safe?
Sandra, again, I suppose I want to absolutely help the committee here.
Can I perhaps assist Senator Roberts, if you will allow? If you've got questions in that third-party context, perhaps they could all be provided on notice in bulk, and then we could...
I think that might be the best thing to do.
I think that if I can assist in that way, in suggesting that. And then if you've got questions that are perhaps for those that are here.
These are all questions for Colonel Lynch.
Yeah, as I said, Sandra...
So we might as well cut through the...
Very, very much trying to assist the committee. It's just I wouldn't like to speak what another individual knew or didn't know. I think I would be speaking out of place in that regard. What I can speak to is the process and what the organisation had worked through in terms of whether those elements were considered. I can speak to that.
I'm happy with that. He was Director of Operational Airworthiness, as you know. His rank was Colonel. And if you could just get his answers, question on notice.
Absolutely, will do, Sandra.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. I just have a couple of questions, just to clarify some of the evidence that we heard this morning, and in terms of where some of that is perhaps, I guess, contradictory to what we're hearing from you. And some of the things that I think are concerning, particularly for the families, is was Defence aware? So this is sort of part of Major retired Wilson had some findings from tests that he'd done with the aircraft and the top owl, which was almost poetic in terms of what actually occurred on that tragic evening. Were you aware of those test flight findings?
Absolutely. So,
you were?
Defence was aware, and I'll let General Hafner elaborate on that, because there were measures taken once that was understood in mitigation.
Can I? Okay, so you're aware. Can I say that perhaps the mitigation wasn't successful, given we tragically had 4 people lose their lives?
Yeah. So Sandra, I suppose first I'd draw back to the flight safety investigation, which determined it was very unlikely that the helmet-mounted sighting device software version 5.10 was contributory. But I would say, Sandra, the process as I described of the different test events, which then resulted in the development of procedures. This was not done in isolation of AITS. There obviously is consideration and consultation with AITS through this process, but acknowledging that the AITS report determined that element of the system was a limitation of that software. As I said, that was resulting in procedures for the aircrew. It resulted in training for the aircrew, and the software version 5.10 was in service for about 3 years prior to this incident, without incidents relating to the use of this system. And on the night that we're dealing with, the other 3 aircraft in the formation were also operating on this system at the time, within those similar conditions as well.
Again, I guess I would say, were and this was a question that I asked of earlier witnesses, were the pilots that were getting into the helicopters aware of deficiencies that were found and faults that were found in the system?
Yeah, so Sandra, again, from the test and evaluation, that resulted in a range of procedures that were
not procedures.
articulated.
Were these pilots aware? So I liken it to, I'm a layperson, it's essentially like me getting into my Ford, and the Ford's got huge faults with it.
Yeah.
I crash but I don't know about it.
I might add a little bit of context which may help out. But Colonel Lynch you were speaking about was the Director of Operational Airworthiness within the Army air operator regime. When that test and all the results and the considerations are taken, they are then passed back to DASA, DG DASA, to do an assessment to work out whether they can reissue a certificate and whether that is safe to fly. That includes considerations of amendments to the environment, additional training, amendments to their orders, instructions and publications. Before that then goes back and the approval is passed back. That passed through, and I might let the General then explain how those were explicitly introduced back to the pilots.
So the simple answer is yes, Sandra, they were aware. So any of those constraints of a system or procedures for operating a system are contained within the aircraft flight manual. That is a requirement for all aircrew to be familiar with. It is part of what they are routinely tested against, their knowledge of that. In this case, as I said, based on the understanding that the pitch scale information may become ambiguous when you are looking, to the side.
Is that what it says in the flight manual?
It says
ambiguous. It doesn't say it's inverse.
The information in the flight manual orients the aircrew to, if you are going to use the pitch information, then you need to be using it whilst looking forward to make sure the information is accurate.
Which works if you have a horizon. Am I correct in saying that?
No, that's not. No, Sandra. So the pitch information and knowing that the HMSD.
And forgive me, because I'm certainly not a pilot. But and from what's been described to us in the evidence, is that they basically would have had a screen that was sort of green and static looking with no clear horizon on it.
Yeah.
Senator, I could add, in the HMSD flight symbology, there is an INS GPS-derived horizon line, which is conformal with the horizon. The HMSD has a flight path vector.
So there's a horizon built
correct.
Into it?
If you were looking through the HMSD symbology, you would see a green line, which is INS GPS-derived, which would actually sit across the horizon. Whether you're in cloud at night or can't see the horizon, the HMSD symbology has that horizon line there. It is not ambiguous.
I think Major General Hafner was talking to a different point about wanting to check the pitch when you're looking ahead on the top owl. And the reason it's important to go off the pitch only when you're looking ahead on the top owl with the HMSD is because if you're checking the pitch when you're looking to the right or the left, that's when the error can turn up. And that's what AIT's found, isn't it? And that's what you were trying to explain, I think.
So, Sandra, most systems have limitations, not just aircraft. Could be anything, your car, cruise control.
But my cruise control doesn't flip me 180 degrees in the wrong direction when I'm looking to the right. I'm just asking you whether or not you were saying the reason you have to check the numbers on the HMSD only when you're looking ahead in terms of pitch is because if you're checking them when you're looking right or you're looking left, AIT's found they could be 180 degrees wrong. That's why, isn't it?
So, Sandra, so the characteristics of the system where you get that ambiguous information was what was documented within the procedures to use pitch information to set the aircraft.
No, you call it ambiguous. It's 180 degrees wrong. It's not ambiguous. It's just bloody wrong. That's what the AIT's report found. Are you denying that?
Sandra, what I would say is the procedures are to use the information knowing that what the helmet-mounted sighting device gives you is an aid to pilotage, which you back up with the other instrumentation within the aircraft. Knowing that the further that you look a beam, that information is, as reflected in the H report, would become inaccurate. You set the pitch of the aircraft when you're looking. Can I just
stop you there, though? And I think just going to Senator Shoebridge's point is if it's saying it becomes ambiguous in the flight manual, and I asked a pretty direct question as to whether these pilots were aware of the deficiencies in the system they were using. 180 degrees is a pretty big difference. That's not ambiguous. It's not, maybe you won't be able to see. It is a complete, almost inverse of what you're experiencing, or what you think you're experiencing. Were the pilots aware of that deficiency in the system, or was it just noted in their flight manual as ambiguous?
So, Sandra, exactly the extent of information, what's in the AITS report versus what's in the flight manual, there's obviously differing levels of that information. Like I said before, it's not just what's written in the flight manual, it was what was incorporated into the training for the pilots so they understood how to best use this system.
Was it simulated for them that it would be 180 degrees difference?
Simulated?
So if you're saying that there's a whole lot of information that goes in, and I'm guessing we're sending these people out in high-tech aircraft. When mistakes happen, people die. It's very high-risk stuff. What information exactly did they have? So from that report, where where basically it was almost predicted in what would happen in particular circumstances happened. How much of that were the pilots aware of? So between their flight manual, between their training, between all the things that you do, how much of it was passed on to them?
Sandra, the exact contents of the flight manual I don't have available to me right now.
Perhaps you could take on notice and you could provide that and we could compare that with the report that's been provided.
So if you
perhaps anything that's relevant in the training that they were doing as well.
So if you don't mind, I could offer from an investigation perspective, we absolutely looked at all of those aspects. The simulator accurately represents the HMSD symbology. It accurately represents the off-axis, the way it displays pitch axis.
When you say accurately, do you mean it shows the error if you turn your head to the left or the right?
Absolutely.
So that was all inbuilt.
So as
but
part
you didn't think it played a role. So even though there was this change, and again, I'm not, and from what we were told is it was so they could look through the door of the helicopter. So turn your head to look through the door to see if you could get sight of the other aircraft. You've said absolutely not. They were only looking forward.
So Senator, I'll clarify. If I go back to we investigated the system of training and education through operational conversion courses for the MRH-90, through the lectures, mass briefs, all the training material, the conversion course training, absolutely covers all aspects related to the HMSD. All pilots in the transition from version 4 to version 5 were also trained in understanding of the new software. They all had to go through a training regime and simulator regime, and they were all specifically trained on the differences between version 4 and version 5, and to understand, more importantly, to understand how this symbology was designed and operates, such that they explicitly knew that off-axis, you can actually see, for instance, if you have 10 degrees pitch up, it will be 10 degrees of roll of extreme left. So it's really important. There are, in this particular flight regime, stable, wings level with aircraft ahead, and looking at the aircraft ahead, looking through your instruments. You're not looking at the pitch scale for a start, but there is no anomaly. And that is a fundamental premise of during the accident sequence of events.
But there is an anomaly, and that showed up in the testing. And again, I think...
And again, we come down to the very technical nature of, absolutely, I agree with you. If you look off axis, where you look and what you will see as symbology, at that point in time, you're not using that symbology to set an aircraft attitude or the aircraft's performance. You are simply looking in that direction.
But let's be clear though. 8 said to you collectively, that if you look to the right or the left in circumstances where you have very other low visual cues, which is the exact circumstances we have on the night, going through a rain shower, almost no visibility, it said in those circumstances, if you look left or right, it can be, the instrumentation can give 180 degree the wrong indicator to the pilot, and as a result of which there was a significant risk of a controlled, directed flight into terrain, into the ground or into the sea. What we know is this, and it's in your report, that they enter into a low visibility area, a rain shower. I think we can all agree, almost no visibility. They lose sight of the aircraft in front of them, and then they bank hard to the right, and then bank off to the left, and then very soon after, barely seconds afterwards, there's a controlled flight into the ground, into the sea. The exact circumstances identified in the AIDS report. And the way you avoid responsibility for it all is you say, oh, no. We've looked at this and we think even though they bank right and even though they bank left, they never look left or right. They always kept their eyes straight ahead. That's the get out of jail free card that you have, isn't it? It's they always look straight ahead. And that is pure speculation
So, Sandra, if I could offer, having flown rotary wing formation operations throughout my career with different systems, and I'm not an MRH pilot, but I have flown on the helmet-mounted sighting device on the Tiger helicopter. It has the same equipment but different software. Or I've used other heads-up display systems which present you with information to aid pilotage, because that's what we're talking about here. When you are flying, because you have a given field of view for your systems, no matter what the night vision system is, it will have constraints in its field of view. So you are constantly scanning as you go.
Looking left and right.
But when you are conducting formation flight, you are more focused towards the aircraft in front, because that's where you're formating.
But you see, Major General, all the evidence is that they lost sight of the aircraft in front. And I cannot for the life of me work out how you form the conclusion that they always kept their view straight ahead. When they lose sight of the aircraft in front, they've got almost no other visual cues. They bank right, they bank left, and you say they still keep looking ahead to an aircraft they can't see, and you all agree they can't see it, but they definitely didn't look left, and they definitely didn't look right. And the reason you want this definitely didn't look left and definitely didn't look right is because, if they did look left or right, the fatal error that was identified, AITS, would have been operative in this situation. You see, I can't work out how you keep saying, we know for sure, in these circumstances, they always look straight ahead, when we had 2 highly qualified test pilots that said the exact opposite. Group Captain, I still can't work out how you come to this conclusion.
Well, thank you, Senator. I might need to clarify, sorry. I'm trying to understand why you're saying I said they only ever look straight ahead.
Well, I mean, if they looked to the right or the left, the error would have turned up. And your report says this could have had no part at all. The error that was identified as potentially fatal in an AITS report that Major General Hafner's organisation read down with an operational report drafted by Colonel Norton, who you relied upon in your investigation. That's why I ask you.
Oh, thanks, Senator. In terms of going back to looking left and right, I would have to come back to, through that accident sequence of events, regardless of where they were looking left or right, it is obvious they were not referring to their performance instruments and their primary flight instruments. There's an unrecognised acceleration, there's an unrecognised climb. Therefore, they are more than likely, their attention is narrowing towards looking at the aircraft ahead.
They've lost sight of the aircraft ahead. How could they be looking at an aircraft they can't see?
Not until the top of, and when they reach the top of climb and the aircraft disappears underneath the nose, is the time where obviously their mental model of where they are in the world is now different.
Yeah, and that happens before they pitch. That's what your report says. That happens before they pitch.
That's correct, Senator.
So how could keeping an eye on the aircraft in front that you can no longer see, how can that be a material factor in them not looking left or right when they're pitching, when they're rolling back and forth? They can't see the aircraft, and they pitch to the right and they pitch to the left. They can't see the aircraft, and you say, oh no, they wouldn't have looked left or right. The identifiable potentially fatal safety issue with this system wouldn't have kicked in because they wouldn't have looked left or right. I still can't comprehend it.
Well, thank you, Senator. I would also offer the report comprehensively describes the spatial disorientation effects on the aircrew to help understand why it is that there's actually a large forward cyclic movement, and that large forward cyclic position stays there throughout, from the top of climb all the way through to impact with water.
Yeah, and the fact that you're disorientated and then you get a 180-degree wrong input from your heads-up display, the fact that you're disorientated makes that even more dangerous, doesn't it?
Senator, again, taking you back to understanding spatial disorientation, at that point in time where the aircraft ahead has disappeared, obviously underneath their nose, because they're accelerating.
They don't know it's under their nose. They just know it's disappeared.
Absolutely. And their perception of orientation in pitch is that they are more than likely still on plane and level.
Sorry, I'm assuming they're going through a very stressful consideration about where the bloody hell is this other aircraft. We could be having a collision with this other aircraft. It could be them, it could be us. They roll to the right, do they roll to the left? Why are they still looking straight ahead? Why are they not rolling to the right or rolling to the left with no visual cues, relying upon the instrumentation, circumstances where told by aides they could have been given the exactly contrary, 180-degree contrary information through the heads-up display, and you say, actually, no, I rest assured that had nothing to do with this accident. You know, again, I'm going to give you another opportunity to explain this.
Absolutely, and I welcome the opportunity, Senator. Again, the report was quite clear that the attention narrowing through that accident sequence of events, they were obviously not monitoring altitude, they were not monitoring airspeed. So in terms of being able to selectively then choose, within all that HMSD symbology, to selectively choose one pitch scale throughout that whole sequence of events is highly unlikely.
Well, they hadn't been monitoring it up to the point where they lost sight. But it's highly likely if you lose sight of your visual cue that you would immediately go to all of the information that's been fed to you in the heads-up display. Clearly, it appears likely they weren't monitoring it, which is how they lost sight, right? But as soon as you lose your visual cues, I am sure your training would say to you, look directly at all the information that's coming to you through your heads-up display. Have a look at that, go back to the instruments, and there's, on my reading of it, a high likelihood that some of this instruments was giving them the directly wrong information. Am I wrong or am I right that once you lose visuals, even if you hadn't been looking at the instruments closely before, your training says, look at the instruments now, doesn't it?
If I could refer you back to the definition of type 1 unrecognised spatial disorientation, that's a really important, it's a really important aspect to understand.
Well, I'm happy to do this, but could you answer my question? That if you lose sight, if you've been operating visuals and you haven't been looking at the instruments and you've got sight of the aircraft in front of you, but then you lose sight of it, your training would say, go straight to your instruments, find out where the bloody hell you are. Surely your training would say that, wouldn't it?
May I add a point that may assist? Senator?
If you answer my question.
I'm happy to answer.
Well, I just want to add, while I give you a little bit more time to think, but I refer back to the...
That is not how this works. You don't run interference, Air Vice Marshal.
I'm not running interference, Senator. I want to point out that when that problem was recognised in the eights that you have so much emphasised, it was recognised, and for that reason, specific training to recognise that error was introduced in the simulator, as were instructions in the orders, instructions and publications, so that the pilots were aware. So your statement that they would immediately look there goes contrary to their training.
So they wouldn't look to the instruments. They lose sight of the aircraft in front of them, but they don't go to their instruments. That is seriously your evidence.
That's not what I said.
Well, that was my question. You lose sight of the aircraft in front of you, you immediately look to your instruments.
But they won't go to the top hour because they've been trained that when they look right or left, that is incorrect information.
But the evidence we get is that if you're in an aircraft with top owl operating in front of you, right in front of your eyes, of course you're going to have regard to that information that's coming up. Maybe your training says you shouldn't. Maybe your training says ignore the 180-degree wrong information. But you lose sight. You're in a life or death situation. Are you saying you know that they would have ignored the dangerously incorrect information being fed to them in the top hour? Is that your conclusion, Group Captain?
Thanks, Senator. The investigation concluded that the primary cause of the accident was type 1, which is unrecognised spatial disorientation. And again, the aspect related to unrecognised means the actions of the pilot are in response to what they perceive is their reality at the time. At the time, they were obviously not monitoring their performance instruments. They were looking through the HMSD, and their manoeuvring was in response to the problem that has now been created. Recognition and recaging your brain, recaging your mental model of what has transpired can take in the order of 15 to 30 seconds. This sequence of events from the initiation of the acceleration to the climb was in the order of 15 to 16 seconds. From the time that the pilot experienced, which was obviously spatial disorientation in the pitch attitude, which contributed to the large forward cycling stick, where they considered that they were still more than likely level, as the aircraft was below 1G and accelerating, your sensory system, your vestibular system, will consider that the aircraft is pitching up, and the ACIT's investigation and analysis and engagement with a world-leading, renowned expert in spatial disorientation for US Navy and helicopter incidents. It is evident that the most plausible is that unrecognised spatial disorientation in the pitch. The large forward cyclic stick, it is going to take quite some time. The pilot has not recognised their loss of spatial orientation. It will take an extensive period of time. You also have to remember in that 5 seconds, that would rapidly had a new problem. And that new problem was all of a sudden the recognition that they have an extreme closure on the aircraft ahead. And it was our assessment that that extreme closure on the aircraft ahead was an instinctive reaction to roll the aircraft right to avoid a mid-air collision. This is in the order of 5 seconds. And by this time, the aircraft is almost 30 degrees nose down, a 10-tonne helicopter, passing 200 feet. It will take in the order of 15 to 30 seconds for the pilot's mental model to be recalibrated, to reassess, to come back to what has just happened.
You see, Group Captain...
Isn't that a huge concern to you? And the fact that it needs delicate, precise inputs to the collective rather than sudden, panicked? Isn't that a concern?
Senator, I can't address the issue of concern. All I can say is, after an extensive investigation and understanding of loss of spatial orientation, this unrecognised, the pilot was not in a position where you could instantly understand what has happened, recalibrate your mental model to then continue to position the aircraft.
You see, Group Captain, I have trouble accepting your evidence here that the roll to the right and the roll to the left was to avoid a collision, not because I have any particular knowledge, which is what you just said.
At the top of the climb was the roll and left, and the ACIT was more than likely the aircraft captain trying to find the aircraft that has just disappeared underneath their nose.
Well, it's not. You don't say in your report that it was to avoid collision. You say at 22:36:15, the aircraft rolled the ACFP rolled the aircraft quickly to the right to 31 degrees angular bank before rolling back quickly to 8 degrees left angular bank. The investigation found the rolling manoeuvres were likely an attempt by the ACFP to regain visual sight of BSMN 82.
That's
it wasn't
correct.
to avoid a collision, it was to find out where the bloody hell they were.
If you continue on with the report, sir, as the aircraft captain has selected a large forward cyclic input, I have to remind you the aircraft is now doing in the order of 140 knots, flight lead is at 80 knots. That's a significant overtake, in greater than 100 kilometres an hour overtake. And when you're dealing with aircraft that are, in terms of rotor diameters, away from each other, the ACIT's assessment that the instinctive reaction from the pilot was to avoid the collision based on the line of sight of the lights, which were rapidly, more than likely, blooming in front of them, to rapidly roll to the right. The spatial disorientation in the pitch has resulted in the large forward cyclic moment. We cannot assess what the individual actions of the aircraft captain are after that point.
That's after the bank to the right and after the bank to the left, that first bank to the right and bank to the left, which was solely to regain visual sight. That's a separate set of manoeuvres that happened after that.
And they are not to avoid a collision, Senator?
I asked you whether or not, in circumstances where you're flying line of sight with an aircraft in front of you, you go into a rainstorm, you lose visuals, you can't see the aircraft in front of you, I ask you whether or not the training is you immediately go to your instruments. And Air Vice Marshal comfortably gave you some extra time to think about that. So now perhaps you could answer it.
I would absolutely answer that, Senator. The ASIC did not assess that the aircraft of that formation flew into a rainstorm. And the ASIC
it is very likely that rain showers and low cloud-based reduced celestial illumination and the visual contrast through NVD, which impeded visual reference and cues used to maintain formation on preceding aircraft.
That's correct. So now we are talking about visibility and we're talking about how discernible the horizon is.
Sorry, I say a rainstorm. You say rain showers, low cloud-based reduced celestial illumination. You say potato, I say potato. You couldn't see because of the rain and the cloud and the lack of light.
Sorry, you have to clarify.
What's
Senator,
the issue with my characterisation of it being a rainstorm? They couldn't see because of rain and cloud and lack of light.
The environmental conditions were more than likely to reduce the visibility, so the forward visibility, and were likely to reduce how discernible the horizon is, the delineation between the water and the sky.
Couldn't see the horizon, couldn't see what was in front of them. You'd go to your instruments.
Senator, at varying times in the report, we've gone to great lengths to say that there were varying illumination and background lighting depending on where the aircraft were. Whether they were looking back up towards land, whether they were looking back towards Lindeman Island, the background cultural lighting or celestial illumination would vary throughout the mission. And that's why you see the flight lead has varied the flight path of the formation to avoid rain showers. The assessment of the ASIC, again, at that very unique time in that position in the turn, was more than likely as a result of whether it's rain showers in the distance, the overcast, that the horizon was probably not discernible. Again, I would also offer in our interviews with Bushman 8-1, Bushman 8-2, Bushman 8-4, we had a very good understanding of the weather, the visibility and illumination throughout the whole flight.
I'm just reading your report. And what you're saying here is contrary to what your report says about the conditions which make it very clear that the rain and the cloud and the lack of illumination was material.
During the accident sequence of events, we said it's more than likely the horizon was not discernible.
Yes. Which is why you'd look at your instruments.
Again, they are flying formation, which
they couldn't see the aircraft in front of them, which is why you'd look at your instruments.
During the accident sequence of events, sir, or during the formation? Throughout the whole flight for 20-odd minutes.
Give me the credit, Group Captain Smith, that I'm not asking you about the entire 20-minute flight. Give me the credit that we're continuing to talk about this terrible, tragic accident and the moment where 4 people lost their lives. Give me that credit, Group Captain.
Absolutely, Senator.
So, yes. So could you answer my question?
Sorry, I would ask, obviously, could you please restate the question for me?
They lost sight of the aircraft in front of them. They couldn't see the horizon, and so they would be reliant on their instruments. Instruments that you know, 8 said, in circumstances like this, can give fatal errors. That's the truth, isn't it?
If we go back to the accident sequence of events, if the pilot had full recognition of their situational awareness had full recognition that they were no longer at 200 feet or 80 knots. If they knew that they were at that altitude, if they knew that they were at a certain speed, and they knew exactly the reason why the aircraft ahead had disappeared underneath their nose, I could definitely make a case that the pilot had complete situational awareness and was then in a position to advise the formation that they were no longer visual. And with a large situational awareness, would just continue to revert to their standard instrument scan to fly the helicopter.
Can I just say, and you've said it yourself, that these things happen very quickly. Like we're talking 15 seconds, 5 seconds from... And I think what we're struggling with is we've heard evidence this morning, and quite compelling evidence, that things like not being able to see the horizon, trying to look, and the situational sort of awareness with the error that came back through their heads-up display were material in what happened. It is a stretch to sort of feel as though you're saying that those errors in the heads-up display had no role at all, and you're quite definitive about that that's not what happened here.
Senator, I would offer that the report does not say it's definitive. The report uses verbal probability expressions to highlight the investigator's degree of certainty. It is not certain. The investigators were quite clear. And again, it's more than likely that those HMSD, the symbology, in particular pitch scale, which is not referenced during formation, is not referenced to set the attitude of the aircraft during that formation, during your formation work cycle scan. Therefore, it's very hard to make an argument that after experience of type 1 unrecognised loss of spatial disorientation, that the pilots would have situational awareness to then revert to solely coming back to the pitch scale attitude as a means of reorientating themselves.
And I think it's fair to say that no one, and greatest of respect to those who, fly our helicopters and planes, no one's going out there to deliberately crash. So I think it's fair to say there has to be that has to come with it, that the pilot hasn't deliberately lost sight of aircraft in front of them. They haven't deliberately gained altitude and then lost it again. So I think it is just there is a conflict between some of the conclusions that have come to from Defence's perspective and then what other experts are saying, and that's what we're trying to reconcile in this hearing, is that we're hearing one thing on one hand and then another, and for us is that plausibility of it. So for you, and I guess this is just a very direct, do you think that their heads-up display played any role at all in this tragic accident?
Senator, as the officer in charge of the investigation, who has signed the report, and I will be accountable, and enduring accountability, the determination from the Aviation Safety Investigation Team, and as the officer in charge, I will stand by what is written in the report, that the known hazards related to the HMSD in this particular accident sequence of events were more than likely not contributory to the pilot's loss of spatial orientation.
That's not even what you say in paragraph 19.
For the Hansard, Senator, I would be more than happy for you to quote exactly.
As is the case with the majority of aircraft accidents, the investigation found that the accident was the result of a combination of contributing factors. These included the local conditions influencing the performance of the AC and CP of PSMN 83, limitations in some of the organisation's risk controls, organisational influences that affected the functioning of AVNCOMD's safety system, and external influences arising from defence aviation regulatory requirements and assurance processes. In addition, the investigation identified other factors that held the potential to increase safety risk. That's your conclusion?
That's correct, Senator.
Yes. Can I just ask one more question, then Senator Roberts has a closing question, because I'm conscious we want to get on to the next group of witnesses. Do you think that this has done reputational damage for defence?
Senator, could I be more specific who you're directing that to? Are you talking about the investigation or the outcome of the investigation?
This whole thing. So not just how the investigation's been handled, the outcome of the loss of lives. Do you think this has caused reputational damage for defence?
Look, I think any comment would be opinion, but given the public nature and the extended length of it, I think there's probably some assertion there, but that is an opinion only. Yeah, if you really wanted to get an answer from that, I think CDF, Chief of Air Force, one of the service chiefs, might be able to better answer that.
Do you know, in my 4 years watching closely the ADF, I've never once seen a senior member of the ADF accept responsibility for a failure, accept responsibility for a budget blowout, accept responsibility for a disaster. Not once in the last 4 years of me closely observing this organisation. And today just fits that pattern and theme to a T. I think that's probably why people have a lack of faith, because that's the pattern and it's repeating again today.
Sandra, I would say the loss of our teammates continues to be felt deeply within Army aviation and more broadly within defence, and we appreciate that these tragic events have these wide-ranging impacts. But what I would say is we always go out there to operate as safely as we can and make sure that our personnel are preserved and given the best equipment to carry out the missions that they undertake. That is always what we strive to achieve.
Group Captain Smith, you say you stand by your inquiry's report. Are you aware of the significant accusations of conflicts of interest that drove that report, corruption that interfered with the report, and evidence being fabricated?
I have been made aware that certain individuals have made those claims, yes.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming and giving evidence today. For questions on notice, we ask that they come back to the committee by the 10th of July. If I could also ask, just in addition to some of the documents that I asked for, there was mention, in addition to the training manuals and what was included about the faults in the
Top out.
What is it called? Top out. If that could be included as well, that would be very, very helpful in terms of that 180 that you mentioned. That would be great. Thank you very much. We will now suspend for a couple of minutes and I'll now invite the families. I now welcome family members of the crew of the Bushman 83. Thank you for taking the time to speak with the committee today. We all appreciate that this session is likely to be difficult, but please know we're very grateful for the evidence which you are about to give and how it will help the committee to understand what happened and to progress the inquiry. Now, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, if I could get you each to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear, and we might start at this end and work our way along.
Yep. I'm Samantha Nugent and I'm Max Nugent's sister.
Daniel Nugent, father of Lieutenant Nugent.
David Naggs, father of Alexander Naggs.
Sarah Loft, partner of Corporal Alexander Naggs.
I'm sorry, my voice is a little bit croaky. Mrs. Caitlin Lyon and I'm Daniel's wife.
Jadine White, and I'm here as Max's partner. Oh, and this is Max's best friend, Matthew Beisel, who is just sitting here up for support today.
Just for support? Okay, no problem. Now, do any of you have an opening statement that you would like to start with?
Yes, I do.
Yes, we might do the same thing if we start this side and we'll work our way across.
I'm just here to help out.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, Samantha will help out if I get a bit stuck. I'd rather give evidence before the district court, I can assure you. I'll start by saying thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. The Taipan was a failed aircraft. It was unsuitable for the role, and it should never have been flying that night. Defence leadership and government knew it. As far back as 2017, their own reports identified the Taipan is unsuitable for special operations and a risk to safety. Those warnings were not acted upon. The aircraft should have been withdrawn from service then. Instead, billions of taxpayers' dollars were spent on a platform that it should never have entered service. As Max once said, they gave us a Ferrari when a Commodore would have done the job. And why? So the government could say they created high-tech jobs in marginal seat. The Army itself wanted upgraded Black Hawks. Instead, the decision was to acquire an untested, in an Army's own words, an immature aircraft. Since entering service in 2017, the Taipan never reached full operational capability. Government assessments described it as inefficient, expensive and unreliable, and that unreliability had consequences. The fleet only ever flew around a third of the planned hours per year. This meant that the pilots didn't get the training or exposure they needed, not just to be proficient, but even to remain current. There were constant groundings, lack of spare parts, known engine issues that were not disclosed to the pilots, that contributed to the ditching in Jarvis Bay 4 months before the fatal crash. Max was flying the second aircraft that night, and he was never told that their engines could fail. Pilots rely on a top-owl system, yet reports warn the software upgrades posed a risk to flight safety, specifically the risk of controlled flight in terrain in exactly the conditions faced that night. Those warnings were ignored or worked around. That is a fundamental failure of work health and safety. I'd like to address the Inspector General's inquiry. I have full faith in the inquiry, its chair, and her examination of the evidence. But as we have already seen, and it's deeply concerning, some of the evidence of senior Army officers is evasive and at best misleading. It paints a picture and a culture where career progression was prioritised over the safety of personnel. This is not leadership. I expect the final report to be clear, and I expect Army and the government to implement every recommendation without delay and without dilution. Regarding Comcare and the DPP, from my perspective, Comcare was operating with one hand tied behind their back. There must be a review into this process. Their ability to compel defence witnesses to provide evidence needs to be strengthened, and the decision for the Commonwealth DPP not to prosecute, frankly, lacked courage. The Australian community demands and expects transparency. It expects accountability and expects that government agencies are held to the same standard as everyone else. What is clear to me is the Army failed in their work health and safety obligations. It failed to eliminate the risks as far as reasonably practicable. In their own words,
In their own reports, they identified the Taipan as a medium risk to aircrew safety, yet those risks were not addressed. Even as the aircraft was being pushed into even more complex and demanding flight profiles, that failure had consequences. Max decided in Year 11 that he wanted to become an Army officer. He began that journey in 2018 as a 19-year-old at the Royal Military College. By 21, he was an Army officer training to become a pilot. By 24, he had achieved his goal, becoming a Special Operations pilot with the 6th Aviation Regiment. On the 28th of July, he was exactly where he wanted to be. Doing his job alongside his mates, Max understood the risks. He accepted them. It was part of the contract. But that contract goes both ways. It required that his leadership and his government provide the safest, most capable equipment available. It requires honesty about risks. It requires that warnings get acted on and not ignored. That did not happen. They have failed him and they know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Naggs?
Beside what he said? No, I don't have an opening statement.
Ms Loft?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sarah Loft and I'm honoured to be here as the partner of Corporal Alexander Naggs. I'm not a lawyer, an aviator or a policy expert. I am someone who loved Alex deeply and who has had to learn very quickly how to navigate systems that were never designed with families like ours in mind. I want to say this clearly. Alex is not defined by how he died. His legacy endures in how he lived, in his character, his integrity, and the way he showed up for others. To lose a partner is earth-shattering. For that loss to become a matter of public interest is very isolating. I would not wish this pain on anyone. Yet walking this path with the families of Dan, Max and Phil has brought comfort, reassurance and validation, and I consider them to be my family. It is daunting to be thrust into the role of advocate, educator and often therapist, all while trying to process your own grief and trauma. But embracing that role matters. If we do not speak openly about what we have experienced, then others will suffer as we have, and that is not something I can accept. The crash did not occur in isolation. It happened against a backdrop of long-standing concerns around the MRH-90 platform, operational pressures, and a safety culture that struggled to translate risk into decisive action. I've had to piece together information that should have been clear, consistent, and proactively provided. Instead, I was left navigating contradictions, delays, and institutional defensiveness at a time when I was already traumatised. The systems surrounding Defence, DVA, Centrelink and other agencies are complex even on an ordinary day. In the aftermath of a military death, they become overwhelming. There were moments when I felt I had to justify my grief or prove my connection to Alex simply to access basic information or support. Processes that should have upheld dignity instead created confusion and distress. These are not abstract policy problems. They are human problems with real consequences for families who are already broken. I recognise that many individuals within these systems are doing their best, but the systems themselves are not working. Communication was inconsistent, responsibilities were unclear, decisions lacked transparency. And at times, it felt as though agencies were more focused on protecting themselves than supporting the people most affected. And that is not acceptable. Not for us, and not for any family who may face this in the future. Families should not have to navigate multiple agencies, repeat their stories over and over, or advocate for themselves while grieving. There must be streamlined processes, clear points of contact, and a recognition that lived experience is not an administrative inconvenience. It is central to understanding what went wrong and how to fix it. So how do we fix it? Reform. Not symbolic reform, not reform that looks good on paper, but meaningful structural change that ensures families are treated with dignity, that information flows transparently, and that agencies are accountable for the impact of their decisions. Reform that gives families more self-determination in their care, rather than forcing them to fit into rigid systems that do not understand their needs. I'm here today because I believe deeply that we can do better, that we must do better, and that the lives of Alex, Dan, Max and Phil deserve nothing less. I ask this committee to acknowledge the harm that has occurred, to commit to meaningful reform, and to ensure that no other family is left to navigate what we have endured. We cannot change what has happened, but we can change what happens next. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Loft. Ms Lyon?
Yes, I do. Yes. Chair, members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Caitlin Lyon. I'm a teacher, a mother of two, and the widow of Captain Daniel Lyon. Dan, the pilot and captain of Bushman 83 on July 28, 2023. Dan was 32 years old. He was our children's daddy. He was the light and laughter of our home. He trusted that organisation that he served would keep him safe. That trust was catastrophically betrayed. On July 28, 2023, Dan put on his top hour helmet, he climbed into the aircraft, he called me from the cockpit, he smiled, he waved, and he flew into a dark and wet sky over the Whitsundays. He was exhausted and he was doing 4 people's jobs. He was wearing equipment that the Army's own test pilots from the Army Aviation Testing and Evaluation Section 8s had formally assessed as unairworthy and likely to be potentially deadly in those exact conditions. But he didn't know any of this. He trusted the Army, his bosses, his instruments, just as he was trained to do, and he never came home. The evidence before the IGADF inquiry is extraordinary. In June 2019, 4 years before the crash, the Army's own licensed flight test organisation assessed that the top hour helmet system is unairworthy. Their formal finding was an unacceptable risk to the loss of an aircraft and its crew. They predicted that it would likely cause a controlled flight into terrain, resulting in multiple deaths. The IGADF and DFSB want to attribute the crash to unrecognised spatial disorientation by the pilots. But that is what controlled flight into terrain is. They have not fully assessed how and why such defective and unairworthy equipment used in a degraded visual environment at night, over water, at low level, in a tight 4-ship formation with fatigued pilots and undertrained co-pilots could lead to exactly the loss of spatial awareness that AITS had foreseen and Army Aviation Command rejected. The Army's response was not to reject the software upgrade that caused the unacceptable finding, it was to suppress it, commission a flawed and predetermined evaluation, bypass and override its own safety and test experts, and laugh when one of them warned that such behaviour could constitute industrial manslaughter. The formation flying and night vision training improvements recommended after a near miss in 2020, also involving 2 MRH-90s at night, were not enforced when Dan flew. Shamefully, Army did not want those restrictions brought in so as not to disrupt exercise Talisman Sabre, the very exercise during which this accident occurred. The crew were fatigued. The warnings had been given. Nobody stopped it. I also want this committee to know what Dan did in his final seconds. The DFSB report records that the aircraft entered its descent. He held the controls to the right to avoid a mid-air collision with Bushman 82. In an unrecoverable situation, in the last moments of his life, Dan was still trying to protect others. That act has never fully been recognised. I'm asking this committee to recommend that it is. I'm not here for punishment. I'm here for accountability, to make sure this never happens again. I'm asking this committee to pursue the decision not to prosecute under the Work Health and Safety Act. Given such a dire consequence was raised when ARMY scoffed at it, I'm asking you to examine whether Comcare was misled by false documentation, or whether the CDPP's decision not to prosecute was mistakenly reliant on flawed and compromised DFSB report, which has unfortunately been used by the IGADF as its main source of technical evidence. I am asking for an independent military aviation authority to be established, one that cannot be overruled or influenced by a more senior chain of command. I am asking for my children's daddy to be remembered properly. His name, Max's name, Phil's name, and Alex's name to be on a plaque in the Australian War Memorial, where it belongs. I ask that Dan's legacy and his children's memory of their father not be unfairly tarnished, or that he be made a scapegoat for flying with the known failings and cover-ups of Army aviation in the procurement process. Equipment that was unairworthy, underperforming and downright dangerous. Dan and 3 good men were killed in service for this country. It is time that was acknowledged. It is time that the Defence Force honestly and openly accepts responsibility for its concealed misconduct. Noah still sleeps next to me, every night curled around his daddy's pillow. Lily cries, begging for her daddy to come home from heaven. She has lived far more days crying for her daddy than she ever had laughing with him. This is our life now, the life we never chose. Dan gave everything, even his life. The least this committee can do is truly find out why, independent of the controlling and self-interested actions of Defence, to determine proper accountability and to make sure another set of families do not have to sit where we're sitting today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lyon. Ms. White.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to extend my gratitude to the Senate for being here today and inviting me, and particularly Senator Roberts for really advocating for this in the first place. Max lived with an integrity the institution he trusted with his life did not match. He gave it his best because anything less would have felt to him like dishonesty. It did not give him the same in return. It failed him as it did Dan, Phil and Alex. This was not an accident in the sense of something unforeseen. The reported sequence of fatigue and high workload leading to controlled flight into terrain was identified by their own unit before the exercise and then set aside. It happened in an aircraft known to be unfit for the role, with equipment fielded before its safety assessment was complete. Under fatigue controls that did not meet the regulations in a system the investigators found to be under significant strain. The crew were among the very best the Army had. That 4 aviators this capable could not avoid this outcome is the clearest possible proof that the cause was systemic, not human error. Accountability has not been delivered. It has been diffused across process after process, none of which answers for the whole. This never should have happened. I respectfully ask this committee to use this inquiry, thank you, and to establish the full truth of what happened to Bushman 83, to ensure accountability where the evidence supports it, and to make findings strong enough that they cannot be quietly set aside so that no other family must endure what we've had to. My hope moving forward is that institutions learn from Max, that they lead with the same integrity he demanded of himself. Anything less is an insult to his life and memory, and to those who remain in service. Please do for them what was not done for him.
Thank you, Ms. White. We will go to questions now, but thank you all. That was very difficult to listen to, so I cannot imagine what it was like to deliver. We will go to questions. Really, part of this is so we can hear from you. So I will give the call to Senator Roberts first, and then we will rotate the call through.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing. And thank you for your family's service, because it's not just the person who enlists who serves, is it? Thank you for your submissions, and for sharing what your boys, your men, loved. Look, I can't imagine your grief and anger. I just can't. Especially because your loss and harm were avoidable. I'd asked some inquiries, had a briefing, asked some questions, had a briefing from Defence Army after the Jarvis Bay incident. I kept asking why. I got the feeling very strongly, I want to put it on the record, that they were delaying, they were dodging. Is there anything else you'd like to put on the record that you want to say? I mean, your statements have been really, really effective. Is there anything else that's come to mind? How do you feel? Anyone want to go? What are you feeling? Yes, Mr. Nags.
Where does this end? Is a question I think we all have. How does it end?
So you'd like some clarity?
Yeah, I'd also like an admission from the leaders of Defence that something went wrong. You know, what we just saw, there was an absolute effort to not admit anything. I don't know where that fits in with the concept of leadership. I always thought leadership was about accountability and honesty. Just an admission of, hey, we can do better. You know, okay, so there's a whole heap of recommendations that can come out of these reports, and they can say, oh, well, we'll adopt them. But the first thing of reform is to admit some accountability, transparency, go forward. That's leadership. How do you train leadership when that fundamental value is not displayed in your leaders?
It sometimes feel like it. When you've got defence, it's like sort of pin the tail on a jellyfish. It just keeps moving and avoiding and...
Unfortunately, we often see that it's not the people making the decisions that are held to any account or fault. It's the people far down the chain of command who are simply enforcing those decisions that were made far above them.
We've seen that in a number of ways in the last 10 years.
I was sitting here today listening to the evidence of the defence people, General Hafner, and I was waiting for you to ask the question, how big is the flight manual? How many pages is the flight manual? 10? 100? 1,000? 2,000? It's huge. And to sit there and say, we put it in the book. Read the book. The pilots had read the book. And then in those fatal few seconds, recall the book. Act appropriately. Follow your training.
And on something that's against human instinct.
Completely against your human instinct. And unfortunately, they talk about pitch ladders and horizons in the top hour, and you don't get an opportunity to see what that actually looks like. And that's things moving around in front of you. It's not something just off in the corner. It's right there in front of you. To say it's in the book is a cop-out, an absolute cop-out. The Jarvis Bay incident is a classic example of that. No one told the pilots, and it's in evidence that the pilots weren't told, that they were flying aircraft with a defective turbine.
A known defective.
A known defective turbine that was going to get fixed in maintenance down the line.
But not at the same time.
And that turbine could fail in a critical phase of flight.
Everyone else changed their turbines. Navy did, New Zealand did, everyone else changed them.
They grounded the fleet.
My question for that one is, would those pilots on that night, or the pilot in the ditched aircraft, had they known that they could have experienced an engine failure in a hover or a critical phase of flight, would they have reacted differently?
Would they have gotten in?
Would they have just powered the aircraft away?
They had people dangling underneath them. Like, if you know, they didn't even have a chance to know, to even stand up for themselves. They just said, all right, off we go, everything's fine. And they had however many people under them.
Yeah, and
it wasn't just the pilot's life or the crew's life, but there was a risk then.
You know,
that's a lucky incident.
We've since found out that the Army Aviation Evaluation Team also told them that the fast release on the ladder wouldn't work in situations like this. And they'd been told about it and they hadn't fixed it. And in that very situation, the fast release was pulled and didn't work. And that's why we had so close to yet another catastrophe. And the ladder wasn't released and all of those service personnel were pretty much under the helicopter as it was going down, because again they ignored an AITS report.
And that's my concern. So I've said it before. So we now know about the turbines and we now know about the circumnavigating of getting through Taipan. What other pieces of equipment are sitting in military aircrafts, inside weapons, inside other really life-altering devices have also been circumnavigated? What else are they putting in or not putting in? You know,
disclosure, truth, openness.
Yeah, that's all we're asking for.
The cynical version of me says that they'd made the decision to change to the new Black Hawk prior to Talisman Sabre. Max was getting ready to go and do his Black Hawk conversion. The cynical part of me says, this is the big show. Every 2 years it's the big show. How bad will we look to our allies when we say, our aircrafts don't cut it, we can't fly tonight, we shouldn't be flying? They didn't put in the recommendations from the near miss at Townsville. If those recommendations were in practice and in place, would they have launched that night?
So I was going to ask, and I still will, what can I or what can we do? You've already answered the question in part. You want recognition and acknowledgement that your husband fought to the end because he cared.
Yeah.
The last thing he did was to prevent that accident, that fatality.
Yeah.
So I give you that acknowledgement from me anyway, and I think...
You read it in the report. Yes. I just wish it was said in the conclusions.
And you also
read it in the report. You read that in the report, and we actually, for the first time ever, I heard it expressed just before. There wasn't a lot that pricked my ears up. We did hear that expressed just earlier, Ms. Lyon.
Yeah, we did.
And we should reflect back on that and acknowledge it.
So I was also going to ask, what do you need? And you've already said care. Care for those who are left behind?
Self-determination. For contrast, Senator, when you're the dependent of a spouse, so Alex told me one day if he were not to come home that I'd get this, this and this and you'd be looked after. And we have not been looked after. They go to work every day on the assumption that if they do not come home, that everything will be okay for whoever's left behind, and that is not the case. You're left to fight through bureaucracy. You're left to fight through a number of systems where we were a complex situation. We didn't find out what the result of the DFSB investigation was for almost 2 years. There's 2 years left to sit there, twiddle your thumbs, and wonder what the heck was actually going on. You're given 2 years under DVA with an acute support package to regain capacity. We're still in the thick of this process. How can you even begin to regain capacity? Under those 2 years, and this has been raised, under those 2 years, you are allocated X amount of funding. That funding is then sent off to a delegate to actually determine where that funding is allocated. I did not use the majority of the funding that I received because it did not sit in something that I needed at that time. As part of my package, I was given services for return to work. I returned to work maybe 6 months ago. How could I use that in 2 years when we spent 57 days sitting in hearings? And it's one thing to hear that and say, okay, we've been given 57 days of hearings. That's 57 days out of 2 years. Sure, it is. That's not wrong. We had the emotional lead up of that, where you spend a week preparing yourself to know that you're about to hear the most traumatic information you could probably hear about the loved one and the continued failures. And then you have the come down from that, in which you come home and you're so mentally and emotionally fatigued that it takes another few weeks to put your life back together. So yes, it may have been 57 days. In reality, it was far more than that. And yet we actually applied, we petitioned to have our acute support packages extended, and it was denied. It didn't reach ministerial level. It was handled below that.
Sorry, and this was even though, did each of you have unspent funds in it?
The fact that it doesn't even roll over,
it doesn't roll over.
That's one recommendation that would make sense.
Yeah.
And to be able to extend it, because we
100%.
didn't have the capacity to know it existed, that we could choose when it started. We didn't know. We didn't have the capacity. We weren't informed.
Yeah.
And B, we didn't have capacity to use it. We weren't capable of being like, oh, what could we do right now in our free time to build capacity?
Things that we asked for, we actually couldn't get.
Yeah.
I couldn't cook. I cooked for Alex, and so the thought of actually being able to cook a meal, I didn't use my oven for 18 months. I asked for something like a Thermomix because you just have to be able to delegate and offset any of those day-to-day tasks that used to be very simple that are now the equivalent of climbing Mount Everest. And I was told no. Even though it was a fraction of the funding that we received.
If it was possible to extend it now, if there was some discretion that could be exercised, would you want that to happen now?
Yeah.
Is that across the board?
And part of the self-determination part is allowing us to be able to access and control that funding ourselves. Having to constantly justify to a delegate why I need support with my children's school supplies and them coming back saying, nope, that doesn't fit the remits. And I have to go back and say, but this is where I actually need support. Please help me with this. This is the reasons why we need support here. For them to come back and go, oh yes, we reevaluated it. Sure. But you can do that 3 or 4 times, having to justify it for some stranger sitting behind a desk going, sure. And it's so demoralising.
Degrading.
It's degrading, it's traumatic. And it's hard enough to go from living your life with your husband and your kids and you have all that beautiful unit. It is so humiliating to have to go to a company and say, hey, I actually can't afford these things now because my husband didn't come home. Please help me do this for my children. And that stranger come back and say, no, it doesn't fall within the policy, and then quote you back the policy.
So we requested a change of instrument and it wasn't even addressed in the rejection that we received. They told us that our application to have our acute support package revoked and then to begin a new one, I forget the terminology, I apologise. We received that denial, but at no point was there any addressing of the change of instrument so that whoever follows us has more agency in their own self-care. Because then where my acute support package really came in was the fact that DVA will not pay for my psychologist, who I only have because of the accident.
Sorry? How does that work? How does that...
Exactly. Because so you think people are under the belief that if you receive a gold card, that's it, you're set, everything's covered for life. That is the furthest thing from the truth. And the fee schedule that they had at the time was, I think it was $148 or something to that effect. I'm not sure if anyone's had to see a psychologist. They're not $148. And requests were put through and they were denied for pre-approval. So my acute support package then came in to cover that. But I was in weekly therapy sessions for 18 months at $250 a session. Oh, I apologise, $200 a session. So I've been paying that. Thankfully, my sessions are now extended further out. However, I've been paying that when that's something that I would have thought should have been covered. And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Can I ask something very in terms of practicalities? My husband was in the RAAF, so your husband's partners, they get deployed all over the country. They have no say in it. In terms of family unit, you're going through all of this. Were you located near your families? No. I don't even. So you're doing this, and because I'm guessing you're okay. Any assistance to help you relocate, in terms of the practicalities of that? Because you're only deployed. You follow your.
You get one final toll removal.
Okay.
I don't know if there is a limitation on how far that removal.
Anywhere in the country, you have 2 years to use it. From memory.
There is, one final removal. There were many issues with getting rental extensions.
Yeah.
That was very, very difficult. And when I asked for a further extension, so we were granted one. Yes, we were initially.
And it was unprecedented, the length that we did receive.
Yeah. And we were initially given that 12 months, and we were very grateful for that. However, moving house, first of all, you live in an area that you've been put in by Defence.
Yeah.
Where do you move to? Your whole life is there. Suddenly your life doesn't exist anymore. Mm-hmm. So you now have to move somewhere else. But where do you go? I was like, I don't know where to go. My family's not here, but my friends and family unit are here, but my kids' schooling is here. Mm. So I asked for a further extension, in which I was told no. And I said, I'd actually like the contact number of someone at DHA. I would like to ask them formally. Army told me no. And we went backwards and forwards on this. I was very kindly offered to go to afternoon tea at the Governor-General's house 6 months after the accident, after the memorial was revealed here in Canberra for another issue. And our Governor-General actually came and spoke to me at afternoon tea and asked if I was having any issues with the processes. And I said, I actually just really want a contact number for someone at DHA to ask for an extension. Because when I said, I am grateful I've got one, but I need more time. And Army told me that I should be grateful for the one that I already had, instead of helping me go through the chain. Yeah.
So when you say an extension, what's the default policy?
It's actually been updated.
So after the Black Hawk crash, it was 6 weeks those families had. So then we were, which is appalling. They had 6 weeks and they were removed from their homes. We got 6 months straight up, which was...
Still no time.
And it doesn't factor in the inquiries. That's another thing. There should be discretion involved, common sense. School, what might work for me might not work for you. It should just be obvious. Not everyone's structure is vanilla or black and white. It's not Max was my family. That was my person I had.
Yeah.
So I don't have family to move back in with. It's just been me and him.
Can I just also say something coming from what you mentioned? So we're not in the same situation as the girls, and I never ever want to be in a situation like the girls are going through. But I was 22 when my brother died.
Yeah.
We are less than 2 years apart. And from day dot, we were told that we're not family enough to receive any sort of emotional support. I don't ask for financial, we don't ask for financial, we're a family. But you just asked just then, were these ladies offered help but to go see their family? We were a family, and we are constantly being told, I'm sorry, you're not family enough to receive any sort of help.
You're not even informed. You don't have as a parent, you don't.
If Max wasn't in the army, he would have been at home with us. Yeah. And we were planning, just before he left to go to Talisman and Sabre, we were planning our joint birthday dinner to go and spend as a family. And almost 3 years on, we're still being told, I'm sorry, you're not family enough to receive any assistance. Even later in life, when my parents passed, I was supposed to have a brother that was supposed to help me navigate just general life. I was supposed to have nieces and nephews, and my children were supposed to have an uncle. I'm now an only child. I was brought up with a sibling, and my entire childhood has now changed, and my entire future what was supposed to be now doesn't exist. And I'm sick and tired of 3 years being told, I'm sorry, us three don't count enough as a family to receive any recognition. I just want to be recognised. I want my mum, who can't be here today, to be able to seek help or take time off if she needs, because she lost her 24-year-old son. And we've all been at work since the day they crashed. I was due at work that afternoon. I had to call in sick. I used up my 3 days of fax leave, or however many I got, and I had to take annual leave, and then I was back to work 2 weeks later. And we just had to keep going, because what else were we meant to do? But my parents lost their firstborn child at not even 25. So I'm just kind of over being told that we're not family enough to receive any sort of emotional support, not asking for financial, but just any sort of recognition. And then my granddad, bless him, he drove down from Sydney and went to the War Memorial and asked, where's my grandson's name? To be told it's not here.
Can I just go into that, because you mentioned that in your opening statement. Yes. Yeah. And forgive my ignorance on protocols for that.
We found this out because my granddad drove down
to go see it. Because I assume died in service.
No. You have to have died in conflict.
In combat.
Recognised conflict. So that does pose other problems, because currently we don't have a recognised conflict. But we know our serving men and women are overseas keeping us safe.
Yeah.
It's not recognised conflict, but they are over there keeping us all safe here. Yeah. And if something was to happen to them, they also wouldn't be up on the wall. There is no... And they say, well, there is a plaque that says, for training accidents, not with anyone's name on it.
And not even it's outside.
It's outside.
That war memorial, not even in it. So my poor 80-year-old granddad to drive all the way down here and be told, sorry, it doesn't quite cut it.
The generic plaque.
They didn't even tell him about the plaque outside. My mum has sent multiple emails asking about this, and she's kept getting not even responded to half the time, and then to be told, there's a plaque outside that just says generic, who died in service. It's just another stab to the heart of what we've already been dealing with. Our boys went out that night on a training exercise and simulating war activities to be told, sorry, they're not important enough.
You wouldn't think it'd be that difficult to put a plaque in the War Memorial for guys killed on training exercises.
We've since found out that the Black Hawk, and it's been 30 years, which my heart breaks to know that those families have been walking this path for that long. But there are members that were killed in that accident that are listed in the War Memorial.
Their names are on the wall.
They're on the panels.
So the War Memorial said to us, we want to be setting a precedent, so we can't do that. Yeah. The precedent's already been set. There are names of men who have been killed in training accidents in this country that are on the honour roll in the War Memorial. And I want to know why our men, their names aren't up there too.
Could you do I don't want to give you more work. You've got so much on your plate. But if you could, after this, just send us those details and we can then ask the War Memorial and get their response on the record.
Absolutely.
But you've heard how these institutions respond. We'll do what we can.
Thank you.
I mean, for us, none of Max's remains were recovered.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
None of his remains were recovered from the crash site. Nowhere for us to visit.
Did they help provide some support to go and visit as close as you could?
And for the first year anniversary, yes.
For the first year anniversary?
They did. I will say they did a lovely first anniversary at the Whitsundays for it. But the other memorials for the boys are on army bases. They're at Holsworthy.
Can't get in.
You can't get into Holsworthy.
No.
You can't just... Today I feel like going to see my son's name.
And the place you could go, you could all go, the obvious place is the War Memorial, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no gravesite for my son. There's nothing.
Or your brother.
Yeah.
Can I just ask quickly, sorry, Jude, in terms of I can't imagine losing your brother, and but for you and to you too, Daniel, you're not recognised as family, which must be deeply insulting. But even it doesn't seem it would take much to extend the recognition to you as family, and then say, and same with you, David, to extend the recognition and say, well, you're family, and we're going to give you the counselling. Yeah. That doesn't seem like...
As parents, you get an Australian flag.
Yeah. And you're told to
and that is it.
And that's not helpful.
You're not even informed. Even when it happened, I found out from a phone call from Sarah that they're missing, but they're still looking for them.
Well, that was a problematic as well.
Yeah. I'm thinking, okay, so does that mean that they, on the bar at Hayman Island, and they're watching everyone looking at them? But there's 5 armies out looking for them.
Yeah.
There's living, breathing, talking, walking eyewitnesses to them hitting the water. They knew that they
3 days.
did not survive. They knew it. I turned on the ABC the next morning, on the Sunday morning, and there's Penny Wong, Miles, and the American Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, and the Secretary of Defence. I think his first name's Austin.
The UK.
Hey?
The US one.
Yeah. And he's talking to camera saying, these guys, they know the risk and they make these sacrifices, and they're all like... And I thought, this is the speech they give when they're dead. We're still thinking there's a chance. I'm thinking, they know. These guys all know what's gone on. And you don't get, as a parent, no one comes to the door in uniform, knocks on the door and says, sorry, buddy, your son's not coming home. It gets in your head. And what got in my head that Alex was never coming home again was watching a Broncos and Cowboys football game on the telly the following Saturday, and they have a minute's silence at the ground, and there's Alex's picture on the scoreboard with the rest of the boys. And that's... Wow, okay. And that's the hit, because there was no one in uniform came to the door. As a parent, you're not entitled to that. It's only the next of kin, which should happen, absolutely. But, and then it's up to Sarah to basically advocate for us.
Yeah, I think there's a systemic breakdown in support and just recognition. Referring to my submission, this experience has tested these systems and provides signs of what those systems cannot yet do. It's embarrassing. And I too haven't been recognised in some certain aspects. I don't get given information. I find things out in the news, on social media. It's disorientating to say the least. It's heartbreaking to say the most. I can't describe to you how incredibly hurtful that is. And it's embarrassing. To your question you posed this afternoon, the reputation question, it's embarrassing. They should know better. This is for people. I can't imagine us being in conflict. It's embarrassing, it's broken, and it just needs a complete reform.
I think, I think, Chad, you had in your statement as well about the nominating.
Yeah, like I just think there's with notification, I wasn't notified. That was only because next of kin Daniel Nugent extended that to Defence. They said, hey, Chad's back at their apartment, can you go get her? And I wouldn't have known unless it was, like, I was on the news, unless it was Dan.
The idea of the bureaucracy on the morning. So we did have the Defence personnel, the notification team came to our house because I was listed as next of kin, and those two men did a fine job. I'll say that on the record. But after the shock of it all, Marion and I said to them, Max's partner, Chadine, is in Sutherland. She is by herself. Can you go down there and get her and bring her to us? She can't drive a car. I can't tell her on the phone. They didn't have the autonomy to make that decision. They had to go outside, and I assume ring Canberra, all the Victoria barracks, and say, is it okay if we drive and pick someone up and bring them
somewhere they'll have someone?
Yeah. It's that kind of, it didn't fit the book today.
But instead of looking at our situation and reflecting upon it and going, okay, so we thought we had it under control, turns out we don't, so let's implement these things and let's get it rolling and let's fix it. They've just doubled down and gone, no problem here. How about you learn from what's happened to us, listen to what we're saying and make those changes so that the next family, because if nothing else changes, there's going to be another family, doesn't have to endure this like we are.
But similarly, the onus fell to myself, to Caitlin, to the next of kins. The Laycocks couldn't be here today. I'm sure they would have some really powerful information as well of their experiences. But the onus really fell on us to pass information on because we were told that
it could only be given to us. So then we had to take that?
We had to push for them to be able to speak to people outside of us to pass information on.
Are you alluding to that in this statement? Do you want me to read that?
It's fine, because it then resulted in having to sit there and listen to the same bit of traumatic information 3, 4, 5 times over.
And having to repeat it 3, 4 times over, cousins, you had a lot of people to report to. And being that conduit is not fair. That sole one person, it just then again needs to be discretion and common sense. It's their assumption is every family is black and white. It's so backwards.
Yeah, that's a really fair statement.
The other thing that you said, Mrs. Lyon, was that you'd like an admission from Defence. They have some responsibility.
I would.
And basically what you're saying is that they failed your families in the fatal crash and they continue to fail your families.
Correct, yes. So what happened to Dan and the boys and what happened to our family unit is the most devastating thing you could ever imagine. What then happened afterwards and the trauma that has caused has been undescribable. It has not stopped and it will not stop, and every time we turn around there is something that makes it worse. And I would like that acknowledged and that apologised for, I guess.
Is there anything else anyone would like to say along that line? Because I want to change slightly the tack.
Yeah.
But I don't want to do that.
No, I appreciate that. Look, I've listened to a lot of evidence over the years. I'm a 30-plus year career policeman. I've been in enough courtrooms. I really like senior army officers just to answer questions with yes and no. I got a little bit tired of them thinking that they were the smartest person in the room. Sadly, they're not. And definitely at the IGAF inquiry, they weren't. And the word salad and the stretching of words and the adding of acronyms to deliberately not answer questions. Even the last question today about reputational damage, that damages their reputation.
Precisely, yeah.
It damages their reputation because they just cannot be honest and answer a question with yes or no.
And then it's a punch in the face for us. Well,
I sit there and I listen to this word salad over and over and over again.
And you just want someone to say, I'm sorry. Like, not even I'm sorry, but just say, yes or no, we were at fault here, we were not. I'm not going to take it personally. I'm not going to get, like, it's just to go around and have my brother, your partner, your husband, your son, to just be a blip of nothing and to just not acknowledge that they were a human and that they mattered it's exhausting.
Yeah.
It's just exhausting.
I think you were here when I read onto the record some of the answers that Jobson and Stewart had given before.
That's the greatest. If that's the best and brightest the organisation had, we're in a bit of strife. And I'll be honest with you, General Hafner, I know you're sitting there. Don't get up here and say, I'm here to help the committee.
Yeah.
We're terribly sorry. And then just blur. Word salad, acronyms. I don't know. Just answer the question.
Or I'll take that question and blather for a while and give you time. If that was happening in a court case, you know what you'd say about those witnesses.
I felt for the assistant IGADF, the barristers were asking the questions at the IGF inquiry. I sat there for all 50 days, and the frustration and the body language coming off seasoned senior counsel that were asking very simple yes-no questions and having just this dribble come out, working on a tangent. Maybe I'll just move the chess piece around and see if... It was terrible. I watched Margaret McMurdo repeatedly say, stop, listen to the question. In some cases, calm down and just answer the question.
I don't know if you heard, I don't know how many times I asked a very simple question just today. If you can't see the helicopter in front of you and you can't see the horizon, would your training get you to look at the instruments? And I can't remember how many ways they avoided answering that question today. And I don't know how you felt behind, but I just thought it's so typical of them.
This constant...
I feel like we're seasoned veterans at this point.
Yeah, this constant thing that their training says look forward. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Who's ever been in a car crash?
Yeah, frightening.
You're looking everywhere. Yeah. You're trying to avoid a problem, not going, I'm looking down the axis, I better just check this. No. And if
because page 192 on the training manual, footnote 7 said that, and this moment of high stress, that's what's going to come to mind.
In paragraph 19 that you referenced,
yeah.
like all of these contributing factors, again, they shouldn't have been flying. The fatigue, all of it, the culture of just accepting risk. Again, all of these elements, they shouldn't have stepped foot in that aircraft. So beside the point, whether or not we're looking off axis and you can't see any information, that there is obviously a point there, but again, they shouldn't even gotten to that.
How could you read that paragraph 19
yeah,
and not say, well, actually, it shouldn't have been in the air. I'm really sorry about this.
It's to treat that pilot error is to make the system for the disease. It's not...
And Ms Lyon, in terms of the pilot, in that moment, what Chadine says is right. Read paragraph 19. Yeah. Read it.
And again...
And we've read it and we understand the truth.
You also asked Senator Shoebridge.
Yes.
And you couldn't find there was any accountability that they've ever taken. Again, that speaks to the reputational interest that they're trying to hold. It's not good for them. It's, again, embarrassing. It's way better for them to say, shit, yeah, sorry, I just swore in the Senate.
No, it's fucking all right.
On the record. Thank you. Max would have
Sorry, I withdraw that.
I was going to say, I will ask Senator Shoebridge to withdraw.
No, but just take accountability. Like, it's really...
His white is okay.
In what world would any person want to work for an organisation that continuously accepts culture of acceptable risk and not even knowing that they're stepping into aircraft with a multitude of issues that we are aware of? In what world would anyone want to work there?
But they want you to take responsibility.
Yes.
Oh, but it's pilot error, no worries.
And to answer your question about the reputational interests of the organisation, I think it speaks volumes for the fact that their pilots aren't flying anymore. If you were to look at the numbers of the men who have stayed in the organisation, who are in Bushman 1, 2 and 4, who's actually left, it's not many. And there's 2. They are med discharging out. And they've said the risk is not worth it.
Yeah.
Because we used to believe it was. And now we've seen what actually happened, what they've done to that crew and what they do to your families. It's not worth it.
No.
And they're out. Those boys are running. There's no way.
And there's not hundreds of them. Let's get that right.
No. So now they've got to...
That's the sharp end of the spear, and there is a handful or a couple of handfuls of guys that can do that job.
And put into one side them being partners, husbands, sons, brothers.
Part of the capability.
There's also a massive public investment in their training as well.
Millions of dollars.
Even if they don't care about them as people, surely they should look at that.
Yeah, and the money that's been spent on them being as proficient as they were, and I always believed, and Dan believed, that they cared about him because they had invested all this time and money into making sure that he was the best and brightest to be in that situation. And it turns out they didn't care. That the money of the cost of changing aircrafts was actually more important. It was more important than my husband, my children's father. So now, when my children are crying for their dad, I get to know that our government cared more about money than actually keeping him safe. And what comfort does that bring? It is devastating.
Did you see the testimony of Mr. Wilson and Mr. Lamb?
Yes.
The public version. We learned a lot more from the private.
I'm so glad
incredibly
to hear
more.
it, Senator.
But the accusations of conflicts of interest stymied the investigation, the corruption, and I think you used the word suppression, maybe in someone else, and also evidence being fabricated. That is pretty serious stuff.
It is, isn't it?
Senator Roberts, this is no different to an internal investigation in the police. It's no different.
Yeah.
And the first question that you get asked and the first form you fill out is the conflict of interest form. Perceived or real. You must disclose it before you take part. And I can tell you hand on heart, if you tick that box to say there is a perceived or potential conflict of interest, in 100% of occasions you will be excluded from that investigation.
Let me
That's
ask you
the problem.
a question, because some people in defence have said that this inquiry just prolongs your agony. Does this inquiry needlessly extend your grief, or does it give you hope that some truth might come out?
It absolutely gives hope, Senator.
Gives us hope.
Yeah.
And we are so incredibly grateful because we are desperate for the truth. And we can do this for as long as it takes to get there because our boys deserve that.
Yep.
Our men and women who serve this country, they deserve it. Everyone has a right to go to work and be safe. Everyone, no matter what they do. There is a difference between going to war and being in war than going to work every day and doing your job. And that's what they were doing. They were doing their job and they had a right to be safe.
And I'll add to that, special operations shouldn't be a reason not to adhere to that as well. It shouldn't be more of a reason to go under the carpet, let's not look at that, or acknowledge. They still had the same duty of care to uphold, and they didn't.
Yeah. And they understood that their roles were inherently risky.
Yeah.
And everyone knows when it comes to military aviation, realistically, unfortunately, it's a matter of when, not if. But as it's been said multiple times, they stepped onto those jets assuming that everything was fine. Yeah. That everything had been put through rigorous testing and was signed off by the best of the best. And they had faith in that.
Well, they have to have absolute 100% faith in that, don't they?
And they can't question it because
And
otherwise how do they do their job?
Defence, in general, leverages young people with a can-do attitude. It exists for that reason. Not for that reason, because of that reason. that young men and women will put themselves in dangerous positions and they leverage that. Over time, you get risk normalisation. It was okay last night, we got away with that one. Probably, sadly, it was too long a gap between the Black Hawk disaster and our crash.
Even Jarvis Bay.
Jarvis Bay is a classic example.
10 years from the...
You know, Max was rattled by that incident, and he said, but hopefully it's okay, they're fixing the engines.
And he had faith in that. He thought they would
You know,
do that.
that's pretty telling. You know, and how did they deal with that accident? They all went out on a drink, didn't they? Come on, boys, let's go to the pub, we'll sort this out and have a chat. Culture.
Yeah.
This comes down to culture.
And I think the inherent, I don't want to say, I suppose I used to say tendencies for, even though they may want to speak openly and honestly, at the end of the day, if they speak, it'll cost them a promotion or it'll cost them their career.
You don't want to be the one to say, I'm too scared for that, or I don't feel comfortable. You don't want to seem like that. Look, there are some girls in 6 Ave, and I'm good friends with one of them, but if you're a guy saying, you don't want to speak up because you'll look bad, and you don't want to be, for Max, he was one of the most junior. He was the youngest. He doesn't want to say, sorry, because it'll look bad on him.
Can I ask whether
because that's the culture
privately there were conversations that happened where your son's husband's partners said anything like, or did they believe Defence really did?
No, it's on the record multiple times that Dan repeatedly said, if you don't stop this, someone is going to die.
Yeah, okay.
He was constantly trying to call Defence out for the fatigue issues. He was very concerned. He was very concerned about the workload. He was advocating desperately for his troop, for the regiment, time and time again, and it fell on deaf ears every single time. He didn't even make it up the chain. And that is devastating. To hear that he tried over and over again to protect people and he couldn't even save himself. He wanted a safe work environment. We had lived in New Zealand, we had seen the Kiwis do it, and they do it well. They take care of their families, they've got a great working environment. Their culture is amazing. They take care of their men and women.
They treat them as people.
Yes, and he brought that back with him to 6 Ave, and he was like, we can do this. Let's do this together. And he hit roadblock after roadblock. They didn't want to hear it, had no interest in it whatsoever, and it just got worse and worse.
And we come back to some of the points that Daniel and Samantha were saying, that actually these are overwhelmingly young men and a sprinkling of young women in the 6 RAR. And it's a culture of pushing yourself to the limit. It's a culture of risk-taking, and that is an inherent part of this. Yep. But because of that, that is why the systems are so important and why the systems have to have these hard and fast lines and why the safety has to be in the system, because you're actually encouraging. The nature of this is...
themselves,
yeah.
to a degree.
And also, how do you accept a risk you don't even know about?
Well, indeed.
That's I guess, where I'm getting at is not so much the fatigue and things, but about the equipment. So in terms of the equipment, and it's something that is a deep concern in terms of men and women sign up to our Defence Force. We will ask them to go and do violent things for our country, and we will train them to do that. That's the purpose of a Defence Force. But we've got to make sure that they've got the equipment, that when we're asking them to go out there and put their lives on the line, that they can have faith that they've got.
I suppose I could frame it this way. How long were we at war in Afghanistan?
Better part of 2 decades.
A long time. We never took a Tiger to Afghanistan. We never took an MRH-90 to Afghanistan.
No, that's true.
Why? Because they were no good. We didn't have the parts. We couldn't deploy them into the field. We couldn't send them to war. So what was the point of them? We sent Chinooks over there. So what's the point?
We could demonstrate our relevance during Talisman Sabre.
for maybe a domestic capability. But if you have an asset that you cannot send to 20 years of war, that was a failed asset platform right from the word go.
I think, sorry, you go, David.
They knew that, there was talk about that mission shouldn't occur that night. So you got to wonder, well, why did it? Was it because they had the Americans in town and they wanted to show, well, you may not want to go out there. We will. On a dark night, we'll go under, 200 feet mission in close formation with no light during inclement weather with tired men. We'll go do that. Is it...
I think to speak about 6th Aviation Regiment, it used to be the 6th Aviation Regiment was somewhere you worked towards. That was the pinnacle. That was, if you're in that industry, that's where you wanted to go. It was a privilege to go there. You had to work your way there. There was movements that resulted in people that would not have had a shoe-in for 6th Aviation Regiment because they just didn't have the time up, that ended up being put in 6th Aviation Regiment because of movements with aircrafts and whatnot, moving the MRH away from Townsville, consolidating at Noki and Sydney.
It became a training institute rather than a special ops.
Yeah. So it used to be, like Formula One, and now it's driving Miss Daisy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And the only piece of equipment that I was aware of that Dan knew was dangerous was the cords. There's a cord that connects the helmet.
ICS.
Yeah. And so that's the one with the Dutch pilots. And I distinctively remember him coming home to say that it had been signed off on, to say that it was an acceptable risk. And I remember getting so angry and so upset. And I said, Jobson needs to put his own son in that helicopter and put it in the ocean and see if he finds that it's an acceptable risk. I said, because I don't find that at all. And I said to Dan, that's absolutely rubbish. And he reassured me that he had the best training possible and he knew what to do in that situation. He knew how to ditch that helmet. But he shouldn't have had to. He cut the tips of his gloves off to make sure he had proper dexterity in his fingers because he was so safety conscious. He shouldn't have had to. It's just absurd that you have to go to such lengths to keep yourself safe and your crew safe.
And one of the lengths in this instance is don't look sideways when you're going sideways. It's go against your human instinct to look where you're going. They were told the safest way is look straight. Are you kidding me?
Straight lines, don't you know?
Yeah. It just makes no sense.
Then they're bound by rules and regulations that they are adhering to as well. That they, speaking up, for instance, that's another issue in the culture and all of that. Do they feel comfortable in doing so with the can-do attitude and just like looking past the acceptable risk?
Other organisations, if they had equipment that said if you look right or left in moments of stress, it'll grossly mislead you, would change the equipment. Other organisations, which they had cords that said actually they may be unbreakable in the case of an incident, it may lead to a drowning, they'd find other cords. Other organisations wouldn't do workarounds, they'd address the safety risks.
Navy's a great example with the engine failure at Jervis Bay. They immediately, before that accident even happened, they were like, oh, we'll change that as soon as possible. Whereas Army was like, oh, let's just keep one broken engine in at a time. She'll be right. It's not okay. The can-do attitude's very old school and I'm over it.
That's not to say that... Oh, sorry, Sammy.
No, I was just going to say, I'm a nurse and I work in Sydney in a hospital. If there was equipment that failed a patient and they passed away because of that, the uproar of the equipment or of the nurse or the ward or the hospital would be outrageous. Why is it any different that our men are just like a patient trusts a certain piece of equipment or someone's training or whatever to save their life? How is it that our men are trusting equipment that's supposed to save their life Now that it doesn't, too bad, too sad.
Here's an oxygen monitor, but don't
But
use
there's
it.
no oxygen coming out of it, so you got to breathe sideways, and you got to you've got to put it on the side of your ear.
There's multiple.
It makes no sense.
It's more than one instance. That's what also makes it systemic failure.
I just want to backtrack a little bit with the trauma to do with the ongoing nature of things. Nothing will ever be as traumatic as finding out that they weren't coming home. Nothing could be more traumatic than that. And I find it quite farcical for there to be this defence of, well, we're concerned about the trauma that could possibly, be happening to the families. We're already traumatised. What will help that trauma is actual answers and accountability. Because what we have seen so far is a large number of people who point the finger at each other, and that's about it. Well, that's not me, it's this person. It's not me, it's this person. It's not me, it's this person.
Shared responsibility means no one's accountable.
And when you reach those positions, part of the reason that you're in that position is because you are the one who's going to be held accountable. And yet we haven't seen that.
That is the job. So do your job, stand up and be accountable. And I think it's okay to say, at the time, we thought it was okay. Upon reflection, we are deeply sorry we got that wrong. And going forward, we're going to do so much better. We're going to make sure that that doesn't happen again to someone else's family. It's not hard. It's not hard to do that.
20 odd years ago, when I was working as a consultant, I found it hard to get people to do their planning in underground coal mines. Oh no, it should be right. But I went to a colonel, former colonel, retired colonel, and a retired captain. And they're pride of the Australian Defence Force, the Army, both were in the Army. And I realised that the Australian Army punched above its weight in so many ways, right from its inception. It's got a record and a history of punching above its weight, earning the respect of its enemies and its allies. What the hell has happened?
It makes me really sad because Alex discharged. This is before I was with him. He discharged because he kept getting passed over for deployment. He discharged and then he enlisted at 18. At 18, you think you know the world, you really don't. He discharged, he got back in, and at that point, that's an informed decision. You already knew what was happening, it was his late 20s, he understood what he was signing up for, but he didn't sign up for this. He was a proud soldier. One of the first things that we did together was the dawn service in the driveway because it was the start of COVID. And I had said to him, hey, I'm doing the dawn service in the driveway tomorrow. He goes, well, yes, I will be too. We were some of the only two in the street and Toowoomba just freezing, listening to the neighbour's radio. The guy bled green. He would have been in Army until he was retired in Army because he loved what he did and he was good at what he did. But this is not what was in the contract for what he signed up for. And it really upsets me that he was so proud to be a part of that organisation and we've just seen ongoing failures.
And you know what his whole impression of civilian life was? So he went and got a mechanic's apprenticeship at a car dealer's while he was out.
Maybe censor what he actually said.
And when he told me he was going back in, he said, no one's got your back out here. Everybody's trying to bring you down in civilian life. You know, in the Army, people got your back. You know, they've got to have your back. You've got to have theirs.
And the boys do have each other's back.
Yeah, the boys do.
In the boys.
I cannot fault his friends.
They
have stepped up where there have been so many failures.
Can I also say, I mean, it's apparent from your interactions today that you're all looking after each other as well, and thank you for doing that.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think it's touching back on what I was saying earlier about it's isolating. I know that, I'm sorry to put words in her mouth, but Mariana said early on that she'd attempted, a support group, but she couldn't relate to anyone. Because nobody had gone through that similar situation. They had parents of people that had died of cancer and had, passed away in this circumstance or that circumstance. And loss is loss across the board. It is traumatic no matter who it is. But this is a very unique circumstance, and we find ourselves facing things that very few people ever face. And to find people that can understand that, to validate the things that you're feeling, to give you a heads up that, hey, I've had a phone call from this person, maybe expect a call. Because often, there was some information we found out on the news, and the trauma that's associated with that is horrific. And being caught off guard and then having to try and process that while you're at work or while you're at daycare with the kids, while you're in therapy, it's not easy. Yeah. And so having anyone that you can relate to really helps. And we've just spent so much time together.
Yeah. Yeah. So my final comment, I suppose, is that we're immensely proud of Max's service. And, you know, I drove him out to recruitment at Parramatta when he was 17. And we sat through the sessions to see what jobs he could do in defence. They said he could do anything. He wasn't a kid that was hung up on being a pilot. Okay, he joined Army to be an officer. He initially thought maybe about being in the engineers. Got tested and Army picked him to be a pilot. Then when he was about to leave Duntroon, they've got to put in their corps selection. You know what he was going to put number one? Infantry. Because he wanted to be a warfighter, wanted to be a soldier. And his mentors and whatnot around him said, mate, do you know how many kids or young men want to be helicopter pilots and how few get the opportunity? Go and fly helicopters, mate. So that's what he did. When we talk about reputational damage, a lot of people have asked me over the last few years, would you recommend Army as a career? No. And it's not because of his mates. His mates have been phenomenal. Phenomenal. The void of leadership was astounding, and I still shake my head every day.
What level are you talking about? His immediate superiors?
No. So look, I'll put it on the record that Max's commanding officer, and I won't use his name because it's probably still protected, but he is out of the Army now, has been very good to me and our family.
So you're talking about the senior levels of the ADF?
The commanding officer at 6 Aviation.
Oh, at the time.
At the time?
No,
but the senior officers now, when I look at the evidence that's been given, I look at Senate estimates, so I take an interest when it's defence, because I like watching them sit there and not answer questions.
Yeah. We don't.
On every single topic.
Yeah.
You know?
I'll take that on notice, Mr.
Well, let me ask you another question. Anyone else got anything to say?
I was just going to say, we were incredibly proud of Dan being a pilot as well. Dan would always line up our home or my daughter's, or at the time my son's daycare, and fly over. He always made sure that we always were able to see him coming home. And we always waved. We knew it was Daddy's helicopter. And that was what our family did. We were so proud, and my son was so proud, and he wanted to grow up to be a helicopter pilot just like his daddy. He doesn't want to do that anymore. And he will tell you that he doesn't want to die like his daddy. And that, as a mother, is the most heartbreaking thing to hear. And I don't want him to join our ADF. I don't trust it, and I don't want him anywhere near it. Because I want my son to come home. Because I can't imagine what that is like. It just breaks my heart, because it would have been so different for our family otherwise. Because we were so proud of that service. And we still are, but it's in a different capacity now.
Anyone else?
Sorry.
No, don't apologise. Thank you for sharing that with us.
I mean, everything's in my statement, really, my submission.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are other things I've forgotten about.
Can I say all 4 of these young men, if they have family and partners like you, their lives were blessed.
Yeah. So if I could just ask my final question.
Of course, Senator Roberts.
As Australians, not as bereaving parents and sisters and mothers, do you feel secure under the Australian Defence Forces supposedly guarding our country.
What did you say, Dan? Open the doors.
Oh, sorry?
Open the doors.
Yeah, open the doors there. Yeah, the clock is ticking, isn't it?
It's my biggest concern.
To get this right. Defence knows it, government knows it, and I fear we've missed the boat a little bit. I think the average soldier on the ground will, and airman and sailor, will do a fantastic job with what they've got at the time. I have every faith in that.
Yeah.
But
I don't know what the consequences.
They can only do as much as they
you
can
only
do
with what you've
under
got.
the circumstances, yeah.
I think it's important that we still have incredible men and women that are willing to sign up, because if we don't, then who's left?
Yeah.
I know there's questions you want us to ask of the War Memorial and ask of the Minister in particular about some of the benefits and things. We have to have a discussion offline about that, but they seem incredibly, obviously, straightforward questions we should be asking, but we just need to have a discussion offline about that.
Yeah, just gaps that we never would have identified if we didn't live it. And if we can make this easier for anyone. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
A lot of this is legacy stuff now.
Yeah.
We
And
want this to be improved.
Backtracking, sorry, the housing. It was 6 months extension, then you get a further 6 months. That was the policy. It's now 15 months that you get.
And you
because of our governance.
And prior to that, if it wasn't other people advocating for what they've gone through, that wouldn't be what we were given either. It's been continuous. If you look throughout the history of changes, there'll be other family members who have struggled who didn't need to. It shouldn't have to happen for them to have initiative to do common sense changes.
And I will always be so incredibly grateful to David Hurley and his entire team that worked so hard to get that across for us. And it was done so quickly and so efficiently, and it was done with so much care. It was just like chalk and cheese. It was so refreshing that he could come in and he just said, "Oh, no, you've got the right person. That's fine. We'll fix that. Absolutely. You have children. Absolutely, you're not going anywhere. No, we will fix that and we will take care of it." And by the end of the week, he had absolutely fixed that. And that set the precedence so that the rest of the families here could also have the same. And he was blown away with what I was saying. He was like, "That's not getting back to us. We don't know any of those struggles or any of those problems that you're having. Let me fix it." And he fixed it immediately.
And it's really sad we have to go to those levels.
Yeah, it is. But we will always be grateful to him for doing that for us.
Can I address your question directly, Senator Roberts, about having faith in defence? I see the leaders this afternoon and I think, who's really in charge? They're better than what we saw with them trying to dodge questions and not being direct, etc. So I'm thinking, are they owned by lawyers? Is this all the lawyers' advice that, don't admit anything? Something might happen if you do. We've got decisions in defence that, are we really defending this country or are we somewhere else? Because, and I think about, the way I found out was United States Secretary of Defence and his Defence Secretary. Are we really in charge? Are you really in charge? Our elected reps? And we're better than what we've seen. We being this country, but that's what this has made me doubt. We're getting nuclear submarines that are too big and too hot to hide in Australia's waters, shallow waters. Who is really running it? When there was the Vietnam War, you had some, the special ops, the SAS were just exemplary. Their fighting skills, reconnaissance abilities, they learnt, they were on the Ho Chi Minh Trail and they learnt not to look at Vietnamese soldiers walking past them on the trail in the eye because they would sense that someone was looking at them. That's how good their camouflage was. They were, sometimes in arm's reach, and the stuff they've done everywhere else. But who was in charge? Who was making these decisions? Is it coming from this house here? Or is there money control? Where did the decision to buy these aircraft really come from? So you had reports saying don't buy them because they're an unproven platform. They bought them. I think that was Mr. Howard made that decision. Why? What was it? Is it a Special Forces aircraft where you can look at a photograph of a Black Hawk and you can look at a photo of an MRH and see that the Black Hawk has a platform to support special ops being roped in that they can mount weapons on? Whereas you look at the MRH, doesn't have that. And it's a forward supply helicopter. So it doesn't have the multi-role helicopter label on it when we bought it. We plastered that on. Who's making these decisions? AUKUS is also a hire purchase agreement for American weaponry. Does that mean that we no longer have to evaluate any weapon systems? We can just take it off America?
Well, I think in this case that might have been a better option.
It could
One of the rare cases I might agree with you.
So we're not starting Senator Shoebridge on that.
We can't start AUKUS at 5 to 5.
Can I just, please, just sort of my final thing is I really want to acknowledge the assistance that we've had from North Bondi RSL. They have given us the most special place to go and honour our boys. They have just been phenomenal. Whenever you walk in and they see you, they'll come up, they say hello, they usher you in, and it's a safe space that we can go.
When every other organisation has let us down, they have stepped up every single time. They ensured that our boys were brought home and cremated. They did that. They paid for that.
They did.
Our government didn't do that. That was a part of the policy.
We were told we'd expended their funeral allowances.
North Bondi stepped up.
And North Bondi paid.
I'll comment on that.
I was going to say you.
Because of the nature of the crash and the impact with the water, the remains that came back were fragments at best. Because they needed to extract DNA from those to work out who they belonged to, became a very protracted issue, probably well over a year.
Yeah, about a year.
Obviously, we'd had the funerals and memorials for the boys in a timely manner after the crash. You get allocated a bereavement team that assists you in memorial planning in our case.
For 12 months.
And in the case of for Max and the boys, actually, ceremonially and culturally, you need to have a coffin so that you can have the ceremony. That all goes against, that allocation of funds. Fine, fantastic. But in the case of the girls and the Laycocks, remains were recovered and returned to the families well after the event. What do you do with that? It goes to a funeral home. It has to be cremated or buried.
And they wouldn't pay for that?
No. It's after the fact. It's after the funeral. So you've done all your allowance. Sorry. And again, discretion and common sense. It seems so obvious.
So I've only just had the capacity to cremate Dan 4 weeks ago. Yeah. And he's teeny tiny.
4 weeks
4 weeks ago. His tiny little minuscule piece of remains came home, and he's finally resting at our home. But I begged Defence to not have a funeral until after we were able to get his remains. I begged them, I said, please, I do not want to have a funeral without his remains. My children and I cannot do this again. I was told I was holding up the capability and we had to go ahead. So all this time later, we did. We had to go to a funeral home and we had to go through that entire process, and it was like a funeral all over again. It's just so dramatic, and I am so grateful. And, you know, my funeral home was amazing, and they are the reason why I do have some remains. They actually specialise in very small, minuscule amounts of remains and making sure that a loved one comes home to you, and they knew how important that was to me. But we shouldn't have had to do that.
Yeah. And additionally, the support of the Special Operations Families Council, who are embedded within the 2 Commando Regiment, but they support the families of operators, but they also step in to help advocate, act as a conduit for families like us, which we didn't get access to for months, and we should have. There was decisions that were made that meant that they weren't brought in when they should have been, which could have mitigated a lot of the situations we ended up in, because we could have had somebody with capacity with us when we're being forced into making these decisions. So I really just wanted to highlight the support that we've had from North Bondi and from the Special Operations Families Council, because they are truly remarkable.
And with that council, they are severely overworked, and I don't know. Overworked, underfunded, there is no funding. They're constantly trying to work out how to make $1 into $1,000 because there's just nothing there. And the work that they do is critical. Yeah. And unfortunately, the funding isn't there because they're supporting the tip of the spear. And when so much money is already expended there, then how can you justify more?
There's a repeated pattern here, isn't there?
Yeah.
Good people and broken systems.
Yes.
And that's what you've experienced all through this, isn't it?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it comes down to equality versus equity. Is it fair that a special operations capability is to receive more? No, but you're asking them to do what a regular person coming off the street cannot. And for them to be able to do that, and for their families, when they're so more likely to be in harm's way, and their families are more likely to be sitting here like we are, because we know that there have been other families that are in this situation now, they need the support. They need to be able to have a full capability and function, because one person should not be working 27 hours a day to be able to do that. And I did not misspeak. I meant that.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Naggs, can I summarise by bastardising your phrase? Because I thought it was very, very powerful, and it reflects my view of reality as well. The senior ranks of the ADF are not defending Australia, they're defending their mistakes.
This platform was the last of the non-American weapons systems. If you're going to bring in the American weapons systems, this had to go. Did that have anything to do with it?
I was about to say something about French submarines, so I think we should end.
We should end. I am going to end now, because that will lead us to AUKUS somehow, I'm sure.
Could I comment about something else? Just
Go
one thing.
One thing.
It's Friday.
I want to acknowledge the testimony of everyone today, especially this group, and Mr. Wilson and Mr. Lamb. And I also want to acknowledge your chairmanship. You've done it very sensitively and sensibly, and honestly, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. Thank you all so much for giving evidence today. I think we acknowledge a very difficult day for all of you to not just give evidence yourselves, but to sit and listen to some of the evidence that was given by other witnesses. We are very grateful. We thank you for everything that you did to support your sons, husbands, partners, brothers in their service of our nation. They cannot do that without the families around them, and the families pay the ultimate cost as well, and I think we acknowledge that as a committee. We would say that if you go away after today and you think, I wish I'd said X, Y, Z, which can often happen, please put it in an email, send it to the Secretariat. We're happy to receive that. This can be a high-pressure environment where you sort of go, I wish I'd said all of these things. Please don't feel as though this is it, forget. With your indulgence, we will also come back to you if you are open to that as we formulate recommendations as part of this inquiry. I think it would be very useful to just clarify with some of the evidence that you've given. But we are incredibly grateful to you and so deeply sorry. It has been really tough to listen to what you've had to experience, what you've had to endure. But, you know, with gratefulness from your nation, I think. So with that does conclude today's proceedings. For anyone who has agreed to take questions to notice on notice, they are due by close of business on Friday, the 10th of July. I'd like to thank Broadcasting, Hansard and the Secretariat for their support in the hearings today. And with that, I declare this hearing adjourned. Thank you.